Is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Well, Giants fans, it could be worse. You could be an Indiana Pacers fan. How's that?
Ooh.
That's my opening offering here at 6:00 on a Wednesday morning, because there was choking all over the national landscape last night. On a bigger level, the Eastern Conference Finals saw the Indiana Pacers blow a game they should have won. And on a smaller, more local level, because, Marcus, all politics is local and all KNBR sports talk is local, how the hell did the San Francisco Giants blow that game? And good morning.
Well, good morning, Murph.
Yes.
And I know we got 4 hours, 3 hours and 59 minutes to dissect the downfall of the San Francisco Giants. So we can spread out and get comfortable. We can start with a Luke Jackson.
Oh, right to Luke Jackson.
Yeah.
Right out of the gate.
Coming
Luke
out in
Jackson.
that ninth inning, giving away free
Luke
90s.
Jackson gets the first arrow, huh?
I mean, when you start an inning giving away free
Yes,
90s and
definitely.
snapping off 3-1 or 3-2 curveballs in what should be strikeout situations.
Dave Fleming specifically calling that out on the postgame thing. Praise Dale, raise hail, and don't walk fools.
Yeah.
How's that?
That's a problem.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Camilo Duvall comes in the ninth inning, gets one, gets two, gets three different ground balls,
Yeah.
and gets an opportunity for a potential game-ending double play. And there's my guy, Marco Luciano.
That's where you
booting
start.
the ball.
That's where you start.
I think that's going to be the number one reason.
Yeah.
But the downfall continued. Again, multiple ground balls that inning. Giants could not turn two. And next thing you know, O'Neal Cruz is smoking, absolutely smoking a ball 120 miles per hour
Are we allowed
down the right field line.
Are we allowed to say the PISS word on the radio? Is that FCC? Wasn't that one of George Carlin Seven's words you couldn't say?
Yeah, I don't believe you're allowed to use that one.
All right,
Murph.
so why don't we just call it a P missile?
Yeah.
How's that?
Or a P-rod is what we used to call
Well,
it.
that's sold. Hey, Frank Howard now.
Nice.
You know my story, right? That's
Nice.
my. Come on. I only have a limited number of stories.
Yeah, but I forget them every once in a while.
Hondo, Frank Howard, the 6'7" slugger for the Washington Senators in the 60s, which even predates me, young Tony, even predates me. But he was a coach with the Tampa Bay, ready for this, Devil Rays. Not the Rays, the Devil Rays. Back when they wore those oil slick uniforms, which, by the way, were the worst uniforms maybe in American sports history.
Wow.
The 90s Devil Rays, the black with the kind of the oil slick rainbow devil. Do you remember those?
Well, Murph, I got news for you. They just bring them back for the City Connect uniforms.
yeah.
The Devil Ray jerseys are back. They're all black.
Stop puking. Go back and look at the. You guys remember the Devil Rays in the 90s? It looked like an oil slick. It was black. They were terrible. They were indoors. Anyway, Howard Bryant and I were covering an A's Devil Rays game, not a Rays game, Devil Rays game. And Frank Howard was a coach, a bench coach with those lousy Devil Rays teams. And he came just walking out of the dugout carrying a bucket of balls and a fungo. And he just shouted to nobody in particular as the Rays were taking BP, "Who wants a P-Rod? Who wants a P-Rod?" And Howard and I are like, this is really happening right now.
Yeah.
That's Frank Howard. That's Hondo saying, "Who wants a P-Rod?" Well, O'Neal Cruz wanted a P-Rod.
Yeah, from
right
one
yesterday.
6'7" guy with the fungo to a 6'8" guy with
Is he
some
6'8"?
wood. Yeah, I think he's 6'8". O'Neal Cruz is a freak of nature.
What's Duvall?
And I mean that in a good way.
What's
I think
Duvall?
Camilo's around 6'4".
Yeah. Those are two tall men battling.
And then you've
yesterday.
got Camilo Duvall hitting triple digits. I mean, the way that O'Neal Cruz went down and golfed down
Yeah,
that
well, that was
100-mile-per-hour cutter down in the bottom of the zone.
He set StatCast history yesterday. No player in the history of the game has hit three balls 115 miles an hour or longer, or 150 miles an hour or faster than O'Neal Cruz. So if you watched the game yesterday, you saw some StatCast history.
I mean, he was out here breaking his own records. He had the hardest hit ball of the season already, and he topped it yesterday. Not only the first guy to have 3 hits over 150 miles per hour, the first guy ever in the StatCast era to have 2 hits over 120 miles per hour.
This guy's out getting ready for the Indy 500 this weekend, as I was talking to Dave about.
Flying. I mean, here's the thing. If he didn't hit the ball so hard, that probably would have been a walk-off hit. Then we
Right.
probably would have saw the guy score from first base,
Yeah.
but he hit it so hard, the ball got in so quickly, it wasn't a walk-off.
Yeah, they said
and
that
then they lost an extra
about
innings.
Willie McCovey's debut when he went 4 for 4 in 1959 with 2 triples, 2 singles. They said 2 of the balls were hit so hard they ricocheted off the wall and he got held to a single. And it would have been doubles or triples. So sometimes you can hit it too hard, kids. But by the way, Doval mixed in a free 90 in there too.
Yeah.
Although some had issues with the strikes and balls.
Yes,
on that.
it was a tight zone.
Yeah,
but if I'm going to call out Luke Jackson for giving away free 90s, I'll call out Camilo as well. But I'm not
be
putting this
honest,
blame
guys.
on Camilo.
No.
I saw people last night, I tried telling you guys, Camilo's not a ninth inning guy. I'm like,
Here's how
what are
many-
you talking about? He's not a ninth inning guy.
Here's how many earned runs he allowed. Go to YouTube and Twitch. Those were 0.
That's a
None
big,
of those
that's a
runs
big
were
goose egg.
Yeah, none of those runs were. And so it all comes down to Marco Luciano, which leads to that issue of why Farhan got cold feet on Marco Luciano in the spring. They were supposed to give him the keys of the car, make him the starting shortstop. At the last second, they're like, yeah, no, we're going to go with Nick Ahmed. They're like, oh, wow, you kind of chickened out on that one, didn't you? And then Nick Ahmed gets hurt, so you bring up Luciano, and everything's going great. He's a hum baby on Monday morning. He actually got a couple of knocks yesterday, scored a run. But that's the play that separates Marco Luciano's readiness to win ball games from the Marco Luciano you saw yesterday.
Correct, Murph. But we also knew this before Marco Luciano got called up this season. We knew this going into spring training. And that's why it didn't matter whether or not we were talking about Nick Ahmed or Brandon Crawford over the offseason. When we kept on bringing up the fact that with Marco Luciano on your roster, you're going to have to need a defensive late game replacement.
Yes, yeah.
Last night was that perfect opportunity. Of course, Nick Ahmed is hurt right now. Brandon Crawford's not on the roster, so they don't have that defensive replacement.
Wisely?
I mean, maybe if Tyler Fitzgerald was still on the roster.
Well, Fitzgerald, I don't trust his glove that much either. But yeah, you're
Probably
right.
a little bit more than Luciano.
They currently do not have a late inning defensive replacement, and that is what we said. If Nick Ahmed comes back, that's what we were advocating for as his role.
Exactly. We've been talking about this since day one. I remember people were like, oh, you guys really want Crawford on the roster?
yeah.
Yes, as a late inning defensive replacement. It's the same thing with Nick Ahmed. If he's going to be on the 40-man, I'm still giving that bat to Luciano. But in that situation, that's where Nick Ahmed has value.
That's where, like, Gregor Blanco used to be that guy during the Bochy years. And so, man, it's just, I mean, it was a simple ground ball. We weren't asking much out of him, too. It's just a lot, man. It's just like, you keep, like, I talked to you about this being at the game Friday night. Any ball that was hit his way, your heart kind of got in your throat a little bit. And it's like, oh, he made the play. Good. Oh, he made the play. Good. Oh, he made the play. Good. Oh, he didn't make the play. And, they lost the
I
game,
know we talk about the highs and lows with someone like Luis Matos, robbing home runs, but also getting a couple bad reads in center field. I did want to point out the fact that Marco Luciano made a great play, taking away a base hit up the middle earlier in the game, but that's all going to be washed away, and everybody's going to be focusing on that air in the ninth inning.
This is the big leagues, right? And this is where you have to make those routine plays.
Absolutely.
So Luke Jackson giving away that free 90, Doval giving away a free 90, but ultimately a routine play has to be made. That's the crux of it right there. Of course, Melvin went to other things like the bases loaded in the fifth with one out. They didn't cash in. Logan Webb said he didn't cover first. That allowed that fielder's choice to score a run in the fifth inning. So all these little things that add up. But here's the problem. And the problem is today, and his name is Jared Jones, and the problem is tomorrow, and his name is Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
So it's like this was the one you wanted to get, and maybe then you fight to get one of the next two and win the series. Now you got a tall hill to climb, and now I say to you, Marcus, to you, young Tony, and to all you out there, save me Blake Snell. Blake Snell, he's here.
How
He's
about
riding in on
that?
the white horse.
Welcome back, Blake Snell.
I mean, listen, as tough as it is to face a 22-year-old fireballer named Jared Jones, you got to think the Pirates are like, damn, we got to face Snell. And now we're hoping this is Blake Snell ready to go.
Exactly.
As opposed
because
to Blake Snell not ready to
No,
go.
because after holding out all winter long with Scott Boras, obviously Blake Snell was not ready to go at the beginning of the season, opted not to do those minor league rehab appearances. Well, we've seen him deal down in San Jose. We've seen him deal last Friday out in Sacramento. Again, those are minor league hitters, but this is a Cy Young winner from just last season. Yeah. So I'm excited to see Blake back on the bump.
Can he
today.
go longer than 5 tonight?
Oh, 5 and dive, Blake Snell. You
hey,
know
listen,
his style.
Webb went 6. Ryan Walker did his job. Chyler Rogers did his job. I mean, if you want to do the second guessing game, are you thinking in the ninth? Do you start with Luke Jackson? Do you start with someone else? Randy Rodriguez was out there.
I was feeling Randy Rodriguez vibes.
I mean, Luke
because
Jackson.
when we were out at the ballpark last Friday, I actually went out to the bullpen because I was actually going to try to catch Camilo Doval entering. But once that game moved from being a non-safe situation, there was Randy Rodriguez, and he's looked great since being called up.
I mean, Luke Jackson is supposed to be that guy.
Luke
He's
is not having a
exactly
good
made
year.
for that guy. He has not been a good Giant so far. And I mean, ever since he charmed the pants off us from that Scottsdale interview, You know, I wanted, but yeah, you got it right there. You got it. And we don't want to play it today, do we? How about a Sean Jelly? Maybe we could have used, I'm going through the bullpen options
Praise
here.
Dale or raise hail.
You raised a little too much hail.
Praise
yesterday,
Dale and blow ball games.
One walk is all I gave up in the hit. And so anyway, guys, tough one to swallow. Like I said, though, you could be a Pacers fan. They had that game won in Boston. It was over.
How do you not foul?
And how do you not inbound the ball?
Yeah.
And Rick Carlisle's correct. How does he not call timeout and advance it to half court?
You blew it.
Carlisle says it's on him, and it's true.
You blew it.
Man, oh, man. Anyway, so Pacers fans and Giants fans today are banging their way into a Wednesday morning.
Ooh, and the Bang Bang 49er gang was back at OTAs down in Santa Clara.
Like all the faces. Nick Bosa. Look, by the way, Bosa looked great.
Oh, dude.
Doing that interview. Look, he's ready to play. Is there a ball game tomorrow?
Dude, he looked chiseled up there at the podium.
Can they open against the who are they opening against? I forget.
Week 1.
Who they playing?
Oh, Aaron Rodgers and the New York
All right,
Jets.
Thank you. Can we bring in the Jets right now? Because Bosa's ready to go. All right. Well, that'll all be a fun day coming your way. Plus, we heard Greg Papa taking shots, firing shots. We got some fun stuff coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You blew it!
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former 49ers quarterback Jeff Garcia stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday to talk about the 49ers offseason and what his expectations are this season for Brock Purdy. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Swing, ground ball, right side, and that's through. A base hit. Zawinski comes across. The bases will remain loaded. A sharp single to right for Bay. It's 6-3. McCutcheon swings, ground ball to short. Luciano off his glove as it kicks away. 1 run will score. Everybody is safe. And it's a 6-4 game. Ground ball toward short. To his right, Luciano's got it. To second for 1, and that's it for the Giants. No chance to turn 2 with Reynolds' speed. A run scores to make it 6-5. Swing, line drive down the right field line. A fair ball. It'll get all the way to the fence. Scoring the tying run, Bay. Cruz has a double. And the Pirates have come back in the 9th. It's 6-6.
Well, they get 2 guys on. We bring in Duvall for the save. It's 6-2 with 2 guys on. You feel pretty good about winning the game. He walked the guy and they got 2 hits off him, which rarely happens.
Sounds of silence. O'Neal Cruz, 121 miles an hour, not too silent.
Yeah, that crack of the bat wasn't silent, I can tell you that.
Bob Melvin's presser was, should we say, brief after the game. Terse and brief as the Giants. You know, I got to throw this out there, buddy. It was a week ago that they won that game against the Dodgers that prevented the sweep. And remember, he had that line where he goes, you know, there are certain games along in the regular season that are more important than others. And that, he goes, this feels like one of them. And I kind of agreed with him, right? And then since then, they kind of stitched together some wins, and they swept the Rockies, and everything was feeling pretty good. They'd won 4 in a row. I kind of feel like the opposite's true today. There are certain games along the season that are important, and this was one of them. Like, for me, if you win this game, bro, I was already thinking about it because it was 6-2, and I was thinking, wow, 1 game under 500. I was going to look up when was the last. Have they been 1 game under 500 all year? I mean, yeah, in San Diego, they were 2-1, right? I was
say first weekend
to start
of the
season
series,
back in March, bro. It's May 22nd.
It's been a while.
But I was thinking, God, 1 game under 500, and you've won 5 in a row. And I was like, all right, it's starting to. And now, instead, the other way. 3 games under 500, and now you got to face Jones and Skeens.
I mean, think about our entire show yesterday when we were talking about the young prospects, not just on the Giants, but on the 49ers and the Warriors, too. But, of course, it was on the heels of Luis Matos being named NL Player of the Week. We gave a shout-out to Brandon Pajemski being first-team All-Rookie in the NBA. But then you look at last night's loss, and you look at Marco Luciano and that big error.
Yeah.
And I don't want to blow it out of proportions, but it is a terrible way to start an East Coast road trip.
Yeah.
And like, that's the thing. Is like, I don't want this taste in their mouths to start this road trip when you're coming off the success of that 4-game win streak.
I was listening to the post-game rap. I happened to be in the car for that. And, you know, Javi and FP, old Giants, were like, you got no choice, bro. You got to wash this off. And let's see, Luciano's quote after the game was, you know, it just happens. I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll make up for it. And, yeah, I get it. It's 1 of 162, and you can still win the series. But, man, it feels the same way that Dodger win felt big last week. This loss feels gigantic. We should say good morning to young Tony, who gave you the rejoin. What you could, before we do that, you could tell the people the other stuff, too.
Yeah, and I can tell you this blown save from the Giants and his introduction to young Tony is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.com. KNBRSportsNetwork.org.
Nicely done. And that man, Joe Rizzo, joins Papa and Lund at 10:50 this morning, and we'll be talking to him, I think, tomorrow because we do pregame tomorrow.
That's right, and the Joe Rizzo win streak finally came to an end yesterday.
I still like my chances with Rizzo in the booth. 8:35 a.m. We'll be doing pregame, 9:35 for a game that will be started by the hellacious Paul Skeens. Young Tony Farias playing the... So Sounds of Silence is the go-to now after the painful loss, huh?
Yeah.
And good morning.
100%. Good morning.
Yeah, how you doing? But how about you? How do you get emotional about these losses? Are you placid and calm? How are you?
I was not happy. I mean, that game was over for a while, to be honest. All game. They just added on late, too. It felt like Doval's coming in the game. I wasn't even paying attention, really.
Yeah, some guy actually texted in, 623, who's turned into a real regular texter, said, wait a minute. One pitch out in the ninth, I went to a graduation. I just came back to find out they lost the game.
Oh, that's the worst. When you leave the game earlier, like, oh, yeah, Camilo might come in. This is all wrapped up. It's closed down. No, not so fast. Not in the sport of baseball.
There's a sinking feeling when somebody says you see the Giants, you're like, yeah, 6-2 win. They're like, no, look again, bro.
Oh,
You're like, wait, what?
That's rough. And I always have that fear, especially, of course, last night was not too late of a game because it's on the East Coast. But whenever there's like a West Coast game that goes deep into the hours, and it's one of those nights where we fall asleep before the game ends. I've had those situations before when I was on the leadoff spot where I went to bed and the Giants were winning, and I woke up the next morning and had to change my entire show because they blew it in the ninth.
Hey, now I'm going to give you guys a really old story now that predates me and predates your dad and your grandpa. I believe it was the 1916 U.S. presidential election.
Ooh.
Ready for this? Woodrow Wilson was running against, who was the guy?
Who was it, Tony?
Whoever it was thought that he had won. And he went to bed. Who was it? Where's John Joe going to give me this? Anyway, the story is, back then, bro, they didn't have Twitter in 1916.
No, really?
And what happened was the great state of California, our very own state, apparently turned late for Woodrow Wilson. And so some reporter came to
Charles Hughes?
I hope so, yeah.
1916 election, yeah.
And some reporter went to his house in the morning and said, we want to comment. And his butler, of course, the guy had a butler, he said the president-elect is sleeping right now, and the reporter said to him, well, when he wakes up, tell him he's no longer president. So there you go. Nice. That's the same story as you going to sleep. It's this guy going to the graduation. Yeah. Hey, when you get out of the diploma, the Giants didn't win the game.
Yeah, tell him they blew the lead last night.
Oh, man. So I was at a Little League game, actually just watching, because Rory was umping a game. I don't want to hover too much, but I keep half an eye in case some parent gets loose on him, you know what I mean? But I was watching the Majors game going on, and so I had the app going. I was listening to the game on the app, which is great.
Real quick, how was Rory's strike zone compared to the umpire's strike zone we saw in the ninth inning last night?
Yeah, there was a pitch that Duvall could have gotten.
It was tight.
We just looked at it during the break on the Gamecast.
That's right.
The seventh pitch was touching the strike zone. You got to give me that call, Blue. I'm working hard on the corners. You got to give me that call.
Squeezing my guy Camilo.
It changes history. Kickers write history, umpires write history. Right?
Stop, please.
So, anyway, he was doing the bases last night.
Okay.
But anyway, I was listening to it, and I had two guys on the fence with me. They're like, what's going on? And I'm like, well, it's 6-2, but now there's 2 on, 1 out. They're bringing in Duvall. And they're like, huh? And they're like, what's going on? I'm like, it's 6-3. What's going on? I'm like, it's 6-4.
What else is going on, Murph?
They're like, what's going on? I'm like, 6-5.
Oh.
And then they're like, when I told them what happened, they're like, you got to be blanking me. I said, no, it's true. And then I thought, okay, we haven't even talked about the 10th inning, brother. We haven't even talked about the 10th inning. And I'm sorry, Lamont Wade's having a nice year, but, bro, this is the time you got to go win a ball. You got the bat on the ball is all that matters at that point in time. That's all that matters. A chopper, a bleeder, a ground ball with eyes. And I had some listener hit me on Twitter saying Wade was trying to work a walk to pad his on-base stats. I was like, it's a hell of an accusation. Maybe it's right.
I didn't think he had the most aggressive approach because I would have been up there swinging too. Now, again, I'm not Lamont Wade Jr., and we shouldn't be calling out Lamont Wade Jr. for his numbers that he is putting up this season. But you've got to know the situation. 10th inning, you've got the Manfred man out in second base. You got to be taking hacks instead of taking a walk, because all a walk does is set up a double play situation.
So, I mean, that's just a terrible approach right there. Terrible. He winds up striking out. Then Patty Bailey has to come up with 2 outs. Welcome back, Patty Bailey. Comes up as a pinch hitter, so he'll be catching Snell today. Well, now they got to pull one out of the Lions' mouth. They got to go beat 2 absolute young studs to try to put the wheels back on, because losing this series would be a real step. It's like there's an old Bruce Springsteen, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, man. That's what this feels like, right? Yeah. Guy asked me after I told him, they went up losing the game. The guy on the fence goes, what do you make of this season so far? I said, that's a great question. What do you make of this season so far? What's your answer? What do you make of this season?
A lot of lows, not too many highs, but there is some feeling of promise, it feels like.
You do.
Because
so there's a glimmer. You're not totally in despair.
Murph, you're talking to the guy that threw down money on the Giants to make the wild card, to make the postseason after they got blown out in Philadelphia when their stock was at an all-time low. But knowing that the pitching is going to be reinforced with a guy like Blake Snell coming back to the rotation today. Alex Cobb just had a little bit of a setback, so we don't know when he's coming back. Robbie Ray, but etc. But you look at this starting rotation, led by Webb, Harrison, Hicks. That's what kind of gives me some kind of motivation, some kind of fuel for the fire, thinking that this team can still go out there and compete each and every day. Yeah. Then we get the influence of the young kids. So again, yesterday we were doing the show talking about how we're the most excited we've been about this roster the entire season. So I'm not going to let one game kind of put the shadow or put the cloud over everything positive that we've seen over the past week, but it is a big, big loss, especially when you look at a team like the Pittsburgh Pirates with their starting rotation. They could be in the mix for a wild card spot, and now you guys have the same exact record after blowing the game last night.
I was going to say 23-26. And also, by the way, in case you guys are wondering, Giants are tied in the loss column for the third wild card right now.
Yeah, how about
Padres
that?
are 25-26. The Giants are 23-26. They are literally tied in the loss column.
So I
for the
guess
last wild card
that's
spot.
the big way to sum up the season so far is this team feels like they're better than their record.
Yeah,
they're just not playing
I
like
keep
it.
comparing it to a car. You just can't get the engine to turn over. It's like, by the way, shout out keys anymore. No more fobs or push buttons.
I got the
just
push
trying to turn the engine over, but I feel like once the engine turns over, we can get that car on the road. But it just hasn't turned over yet. All right, guest list on a Wednesday, 5/22/24, May 22nd, 2024. Should be a nice Wednesday. 3:40 baseball. Blake Snell, Jared Jones. What do you got, Tone?
All right, coming up at 9:35, we're counting down the guest list today. We got counting down, so we got Andrew Baggerly at 9:35 today to close the show out.
Look at this. Let me just call this kid for what he is right now, being a smart ass.
Dude, this kid's out here running bits this morning,
Okay, so we start talking
working a
again.
bit, huh?
I think, you know what? A kid like this might need a little, I don't know, little high and tight cheese right now.
You keep this up, we'll move the guest list to 9:30, Tony.
How about we do this right now? You have simply lost your guest list privileges. You are out. All right, coming up at 7:30, Mike Kruka. Yeah, we can riff.
Access
7:30
denied.
at Mike Kruka. The big hit at 7:50, which leads into Leonard Floyd's going to make his Niners debut at 8 a.m. Scotty Osler on the Pep Boys at 8:50. Andy Baggerly at 9:35. All right, 49ers are back in town. We got to get into that next on the Sports Leader.
That was a masterpiece of dog.
KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, that was funny. So if people don't know what happened in the last segment, I know everybody doesn't listen all the time, although some people do listen all the time, because I just looked down at 707's text, and they said, hey, Murph, all the Giants need to do is put the car in park first. Now that is a high-level pull on this show's history. Young Tony and John Joe, before you guys worked on the show, I took the kids up to Tahoe during a snowstorm, and I'm not really a snowstorm guy. You know, I'm not a skier or anything like that. And Candace was out of town. She was up at her parents' in Seattle. And the snowstorm was so heavy on I-80 up around Donner Pass. It was bad. It was at night, too. And it got late. And we were stopped on the road for a long time. And little young Rory was freaking out a little bit. And it was getting dark and snowy and everything.
I mean, Tony, the Murphy family almost turned into the Donner Party.
Seriously. We were thinking about chomping down on a foot or something. But anyway, so everybody killed their engines. And we were just sitting there on the road in the snow. And finally, the cops cleared the roads and told us to get going. And then I tried to start the car. Nothing. 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 Now cars are going around me. Rory's crying. He's like 6 or 5 or something. And Tony, nothing. I called 911. I'm stranded in the snow. They're like, we're on our way. I told Declan, I said, he was about 10. I said, hey, get the owner's manual out. See if I'm what I'm doing wrong here. And he's like, okay. I said, get to the part about starting the car. He's like, okay. He goes, Dad, it says, okay, put the car in park. I looked down. It was in drive the entire time. Oh, my God. So 707 just texted, and I said, well, the Giants trying to turn their engine. He goes, all the Giants need to do is put the car in park first. So anyway, that's a listener who listens all the time.
24/7.
And if you listen all the time, you would know that yesterday we just sort of organically created this segment about young Bay Area athletes because Brandon Pajemski made All-NBA rookie, and Luis Matos was NL Player of the Week. We said they're both 21, 22 years old. We said, wow, are we witnessing a real birth of an under 25 athlete generation? So we kind of spitballed it. We wrote down, and then we decided.
And then we decided to put together a whole list of our top players younger than young Tony, 25 and under.
And to be honest, Waterboy and I kind of jotted them down. This was a segment, not that we don't plan our segments, but it was kind of an organic segment. And then Tony got in on it. I said, Tony, give us yours. So he did, and he goes, okay, number 1's Brock Purdy, number 2's this. Whoa. I said, wait, when's your list? We want the countdown. He's like, what do you mean? You want a list? And I go, you want a countdown? He's like, no, you want a list. And the war broke out. So that was the joke there that I just threw to Tony. And as a little surprise, he started with the last guest of the day.
It was a guest countdown.
To illustrate his point. Very funny, very clever, but it's still worthy of a smackdown where he lost his privileges for a day. All right? It's like sending your kid to the room. Paulie and I used to talk about this. We give these kids so much freedom. They get a little too much.
Yeah, go stand in the corner and think about what you've done, young Tony.
So anyway, the segment was so good, I guess Papa and Lund just said, we're doing it.
We're out here creating content for everybody.
But not without shots fired first, I guess. Is that right? So
we got 3 clips here. I want to play you the first one.
So this is the first I've heard of this. Everybody knows. I haven't heard this because what happens is we have our post-show meeting, and then I leave the minions to work, and I say, I'm going home to get my beauty rest. Yeah. And I leave. I'm always the first to leave, setting that bad example for the show. But hey, the show's done. We've talked. It's time to go. You know what I mean? There's no more. Work expands to time allotted, is the old line Steve Mariucci says. So we've done our work. It's time to go home. So I didn't hear this because I had to make a phone call. I usually do listen to Papa Lund on my way home because I enjoy them. But I had to be on a phone call, so I missed it.
Yeah, so just real quick, though, to reset for anybody who missed it when we did this segment yesterday around 8 a.m., Murph, do you remember your top 5 list?
I have it. I have yours and mine.
Okay,
remember
so refresh the audience.
I accidentally read yours thinking it was mine.
It's that good of a list. I'd read it, too.
I did it as a countdown. Number 5, drum roll. I said, nothing's more important than a starting pitcher, Kyle Harrison. Number 4, drum roll. And I said, this guy's a glue guy. You want to see him play for the next 10 years as a Warrior, Brandon Pajemski. I said, number 3, and I said, maybe this is recency bias, but a center fielder who could be manning center field for the next 15 years, Luis Matos. Drum roll, please. And I said, the guy everybody thinks can be an all-NBA player, Johnny Kuminga. And then I said, drum roll, please. Obviously, everybody has Purdy, number 1, Brock Purdy. And that's what Tony's argument was. Since there's no suspense on Purdy, we should, just start with 1 and go to 5. But anyway, I guess Papa and Lund were thrilled by this segment. So, again, I haven't heard this. So, go ahead.
You want my list now?
Yeah, I want your list.
I'm going to put Brock Purdy number 1, even though he's obviously but, I mean, we go on and on about Brock. Rice. Well, I mean, he's Brock Purdy.
No, I just wanted to point out, he started at 1.
Yeah, which is, faulty.
Is that okay?
It's faulty. I would have said the same thing to Purdy, to Papa. I said, Papa, we're doing radio here. We're trying to build some drama. You know what I mean? So
we're trying to do a big reveal.
Yeah. Again, because, we went through many different things. Dick Clark's countdown. I said, can't wait for the NFL to do their top 100, starting with number 1, and then I'll tune in for episode 9 to find out who's number 93.
Yeah, I can't wait for number 98 on the list. I mean, we talked about Sports Center top 10. Yeah. They don't start with the best play of the day.
Anyway, so Purdy number 1. All right.
So that was his list, but we should actually get the reaction from Greg Papa.
Here's
Brian
his
Murphy's
full
list.
list.
Okay, give me his full list. Give me his full list. All right.
Okay, what do we got?
So, I mean, to me, clearly it's Brock, it's Bailey, it's Kuminga, it's Diamador Lenore, and it's Kyle Harrison. If you wanted to throw Brock out like you did, and I had to add an extra guy, I don't know. I think that's where it gets into a lot of things. Obviously, Talanoa has achieved the most to this point. I think I would take Trace Jackson Davis.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I didn't write his down. I did hear Demo Lenore in there. I think that's a reach. All right? Not that I'm a Demo Lenore hater. I like Demo Lenore.
Yeah, I'm not putting Demo Lenore on my list over Kyle Harrison.
No. Or Brandon Pajemski.
No. But here's the thing.
Just because Pajemski's 1 of 5, Lenore is 1 of 22.
And I know people are going to be like, oh, well, why are you calling out Papa's list? Well, the whole purpose of the segment, in my opinion, was to get Papa calling out Murph's list. Now, if you don't agree with his top 5, so here's Papa breaking down.
Let me get his
your
again.
Top 5.
Give me his again. Purdy. I want to write his down. Purdy, and then he said Bailey, which I liked, by the way. I mean, when you had Bailey on yours, I was like, and I said, if you go back and listen to our segment, I said I could do this again in 5 minutes and do a different list.
Yeah.
I mean, we really were just kind of. It's kind of hard to squeeze 5 in here. So he said Purdy, Bailey,
Kuminga, Diamador Lenore, and Harrison.
Okay, so we had 3 of the same top 5, which was Purdy, Kuminga, and Harrison. He had Bailey, which I have no problem with at all. I had Matos there, but Bailey's a good one. Lenore, I would disagree with, and I put Pajemski. So anyway, that's mine. What does he say?
Well, if you're looking for disagreements, we probably should have set up the segment this way. Here was Greg Papa giving his reaction to Brian Murphy's list.
Where is Patrick Bailey on his list?
Hello? Nothing. Nowhere.
Does he watch Giants baseball?
I think he's drinking.
He does not have Patrick Bailey
he's
on the list.
Patrick Bailey eligible.
Was Murph concussed? Did he go to see Dr. Mickey Collins in Pittsburgh? He doesn't have Patrick Bailey on the list.
All right. Hey, listen. All right. Fair enough.
I had the same questions, Murph.
Listen, I told you guys, we jotted it down quickly, and I went with Matos. Yes. I'm not going to sit here and argue. I would. Bailey is a totally legitimate, 100% one of my. I was thinking the other one is none of us had. How important is an everyday shortstop in your life? Why isn't Luciano on any of our lists?
Well, after making that error in the 9th inning last night, that's why he wasn't on the list.
But, I mean, I was actually thinking from Papa, like, I bet he has Luciano. Because, that's a cornerstone. But, I mean, if you get a guy a shortstop for the next 15 years. But, so, again, it's a hard list to make, and it's easy to leave. I mean, but look, listen, you're going to tell me you don't want a center fielder for the next 10 years, Luis Matos? But, of course, catcher is extremely important. There's a guy named Buster Posey
also,
who proved that.
A guy that we left off the list. Now, it's because his season is over, but Jung-Hoo Lee is also 25 years old.
Yeah.
That's a guy that might be the center fielder for the next 10 years.
That is very true, and that was brought up by a listener.
But also, we got to check the date of a birth date of a Jung-Hoo Lee. He may be a couple months older than a young Tony because they're both 25 years old, so we got to make sure that he makes the qualifications.
I'll get you one.
Tony says he's 3 months older than young Tony. That's why Jung-Hoo Lee wasn't on the list.
He's August 98. You're November 98. So he doesn't. Yeah, it's athletes younger than young Tone. So you're in the clear.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't qualify. Just like Bosa doesn't qualify. Doval doesn't qualify.
Brandon Ayuk, 26, doesn't qualify.
Brandon Ayuk, who's he?
Yeah.
He wasn't at OTAs.
You won't see him at 49ers
Was there one
OTAs.
more cut from Papa you said? There was a third?
No.
Oh, it was only 2?
That was the good stuff.
I enjoyed it. Listen, I'll take that heat. Bailey is an extremely legitimate top 5 guy. And again, we just jotted it down, and, it was fun.
Yeah, I agree with Papa. Bailey's in the top 5, but I don't have Demo Lenore in my top 5.
That was crazy, right?
That's a little bit of a head
Listen, I
scratcher
understand
to me.
corner. They say there's 3 positions in the NFL now: quarterback, corner, and edge rusher. I get it. But, they can find other, they drafted Renardo Green. They got Charvarius Ward, all these guys. I like Lenore, but, I mean, for me, the Warriors, Pajemski and Kuminga deserve to be on there. Again, will Kuminga be in a Warrior uniform? Will he be eligible for this list come October?
That's the question.
Yeah, man.
Will Kuminga still be on the roster? Will Marco Luciano still be at shortstop?
Well, it's fun to do a segment where we're not dissecting that ninth inning last night, which if you're just tuning in, we spent the whole first half hour talking about it, and we will return to it at 7:15 to get your thoughts and your texts and all that. But come on, man, the 49ers rolled into town. The freaking 49ers, y'all. Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, Kyle Shanahan, all back together for the first time since the Super Bowl loss. What did they have to say? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Does he watch Giants baseball?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Hey, everybody, Giants fans, we feel your pain. And I tried to open the show with an offering. Hey, at least you're not a Pacers fan. Anybody see that last night?
Oof.
I mean, did you have any shekels on that in your world of illegal gambling?
No, Murph. I actually had legal shekels on this game with prize picks. I gave out a couple prize picks yesterday, cashed in on some of my prop bets, so I was fine of the outcome regardless, but I wanted to see the Pacers.
Did I hear on your prize picks you took the over on Logan Webb 5.5 Ks?
He got 6 strikeouts
and when
yesterday.
you said that yesterday, I was sitting here doing my thing, prepping intensely for the next segment, and I thought, oof, that's risky. And he got 6.
Yeah.
So congrats.
I ride with my guy Logan Webb, and that's a nice little nugget for anybody who listens to this show a full 4 hours. During one of these commercial breaks, I'm just out here giving away free prize picks, prop picks of the day.
Free money. It's like playing Monopoly. When you get to that thing and they give you free cash or whatever, bank error in your favor.
Yeah, Every once in a while you pass go. Every once in a while you pass Bobby Boucher's best bets in the middle of a prize pick read.
Let's be honest, every now and then you do not pass go and you do not collect $200.
Oh, yeah, that's why it's called gambling, Murph. That's why I'm still doing this job.
Young Tony, as I told you a long time ago when I was about your age, and I was in Vegas at the time, and I was like, wow, man, this casino is incredible. The guy says, hey, buddy, he said, the house always wins. That's why it's always open.
Yeah.
That's your answer right there.
That's why they keep on building those casinos.
They choose not to close.
Yeah.
All right,
How do you
buddies?
think they got the money to build that Sphere out in Las Vegas?
All right, which, by the way, that dead stuff was incredible, the Sphere. All right, guys, here's the deal. Speaking of prize picks, the 49ers are the prize picks to try to win a Super Bowl in 9 months. That was my awkward transition, but there they were in Santa Clara yesterday. I got to say, I was moved by the sight of a sleeveless Nick Bosa. Ooh. It's like, look at this guy. He's ready to go. Clearly reacting, I think, to missing training camp last year. Yeah. And not like he had a bad year. He had the lead in the fourth quarter in the Super Bowl. He had the lead in overtime in the Super Bowl, right? But I don't think he had the I mean, he holds himself to such an incredible he holds himself to a Canton standard, you know.
Correct. And coming off a year where he won Defensive Player of the Year, which was also one of my prize pick selections before the season started, he had a down year by his standards. Now, that's not saying overall he was one of the worst defensive linemen in football, but I think we saw the slow start last year that was obviously an effect of missing training camp and OTAs last year.
We need to talk about at some point in the coming months about Brandon Ayuk and how that might play a role. But anyway, so Nick Bosa, if you need to know, last year, 10.5 sacks. If you're going by sacks, the previous year, 18.5. Correct. Right? So, I mean, so there it is. And he played actually one more game in 2023, too. Now, he was a Pro Bowler, of course.
Yeah, and he was top of the league in quarterback pressures. Right. Now, I know some people get pissed off when we use that stat because, what good is a pressure if you're not getting the quarterback down to the ground? There still is an effect. I think those pressures led to the 49ers having their highest interception total in the last 4 or 5 years also.
Pro Football Reference actually does have pressures on their page, and he did have 44 pressures, but the previous year he had 56.
Ooh.
So everything about 2022 was better for Nick Bosa than 2023, which I think led to him being in this OTA looking ripped and ready to go. So here he is yesterday, and of course they asked him. This is the first time they've had a chance to talk to Nick since Super Bowl, what was it, 50 what?
54?
What number are we at? I lose track. 57?
58?
57?
I don't know. I
58?
still can't figure out those Roman numerals.
Well, now they've pretty much dropped them now.
Good.
I mean, just going, but even by Arabic numerals, I don't know what it was.
I think it might be 58.
Was it 58?
Maybe.
We got
58 because I remember 60 is going to be here at Levi's.
Okay, we better nail. Is that in 2 years?
I mean, yeah, when it was announced,
When
it was
you
in
got
3.
that, when you went to that fancy reception down at the Gotham Club.
Yeah.
That's where that Super Bowl 60 welcoming committee was. You were so excited to be there.
Super stoked. Actually, I didn't even think about that.
You weren't talking a lot of mess to those guys who invited you down there. Unbelievable.
What, can I riff?
Very good. All right, Bosa, how do you bounce back yet again?
Yeah, I feel really good. I think it's been one of my better off seasons of just kind of, it was a long year, so I took it nice and slow to get back into it. I'm not as young as I once was, so I'm taking a little slower, but everything's great. I'm feeling as good as I've felt. I'm excited to actually get some practice in. Last year was kind of tough getting thrown in week one after a walkthrough, so that was another reason I'm excited to be here, is just to get practicing a little bit. In-season practice is one thing, but actually being able to work your stuff and not have a game coming up is good. With the Super Bowl, unfortunately, I know how to bounce back from tough losses, so it was rough for a little bit, but now it's just annoying when people bring it up.
That's pretty good there. God, he's so good, man.
Dude, he's working the crowd.
What a player, and he gives his all in interviews. I mean, this guy, by the way, not as young as I once was. He's 26.
Yeah.
He's 26.
He must have heard the segment we were doing yesterday of the top 25 players under 25 or the top 25 players younger than young Tony, which he is not.
He'll be 27 in October. I mean, can you imagine if you traded for him? You're like, oh, we traded for Bosa. How old is he? He's 26.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa.
He's just entering his athletic prime.
Oh, my God. That was a great answer, though. That little cut at the end with the Bosa pause, unfortunately, I've had some experience getting back, and now I just get annoyed. That was really good. So you might want to cut that and save that. So the next topic was, his teammates and the other guy who was at OTAs who wasn't last year because he was coming back with the synthetic slingshot, bro. Tim Ryan, Brock Purdy elbow. He could not have this OTAs or mini camps. So here's Bosa looking over and seeing his quarterback.
Nervous system can get you tight.
Yeah, I love that guy. We'll get him again this summer. Anyway, here's Bosa on his quarterback who's blowing up here. Yeah.
I think he's definitely getting a little more vocal within the building, and I mean, I don't think he's ever going to change. I don't think he's somebody that's going to change even when he gets paid next year. So he's a man of faith, and he kind of reminds me of Scotty Scheffler, but except for he got arrested. But, just super humble and really good kid. And yeah, he's definitely famous. He's famous.
Do you know Scheffler?
I don't, just from watching.
So for people in the golf world, I mean, people outside the golf world, that is the equivalent. Why the Scheffler's news was so staggering would be the equivalent of seeing Purdy stuffed, cuffed, and in an orange jumpsuit the morning of a game. The morning of not just a game, the morning of a playoff game.
Oh, dude, I got Brock Purdy running over one of those police officers on Great America.
Can you
trying to get into Levi Stadium?
Imagine Purdy in the orange jumper with the mug shot going around. I mean,
and then Purdy comes out and plays that same day and leads a second half comeback.
Exactly.
Dude.
So he's definitely famous. Yeah, he's famous.
Scotty Scheffler without the
that's pretty good.
Arrested
stuff.
P1
Chuck, who's always sending content every segment, he's relentless. I guess Purdy reached Kelly Clarkson status. He sent me a clip. Jim Gaffigan, the comic, was on Kelly Clarkson.
Okay.
And they riffed on Brock Purdy.
Wow.
How about that?
Yeah,
So
Brock is big time now.
I know, right? He's Luke Combs, Bud Light.
And everybody keeps saying, oh, Brock's not going to change. Brock's not going to change. I don't know. Those biceps are looking a little bigger. And the last couple of times we've seen him, Murph, he's ditched the khakis.
Yeah.
He's going with a different look.
God, he's got that thick lower half, too, man. Wow. He's a sturdy dude down there, man. I know. Yes, I hear you. But
Tony wants me to hit you with a pause.
Yeah. Well, who was the one recently we have that sound in the.
We never got to the Chris Sims, Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers.
Breakdown.
Yeah.
Tony's been waiting to use that one in the cooler.
All right. Now, the real talk is defense. Like, Nick Bosa turns around. He's got a new D coordinator. No longer Steve Wilkes, no longer D'Amico Ryans. It's now Nick Sorensen, who we're just getting to know, but it's also Brandon Staley, the embattled ex-head coach of the LA Chargers. So Bosa was asked, what do you know about your new co-assistant D coordinator, Brandon Staley?
Don't know too much about him. I've obviously heard from my brother, but I don't even think I've said hi yet. I haven't ran into him yet, but I'm sure I'll get to know him.
When you say it looks similar to D'Amico, the energy or system?
Maybe a little different energy, but I think just knowing the system from the front to the back, I think he knows how it ties in, and he's been around with some really good coaches. So I think it'll be pretty seamless, and I think we'll be firing on all cylinders.
All right, he says seamless and firing. That's what you're not going to say. It's going to be choppy and turbulent, and we won't be firing on all cylinders.
No, and that's the thing we keep hearing about Brandon Staley, of course, being a Vic Fangio disciple, that he will be able to kind of implement the defense that Nick Bosa seemed like he was more in support of under D'Amico Ryans versus what we saw with Steve Wilkes and his defensive back-end coverage.
Yeah, by the way, if you're checking us out on YouTube and Twitch, look at John Joe Curley changing what we're calling the lower thirds. And he's got the Niner one up there. It looks pretty good. And that's a sure sign that you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, Kyle Shanahan's first.
And Murph, real quick. People are actually commenting on YouTube and Twitch saying, hey, that new lower third has a pretty thick lower half.
Pause. All right. Last time Kyle Shanahan spoke was about his draft picks. Now we get to talk to him about his defense and this guy, Nick Sorensen. This is the mystery man, Nick Sorensen. So here's Shanahan on getting to know Sorensen.
I mean, I think I got to know him real well on these 2 years together before this year. Before that, it was more people I know real well who had worked with him, guys that had worked with him in Seattle, guys in Jacksonville, guys that knew him as a player and stuff. So guys kind of just who could explain to me the type of guy he was and things like that. Know the type of guys that we like. And then his first year here, he was a candidate. I mean, I talked to him a lot about possibly being a coordinator. He'd just been here 1 year and everything and didn't think that he was quite ready for that. And then I could quickly see in year 2, just dealing with him more and watching him take the second year in our defense, just how ready he was. And it's been better than even expected so far.
Okay, Nick Sorensen era has begun. We haven't had a chance to talk to him yet. Hopefully we will one of these days. But about Brandon Staley, too. So we're still where are you at right now? Is your impression that it's co? I mean, they're not, even though they don't say it, that there's co-defensive coordinators?
I mean, that's the way it feels like hearing all these comments from Kyle, from Nick, basically anybody that we've talked to. Dante Whitner the other week, we were asking him, and he's like, yeah, this is Brandon Staley's defense.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, so
That's
what
not
exactly is going on here?
Yeah.
And it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, if I'm being completely honest. I've talked about the fact that Nick Sorensen has never called plays at the NFL level. We know what happened with Brandon Staley last year with the Chargers when his kind of swan song was allowing 63 points to the Raiders.
Yeah.
And we know that these guys were not Kyle's first choice for defense coordinator. They tried to steal Spags away from Kansas City. They tried to take Jeff Ulbrich away from the New York Jets. So we're talking about guys who are now second, third, fourth, maybe on their list of preferred hires. And now we're going into the season, I think, with a few question marks surrounding the defensive coordinator spot.
808 KNBR, Boucher says Niners stink. That's what he said. Right there,
Hey, calm down.
So,
I give him a better record than you did.
That's true. After what you just said about the defense, I'm surprised you got 11 wins there.
Well, 11-6, yeah. I didn't say they were going to go like 13-3 or anything.
11-6 is pretty good.
I think it's going to be tough, and especially, man, I got to see what that rush defense looks like, what that new-look defensive line looks like. I think they got like 5 or 6 new guys on that defensive line, including Leonard Floyd, who's going to be stopping by our show this morning at 8 a.m.
That was, you know what, give yourself a round of applause. That was artful, buddy. Curly gave us one assignment, and that was to tease Leonard Floyd. And he did it.
That's
well
a
done.
tease for you.
Well, here's Shanahan on Brandon Staley. What is his role?
I mean, I'd have to arrange it if there's a problem, but there's no, I mean, Nick knows who the defensive coordinator is. I mean, and Brandon does. I got to talk to both of them. I think Brandon's in a real good spot, just leaving from being a head coach and how he can help us in a number of roles. I think Nick feels very excited to have a guy on the staff who's called plays, who's done it in a number of different places and things, and I think he's helped him a lot in those ways. But no, there's no really gray area of it. Brandon's helping him on a lot of things, just like all the other coaches do on the defensive staff. And with Brandon's expertise just in other areas than just defense, with his expertise as a head coach and things, I thought he was a real benefit in the draft and helps me in a number of areas also.
Okay, so the Niners have had this before. They're calling him assistant head coach / defense. So Anthony Lynn last year was assistant head coach / offense. So Sorensen is officially the defensive coordinator, Staley assistant head coach defense. A couple other things.
And real quick, I hope he sticks to assisting Nick Sorensen and not assisting Kyle Shanahan in some late game decisions.
Oh, man.
Because you just heard Kyle said, he'll be helping me out with some stuff. No.
Yeah.
The reason why Brandon Staley is no longer a head coach is he was constantly choking with the Chargers and blowing games in the fourth quarter.
It was bad for sure. And then finally, this celebrity, this non-arrested Scotty Scheffler, Brock Purdy, in the house, looking strong and fit and ready to go and fresh off of Luke Combs and all that. Married. Like I said, this guy is blowing up, man. So he's got a new toy, Ricky Pearsall. Brock Purdy, what do you think?
Yeah, he's done a good job coming in, obviously learning the playbook, coming to work every day. And so, as a quarterback and really the whole team, we always like young guys that can come in and they're willing to do, the dirty work to learn and start from the ground up. And he's done that. He's done everything right. And so getting out in the field, being able to throw him the ball and obviously seeing his hands, the way he moves, all of it, it's been good. So really excited to have him.
Yeah, left out in that answer was, I'm throwing a lot to him because Brandon Ayuk's not here. Yeah. Nor is Juwan Jennings, by the way. But Juwan Jennings he has to sign his tender. He can't be with any other team. Ayuk, of course, this will go into the summer. Justin Jefferson, same thing's happening in Minnesota with Justin Jefferson, that class waiting for their contracts. And this is something we're going to have to talk about as the weeks go on. How long does Ayuk sit out, and how will it affect his season?
I mean, we started the segment talking about how Nick Bosa was affected last year sitting out OTAs in training camp and how he got off to a slow start. We saw it with Deebo Samuel after he got the bag. Some people say that he showed up out of shape. Hell, Deebo Samuel himself said he showed up out of shape and wasn't the Deebo that he wanted to be. By the way, shout out to Deebo Samuel rocking number 1
How you
at
feel
OTAs
about that?
yesterday.
Yeah, I kind of liked 19.
Yeah, I feel bad for all the Niner fans that have number 19 Deebo jerseys. Because I see a lot of those jerseys down at Levi's.
But it's like giving your kid a Casey Schmidt number 6 jersey. All right,
not quite that, bro.
All right, and then so Purdy was asked, hey, your guy Brandon Ayuk, 11. I think that's still his number. He ain't there.
I mean, I think it's extremely important. He's a playmaker, love throwing to him, love BA as a person. So, it's definitely important. Like I've said this before, it's out of my control. But, for me, I'm showing up every day trying to get better with the new guys and the guys that are here. And that is what it is. But hopefully, get settled soon.
Yeah, I mean, Purdy's going to have to answer a form of that question several times over the next few weeks. I just hope it goes well. I like the kid. If he's worried about him, he shouldn't be, because last time we heard from Ayuk, everything was going pretty well.
We're blessed to have life this morning. The grass green, the trees is blown, you know what I'm saying? The pool water heated, all the trucks is filled up with gas, premium.
See, I mean, so Brock, don't worry. He's doing good.
Yeah.
Doing good.
That's why Brandon Ayuk wasn't at OTAs. The trucks weren't full with premium gas.
By the way, 808 KNBR, do you fill your tank with premium gas?
Oh, I use premium.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
I'm trying to take care of my whip.
Look at you, buddy. How about you, young Tone? What do you think?
Now, this is a hot topic in my family because my dad would always put premium in the gas tank, but I also heard they might just put premium on the actual gas, but it's the same as regular.
Waterboy, what do you give me for the premium and the beer?
So
the beer's on tap.
You.
The beer's on tap.
Dude, you telling me I'm getting watered down premium gas, just like they watered down those beers on draft at the stadiums?
He called me out. I was Friday night. I was relaxing. I was having a beer on tap, and Marcus said to me when I ran into him and I was buying him his Natty Light or where the hell it was. And he's like, that thing you're getting is watered down. Yeah. I was like, what are you doing? Come on, man.
I buy into the conspiracy, man. I think they watered down the draft beers.
So what are you saying about Larry Bear, Greg Johnson, and Buster Posey?
I'm saying that $9 beer should be $6. That's what I'm saying.
No, that I stand with. Once again, as Paul used to say, my guy Murph gives him $9 beers, and all they do is, this is why the world sucks.
Tony, I was actually at the game on Friday night with Murph,
and
people were throwing $9 beers at Murph. The kids were getting rained on. It was a tragic event.
Yeah, and at least they spent only $9 on it before they threw it. Here's Purdy on Deebo and Ayuk, and the story was they were going to get traded, right? There you go.
With both Brandon and Deebo, did you kind of have to watch and to make sure that they were still on the team?
Yeah, for sure. The draft is going on and stuff, and obviously you're excited to get guys that you're drafting. But at the same time, it's like, dang, dude, we could have some kind of trade stuff happen and whatever. But like I said, all that's out of my control. I was sort of just sitting there, waiting to see what our team was going to do and everything. And, my job is to show up and rip it to the open guy and try to win games. So that's my mindset with it. But I do love my boys, and I obviously hope that
we can all continue to play together.
So Mike Silver had him on edge, too. Yeah, I read Silver. There's going to be a trade going down. And they did not trade either Debo or Ayuk.
The sounds of Silver were silent on draft night.
He was definitely rattling cages, though. And then finally, this guy's blowing up. He's at Luke Combs. He's doing John Deere ads. He's getting riffed on by Kelly Clarkson. So how does it feel being a celebrity, Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different, obviously, but, at the end of the day, I've said this a million times, but I just try to keep it simple in terms of who I am as a person, as a human. There's people that come up and want pictures and stuff, and it's like, dude, I was that kid growing up, and I always wanted whoever I was looking up to or whatever to give time and just be a human and talk and take a picture, sign some stuff. So I always remember that, and throughout all this, the off-season stuff and doing different things, try to give back to people as best as I can and not be on a pedestal or anything like that. So that's how I look at it. But we've been able to enjoy some different events and stuff, having an off season, not just rehabbing 24/7. So it's been good to hang out with the guys outside of football and have a little off season. So it's been good.
All right. I'll be very interested in his season. I wonder if it's how high he will soar, or will there be any kind of adjustment to him by defenses and how he handles everything, because that Super Bowl loss thing, man, that's going to be a theme all year long.
It's the Super Bowl hangover, but it's also the first time we get to see Brock Purdy with a full offseason as a starting quarterback.
This is all true. We still got people texting in, by the way, on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, still talking about the Super Bowl overtime.
We still got people checking in on premium gas also.
Yes, they do. There's
Tanks full, premium.
Strong opinions on that. All right, well, listen, there's some Niners. We gave you Bosa. We gave you Shanahan. We gave you Purdy. You must feel sated. The lower third was taken care of on the Chiron YouTube and Twitch.
That's a thick lower third.
But how we started the show is how we go back, and that is what the hell happened in Pittsburgh last night. Who you blaming?
What the hell?
Luciano, Luke Jackson, Doval, Bob Melvin, life, baseball gods, you name it. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And, yeah, he's definitely famous.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, bright and early with Steve Moskowitz on a Wednesday morning. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
Yes, this is such a common occurrence. Lots of people from all walks of life just don't file tax returns. The number one reason is somebody didn't have the money to pay the return, so they made a mistake. They just didn't file it. Then year two rolls around and they say, well, how can they file year two when they didn't file year one? By the way, they still don't have the money. Then becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, looking over your shoulder. Is today the day the IRS going to be knocking on your door or raiding your bank account or taking your money? You don't have to live like that. There are good solutions. If you don't have the money, that's okay. We can make a deal for you. Second biggest reason is you don't have the records. That's okay too. We get all the records that the IRS and state has on you. We work with those. We file the returns we need to file. We make a deal for what you can't pay. And then your tax problems are in the rearview mirror. You can live a normal life, not have to worry about a thing. The only thing you do have to do is just pick up the phone and call us.
That seems pretty simple, and that was the voice of tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, seam heads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
The 0-1. McCutcheon swings. Ground ball to short. Luciano off his glove as it kicks away. 1 run will score. Everybody is safe. And it's a 6-4 game. A potential game-ending double play ground ball, and Luciano booted it.
Joe Rizzo with the perfect call, and I happened to be on the audio at that time. That's how I digested it, was through Rizzo, and just his call was just perfect, succinct, nailed it off his glove, and it gets away, a potential double play ground ball, and it ends it. And to me, that's where it's got to start. I don't know. What about you, Marcus? What about you, Young Tone? What about you out there, 808? KNBR is a phone number. We open the show by saying, hey, man, the only thing I'd say is it could be worse. You could be an Indiana Pacers fan.
Oh.
They had game one in Boston, won.
Oh.
And they blew that one. So that makes a Tuesday night in Pittsburgh look a little less devastating. However, that doesn't really help us right now here in San Francisco, where it still feels devastating. Marcus, the same way that win against the Dodgers last Wednesday was one of those important regular season wins, I feel like yesterday was an important regular season loss. I hope I'm not overreacting.
Well, especially when you're coming off the longest win streak of the season, 4 straight games. It's the first time they've put together 3 straight wins this year. And then to start your road trip like this, in a game that we thought was locked up, ready to put my head on the pillow and go to sleep with a smile on my face to get out a Camilo Duvall save. No, not so fast. Even after entering that 9th inning with a 6-2 lead. Now, you ask me, where did it start to go wrong? I got to be honest with you. I was not feeling confident seeing Luke Jackson go out there for the 9th inning.
Well, stop right there. We guys talk about Luke Jackson, because that's a guy who, when he signed, I was super excited because I kind of fell in love with him during that Braves playoff run, and I was like, this is the guy. When the when the Giants signed him, I was like, they finally got that elusive 8th inning guy. You know, I love 8th inning guys. Whether it's Mike Jackson setting up Rod Beck or Tim Worrell setting up Rob Nen, you know, some great 8th inning guys through the years. And I thought Luke Jackson was going to be that guy. Now he was hurt. So it took a while for him to get recovered from it. Was Tommy John, right?
Correct. And then going back to the opening series of the season where he blew a game and had that oblique slash back
injury. So he has now been involved in 2 pretty devastating losses.
Yeah, and I don't have a lot of confidence out there, and I get it. It was 6-2. It was a non-save situation.
He's got it. That's a Luke Jackson. Like, he's on the roster to nail that game down. Now, what did he do? He gave up a hit and a walk.
Not the end of the world, but yeah, you don't want to be giving away free 90s in the 9th inning with the lead.
So now Melvin's got to go to Duvall. Now we see people on the text line saying, why not start the inning with Duvall? No, you don't need to start Duvall with a 4-run lead on the road. You do not.
And again, how many times have we come on the microphone just this year, hell, last year too, talking about Camilo Duvall in non-save situations? Well, that's why you don't put him out there in a non-save situation. And of course, game 1 of an East Coast road trip, you don't want to shoot your bullets too early. It seems like you would be in close games going against Jared Jones and Paul Skeens tomorrow, so you'd want to save those innings with Camilo Duvall, especially after pitching on Sunday, but his hand was forced because of Luke Jackson's lack of execution to start the 9th inning.
So now it is a save situation, right? So now you bring in Duvall, and you're still feeling like, okay, you know, it's unfortunate you had to fire the Duvall bullet, but you should be able to get through this, guys, except you don't. And here's where it goes. So it comes in the 9th inning, 2nd and 3rd, and my attitude is, and this is the way, stick to Little League. But this is what I would say this literally in Little League. I would go out to the ground. I'd say, see those guys on base? They mean nothing. They mean nothing. Let them score. Let them pad their stats. We just attack the hitters and get 3 outs. That's our strategy right now. So don't worry about a thing. So he comes in, and first thing he does is first of all, Jackson got an out right away. The first pitch, he got Nick Gonzalez to ground out. So he had one down. So you already have an out. All you need are 2 outs, and it's Jared Triolo. And this is the walk where you can argue he got squeezed.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was the greatest strike zone last night, but again, Murph, you know I'm unhappy anytime you're walking guys, especially in the 9th inning.
But again, did he get, is that a case where a robo-ump, it's on StatCast, it is touching the rectangle. Yeah. So,
that's baseball.
Can you imagine just standing up in that touched the rectangle? That's not exactly the greatest baseball heckle of all time.
Yeah.
So now Ji Hwan Bae is up with the bases juiced, and he rips a single to right. Now, it's a ground ball. Finds a ground ball with eyes.
Put the ball in play. Good things will happen.
Yaz gets it up, gets it in. It's still 6-3 with 1 out. Now you're starting to sweat a little bit, and then here it is. You want to play this right now? That same thing you just rejoined with, Tony. The same thing you just rejoined with. Andrew McCutchen is up, and this is where we got to talk about.
The 0-1, McCutchen swings, ground ball to short. Luciano off his glove as it kicks away. 1 run will score. Everybody is safe, and it's a 6-4 game. A potential game-ending double play ground ball, and Luciano booted it.
And there it is.
And that's the blown save.
That's the play That's the play that everybody lived in fear that Marco Luciano would make. And this is the big league, son. And this is why Farhan got cold feet. Young Tony, you know that phrase, cold feet? You ever heard that one before?
Yeah.
You know about a guy who's going to get married or a gal who's going to get married.
Yeah.
And then they boogie on the morning of because he get cold feet.
You know, like that morning when Farhan got cold feet on Carlos Correa?
Does Correa make that play, Marcus?
I guarantee you Carlos Correa makes that play.
100%.
I mean, that's a road I didn't even think about going down, but Carlos Correa makes that play.
That's our guy. This is going to be our angle today. Does Correa make the play? 808 Cam.
He does.
Put it on the lower third.
I'd say he does.
John Joe, does Correa make that play? 808 KNBR. But anyway, that's why Farhan at the last second said we got to go Nick Ahmed. And then we're all like, Nick Ahmed, he's hitting like, whatever. He's hitting like $190. He's hitting the OPS is in the 500s. But Farhan would say, yeah. But you see that?
Yeah.
See that last night? Now, I know you said Luciano made some nice plays earlier in the night.
Oh, took away a hit up the middle. Beautiful play that he made, but no one's going to remember that.
Jack.
It doesn't, especially when you're making mistakes in the 9th inning. And Murph, I had a couple of people chirping me on Twitter last night. See, Waterboy, this is what you wanted. You wanted Marco Luciano at short.
Yeah.
I said, you're absolutely right. I wanted Marco Luciano to be the opening day shortstop. But it didn't matter if we were talking about Nick Ahmed or we were talking about Brandon Crawford this offseason. This is why we talked about having a defensive replacement on your bench for these late inning situations. Now, of course, Nick Ahmed is dealing with a wrist injury right now, and Brandon Crawford's with the St. Louis Cardinals. So you don't have that man on your roster. Tyler Fitzgerald got option. Casey Schmidt got option. So right now on this roster, you don't have that 9th inning defensive replacement, which you need when you have Marco Luciano playing shortstop.
They opened themselves up to that by getting rid of Schmidt. They did. They could have kept him around and sent Wisely down and kept Schmidt as a late inning defensive replacement, although I guess their argument would be he's a young guy, we want him to play. Well, you could say, well, you could hold the fort until Nick Ahmed comes back.
Well, here's the thing, too. You can even put Wisely at second, shift over Tyro Estrada to short in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. But, I mean, this is where they're like, hey, Marco, you want the keys to the Lamborghini. Here's your chance, and that is it. In the big leagues, that's it. You can't survive in the big leagues making plays like that. Now, of course, listen, we're going to kill the kid and say never play him again. I mean, he said himself, quote, I had the quote, through Erwin Higueros, he said, it just happens. I'll be back tomorrow and try to make up for it. And that was one of the whole themes after the game with Javi and FP on the post-game wrap is, guys, this is brutal. And as brutal as it is, they got to flush it and come back today. And this is why I think we're all so upset is that now they got to face two of the friskiest young right arms in the game, Jared Jones and Paul Skeens. So if you were going to get one, get that first one against Martin Perez with Logan Webb on the mound.
Correct. You have your ace on the mound.
Then you can wrangle one of the next two and win the series. But now you got to take two of the next two against some guys throwing some absolute cheese at you.
Correct. And you burned 20-plus pitches from Camilo Doval in Game 1 of the series.
Well, look who's riding in on his white horse with his crazy look and his hat at an angle, and he's looking all trippy. Blake freaking Snell.
Here comes Snellzilla.
Dude, it's May 22nd, and we're looking for the first positive contribution from Blake Snell.
It's been a while, Murph.
It's been a minute, as the kids would say. And so the whole talk was like, oh, yeah, he had a terrible April and May last year in San Diego, and then he was the best pitcher in baseball. Well, now's the time, kid.
Here we go.
Now, is he going to give you more than 5 tonight?
I would say if I had to take an over-under on 5,
picks?
maybe he'd get you 5 1/3, but I think he's going to get you around 5 innings tonight, maybe around 80 pitches. I don't think they're going to push him too hard, but I'm glad to see that it seems like he's settling in now. Again, these were games that he pitched down in San Jose when he had an immaculate inning, struck out the first 3 guys he faced on 9 pitches, had a no-hitter with 10 Ks through 5 innings in Sacramento last week. Yes, those are minor league hitters, but the stuff I saw on footage, on tape, it looked like he had more command of his pitches, and I'm expecting to see some of that tonight in Pittsburgh.
Just to get you guys involved, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, a lot of you texting in. 650 says, Casey makes that play. Zaza, where is he?
Oh, he's in Sacramento. That's where he is.
Where is he?
559, who's a robust texter, says, Crawford makes that play. Heck, Dixon Machado makes that play. Now, was Dixon Machado one of those Farhan guys that was here for like a day?
Dude, there's so many of them. I lose track.
Oh, my God. 408 said, this is what Farhan gets for letting Brandon Crawford go. 510 says, guys, it's fine. Games like Tuesday night happen. You just have to turn around against, and then he writes checks notes, Jared Jones and Paul Skeens.
No, it's fine.
Oh, man. 5916 says, Did you see all those guys coming up to the plate with no hits until Duvall pitched? I'm not blaming Duvall, bro.
No. Duvall went out and got 3 ground balls in the 9th inning.
Now,
He should have got the save.
One of them was 121 miles an hour.
Oh, no, that was the line drive down the line from O'Neal Cruz.
Yeah, ground ball from the Korean kid,
Correct.
and from McCutcheon, and from Reynolds.
And then even the Reynolds one, they didn't even try to attempt to turn a double play. A little bit of a slow chopper. But again, if Marco Luciano just knocks down the ball, gets 1 out on the double play opportunity, then that play would have ended the game also.
831 says last night was a hard reminder of the difference between good young talents like Luciano and an elite young talent like O'Neal Cruz. Although O'Neal Cruz dropped a fly ball in the first inning.
That's how they got the first 2 runs. But also, he had 2 balls hit over 120 miles per hour for the first time in the StatCast era.
Yeah, he made StatCast history. 650 says zone was wonky, tight in the ninth, but loose earlier. And 530 says everyone deals with the ump. Don't make that as an excuse. 925 says putting Bailey in after being on the IL for 2 weeks and have his first at bat in extra innings I didn't like. And we didn't even talk about Lamont Wade. You got to put that ball in play. And 707 said if you're going Zaza, you got to remind him what he said. Nothing easy. Nothing easy. And 4-5 comes with perspective. It's the growing pains of a rook. Let's see how he responds. He's giving us quality at bats. So, all right, guys. Here's the deal. Oh, here's the when 925. I love when 925 comes in with the casuals. I know casuals only see the error. I love when people call other people casuals. He says, but when you watch the slow-mo replay, the ball had crazy topspin on the second bounce and Luciano gets handcuffed. You got to make the play, buddy.
Yeah, you're a big league shortstop.
The big
at
leagues.
the very least, you got to knock it down and at least get 1 out at second.
Yeah, and he could have. So sorry, buddy. This is what we got to do. So, all right, that's where the blame goes. Mike Krukow is next. Leonard Floyd, 49er pass rusher at 8, but Mike Krukow's next on the Sports Leader.
Nothing easy.
What's up, everybody? It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Wednesday morning, here to talk about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 100 times my money this basketball season. And right now, during NBA playoff time, it's your opportunity to join the Prize Pick community of over 5 million members who have already downloaded the app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and submit your lineup. Turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. I threw down 4 prop picks yesterday on the Celtics and Pacers and turned $10 into $100 just like that. But tonight, I'm not going into the NBA. I'm going back into this Giants and Pittsburgh Pirates series where Blake Snell's facing off against Jared Jones. I was looking at some of these strikeout props. Give me the combination of Jared Jones and Blake Snell to have more than 12 strikeouts tonight. That's my combo play of the night on Prize Picks. And if you want to join me, all you need to do is download the app today and use the code word LEADER, and they'll give you a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, well, they say, you go to the ballpark, you're going to see something you never saw before or something you just didn't want to see. Giants blow a 6-2 lead. A lot of storylines to talk about it with Mike Krukow, who's brought to us by NorCal Honda. That's right, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Mike, you've been around the game a long time, and you know nights like that happen. They are not fun at all, but there's a lot to talk about. So good morning.
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, well, it was a tough loss, and obviously, and a rough way to start an East Coast swing. But it's it absolutely sets the stage for Blake Snell because when you have an emotional loss like that, they're sitting there in the ninth inning, and they're thinking this is ours. They've already got it in the win column, and all of a sudden it gets jerked off the win column and then puts a big old L on it. Your clubhouse is going to be real quiet. So enter Blake Snell, and if he can go out there today and shut down the Pirate offense and give them a chance to win, and if they can win that ball game, they're right back on track. So the stage couldn't be better for a great start from Blake Snell.
For sure, and we'll look forward to that. But let's do the whole Barstool chat, man. Let's get into it, the fun baseball chatter that makes baseball the great talking game it is. Giants get a 6-2 lead. There's a lot that sets that up, but we got to go right to the ninth inning. And so you have Luke Jackson. Let's start with the Luke Jackson decision. And, I feel like it's made for Luke Jackson to kind of nail down that game. And how you feel about how he performed and then also kind of how he's been as a Giant so far?
Well, he's been hot and cold. You got there and you've got a 4-run lead and you walk anybody. That's a mistake. You get an out and then the guy gets a double. And then you're out of the game. And, that's what he's been doing. He could look like a world beater for two hitters and all of a sudden he'll hang something and boom, it gets hit. Or he'll walk somebody and all of a sudden now there's momentum for free. That has to all get cleaned up. He's got the stuff. He's stubborn to two pitches. He's a two-seam guy and he's like 65, 70% fighters. And granted, it's unique because of the high three-quarter release. He's got a straight down break on that slider. It's a good one. But sliders have their own personality. You cannot count on a great slider if you repeatedly throw it time and time and time again. If you throw 7 sliders, 2 of them are going to be hittable, 2 of them are going to be C+, 3 are going to be great. But that's what you're banking on. You're banking on the consistency of a slider, which is the most inconsistent pitch that there is. So I would love to see him come up with another look, but he just won't do it. With his high three-quarter release, if he could throw a changeup or a split, anything that has a little movement, being him being a right-hander, anything that gives him a little movement that goes the other way from a slider. Now, granted, I said it's a straight-down bite, but there's still a little tilt to it that breaks into a lefty away from a righty. If you give him a changeup that's got movement that runs away, then that's a whole different look. And I think it's time that he considers that. The other mistake I think that the staff made in general last night was pitching to O'Neal Cruz. O'Neal Cruz is really a unique specimen. Guys you don't see very often come in with his tools. He's 6'7". And what's the old saying in baseball? You pitch the tall guys up and the short guys down. 6'7" is built for the bottom of the strike zone. And if you go back and look at every one of his hits last night, they were down around the knees, especially the one that hurt the most, and that was the one that was the double off of Camilo Doval that he raked at literally over 120 miles an hour. It's easy for a tall guy to drop the bat down to the knee-high location, and they got burned by him in the same spot 3 times. Well, you have to adjust to that. You have to adjust to that within the game. But that should be an obvious. They should know that this is the guy's strength, and they do. They just didn't make the pitch. So you tip your cap. He had opportunity, capitalized on it, and wound up being a heartbreaking loss.
And even on a night where O'Neal Cruz has 2 base hits that are squared up over 120 miles per hour, he still made some mistakes early on in the game that led to 2 runs being scored from the Giants in that first inning. I think it was kind of the opposite what we saw from Marco Luciano yesterday, who we saw made a couple of nice defensive plays early in the game, took away a base hit up the middle. But, of course, in that 9th inning, there was the error on a potential game-ending double play. What was your breakdown on Marco Luciano's defense yesterday?
Well, just to go back to Cruz and kind of finish him up, he missed the first inning on the Sun field. Was really a tough field. He had to go back on a pop-up off of Wilmer Flores' bat, and you could tell it wasn't going to be easy. And it never hit him in the sweet spot of the glove. It hit off a finger, and the ball drops, 2-run score. It's a physical error. I mean, it would have been a great play because he would have been able to beat the Sun. And the situation with Marco Luciano in the 9th inning, I mean, you get a double play ball, you assume that it's going to be a double play. You're not supposed to, but it was going to be a double play. And he boxes it. I mean, it's a physical error. I mean, you really can't. I mean, they happen. You can't fault a guy too much with it. I mean, he was a little flat-footed, and he got a little glove tied on the whole thing. With young players, they know we always talk about this with pitchers. When you're a starter and the first time you get to the 9th inning, or when you are trying to close out a game, you get to the 9th inning, it's a different vibe. The 9th inning is different. It's different for everybody. Mm-hmm. Now, we normally relate it to pitchers, but it's the same for players, especially young players. Here was a double play ball, and I just think that he just had a cloud, the 9th inning cloud in his head, and he just wasn't relaxed with the play. And he wound up boxing the play, which would have ended the game and turned out to be an unfortunate opportunity that the Pirates capitalized on. But, he also got another play in the same inning, and he made that play. So, everybody has to kind of go through that, and it's just the growing pains of the young player. And hopefully he never makes one like that again. But it's a physical error. You're more critical of a mental error than you are a physical error. And that being a physical error, was unfortunate. He felt bad about it. He was completely tore up about it after the game, understandably. But, like I say, that's one of the growing pains you have to suffer with a young player.
Yeah, well said. I mean, it's true. The physical errors happen. It's part of the game, and it's why the E is on the scoreboard for a chance. R, H, and E. So, if you're the Giants, is this what maybe gave you pause in spring training? Like, I don't know if I can get all those plays out of him, all 9 innings. Or if you're the Giants, are you thinking like way down the road, like, yeah, this is why I want him more as a corner infielder? Or if you're the Giants, are you like, man, we need a late inning defensive replacement until he gets his feet under him? I mean, how do you sort of process? I mean, he'll be out there again tonight, I'm sure. But just given all the permutations of this, like, is he more of a corner guy? Should there be a late inning defensive replacement? Are there ways to remedy it?
Well, yeah, there are ways to remedy it, and let's go down to the minor leagues and keep playing, keep taking your reps. We have to remind ourselves that he's a young player. He's a talented young player. But what I've seen with him at shortstop is he's a little stiff to his backhand, and he's made substantial gains in that regard. But he's still a little stiff. He's got a good arm. He also has a little bit of a delay rhythm. What's the word I'm looking for? It's a bad habit where he'll bring he'll catch the ball and then he'll tap the glove before he unloads, and he's got to get rid of that. That's a little timing device. That's the word I was looking for. His timing device, it's comfortable for him, but it's not something that you can give an opponent. It's more than a half a step. So he has to eliminate that. The other thing too that I saw in spring training, which I think really, they wanted him to be that shortstop. They were going to give him that opportunity. But what they saw through spring training was there were some mental mistakes that he would make given game situations as to how he would anticipate what he was going to do should a ball come to him. And he didn't always make the correct play given to the situation of the game. That gets repaired by reps, and those reps should be taken in the minor league. I don't think he's quite ready for the big leagues yet. To say that he's a better corner infielder or an outfielder prospect, I think that's too premature. I think, he does have the talent to be able to play the position. I just don't know if he's ready to play it at the big league level. Right now we're seeing, mistakes. And I won't say daily, but there's a lot of them, whether they be physical or mental, that he has to clean up. So, and we're just going to have to, at this point in time, I think the suggestion you made about a late inning defensive replacement is an option. However, you don't want to mess with a young player's confidence in that regard because that does fracture it. If he thinks he's a defensive liability, then there's question with every ball that gets hit to him. and he's going to be thinking about it too. So before you make that move, I mean, you got to really think about it. So, yeah, it's an intriguing question right now that the Giants have to answer. But right now, I do think he's a little short.
Last couple of minutes here with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. And, Mike, one of the positives last night was seeing Patrick Bailey back in the box. I know he went 0 for 1, flew out when he came in as a pinch hitter. But we would assume that he's going to be back in the lineup today and tomorrow. But that's going to be a tough task going against Jared Jones, who we saw throw against the Giants earlier this year in San Francisco, and the top pitching prospect in baseball, Paul Skeens, on Thursday. What's your preview for those two pitching matchups?
Well, I mean, they got great stuff, but they're young pitchers, and young pitchers make mistakes. They give you things to hit. They get in the strikeout mode. The key with both of these pitchers is to be patient, which they were last night. Not easy to be patient with Martin Perez, and they were fantastic with him. They ran his pitch count up, and that's going to be the key here as they go forward against these two guys that have great stuff. The problem with great stuff with the young pitcher is they get in the strikeout mode early, and when you get a pitcher in the strikeout mode, you can run his pitch count up. That'll be the goal, and that'll be the strategy as they go forward the next two nights. Look, good stuff you see every night. You see 100+ just about every night with somebody at least coming out of the bullpen. You might not see it in the station, but you'll see it in the pen. So these guys are used to it. They're not going to be overly intimidated by it. They're intrigued at this point to see this guy Skeens because they've had all the press that has surrounded his arrival. And, he threw 6 no-hit innings against the Cubs, and I think he struck out 11 in that game. He was brilliant. So, they're interested, but with veteran hitters and they get a young pitcher, you know what they want to do with them? They want to put a butt kicking on him just to give them a little humility. So they'll be very motivated to do that very thing in these next two nights with these young pitchers.
For sure. I will leave it at this on Snell. I mean, he's always known as sort of the low inning guy. Would 5 be realistic, or could you squeeze 6 out of him?
It all depends on fastball command. That's the one thing we saw in his first 3 starts of the year. He never really had fastball command. When he got behind in the count, which I didn't even know he was capable of doing, he pitched with changeups and off-speed stuff, which I thought, okay, he's got a ways to go. If that fastball's not there for him, I'd like to see the fastball there for him. If he's got that fastball in the strike zone and he's getting strikes with it, then he'll have the ability to go into the 6th inning because his pitch count will be down. The pitch count's going to determine how far he goes, but I really feel that he'll have his finish, which he didn't have early in the game. And that only comes when you stretch your arm out and you've got your strength in your arm. But I think he has that now. So I think you'll see a different outcome tonight. At least that's the hope.
Well, like you said, it is set up after a painful loss. Here comes the guy, the big money guy, the Cy Young guy. So great drama tonight. 3:40 first pitch on KNBR. Mike, fun conversation. We'll check out these next 2 young fireballers against the Giants, and we'll talk to you Friday morning.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow with some good thoughts in Luciano. Tough day. Hey, we can talk about that, but we also get a little Niner chat. Leonard Floyd, the brand new pass rusher. One of only 3 players to have at least 9 sacks in each of the last 3 seasons. Nick Bosa's new buddy. He'll be at 8 a.m. on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Elliot Ramos stopped by our show yesterday morning, the Murph and Marcus Show, to talk about his time being back up with the big league club and also what it's like playing left field with the Raleigh Pelican. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
First and 10, 49ers on the Ram 32-yard line, down 14-7. McCaffrey goes in long motion left outside of Ayuk. Here's Garoppolo looking that way. Now going to pump, come back right, gets hit and sacked back on the 36-yard line. Leonard Floyd, who does not have a sack all year, picks up his first right there.
Yeah, and ran on Mike McGlinchey out there at right tackle.
On second and goal, 8-yard line. Garoppolo back. Garoppolo gets wrapped around and sacked. Back outside the 10-yard line. Leonard Floyd got it again.
Just really that he would fit into whatever you asked him to do. We've gone against him so much in different schemes on different teams, and whatever team has asked him to do, wherever he's been, he's kind of always the same player to us. And he gets here and he's got to do a couple new things and stuff, but he's got so much experience standing up, putting his hand down. He's done a little bit of everything, and the techniques we've asked him to do in phase 1 and phase 2, he's really shown those in phase 3.
There he is, Kyle Shanahan, down at OTAs, Organized Team Activities. Used to be called mini camps. Now they got a fancy name, and the 49ers are back in our lives, guys. They're back in our lives. So a break from Giants pain. We just talked to Mike Krukow. If you missed that, you can get that on the podcast on KNBR.com. And we, of course, will return to that. Andy Baggerly will join us at 9:35. Also, Scott Osler at 8:50 to talk about all things Bay Area sports, including the young kids on the Giants, one of whom made a brutal error last night in the 9th inning. But that's not the topic. Our big hit is the 49ers because they're back in our lives and because the 49ers have made Leonard Floyd available to us. The pass rusher who's part of a completely remade defensive line, Marcus. By the way, shout out Leonard Floyd, number 56.
Ooh, rocking 56.
Little Chris Dolman action if you want to go back to the late 90s here. But the 49ers trying to remake their run defense, saying goodbye to Eric Armstead, not re-signing a bunch of those guys from last year. And Leonard Floyd would be the kind of the headliner of an edge rusher to pair with Nick Bosa. And we'll talk to him in just a few minutes.
I mean, you're looking at a defensive line that no longer has Eric Armstead, no longer has Kinlaw, no longer has Cleve Farrell, no longer has Chase Young. I mean, the list was adding up this offseason. Now Leonard Floyd was kind of the headliner of the guys they signed this offseason. Also Gross Matos coming over from the Carolina Panthers. Malik Collins, who wasn't at OTAs yesterday, that's the guy that's going to be very important in the interior when it comes to playing next to Hargrave and improving that rush defense that we saw struggle so much in the playoffs last year.
Jordan Elliott is another name. You got to get to know these new names. Leonard Floyd, Yetur Gross-Matos, Malik Collins, and Jordan Elliott would be the four biggest ones. Nick Bosa's walking into a room, and he's like, he's got to wear the hello, my name is Nick tag. And Nick was there yesterday, which we'll get into here as I tell you, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. I also want to remind everybody that Mike Krukow is brought to us by Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. So Nick was at camp, and it was great, and he was talking about being there, and there were many reasons he was there. Apparently Kyle called him, asked him to show up, and he's like, I got to know my new D coordinator and my new teammates.
No, I don't think that's one of the reasons, but I just talked to Kyle, and he kind of asked me, he kind of stated how he felt about why it would be good for me to be here and asked if I agreed, and I 100% did agree. So it's not like I'm missing too much. I think I'm out here. It's a little less workload than I'm doing back home, so it's kind of a good active recovery thing for me, and I'm getting football work in specifically, so that's good. I'm not it's not compromising my training at all, and I get to meet all the guys, so it's positive.
Yeah, meet all the guys like Leonard Floyd, who will be joining us in just a few minutes. So Leonard Floyd background, University of Georgia kid.
Go Dogs.
Back in the day, yeah, and was, of course, drafted in the first round, back by the Chicago Bears in 2016, the 9th pick in the draft. So big-time talent, was with the Bears. Obviously, the Bears, an uneventful franchise for 4 years, and then he hopped over to the L.A. Rams, and we can talk to him about that, the McVay-Shanahan rivalry, and he was part of that Rams team that won a Super Bowl.
That is correct, and also his defensive coordinator with that Rams Super Bowl winning team was Brandon Staley.
Good knowledge on that. And then he spent last year at the Buffalo Bills, who obviously tried to knock on the door, and he couldn't bring down Patty Mahomes in the AFC playoffs, and he leaves Buffalo. Now, he is 31 years old, but Bosa was talking about how flexible and athletic he's surprised he is. And this is the edge rush. The Niners haven't had anybody other than Bosa have more than 8.5 sacks in over 10 years, I want to say. I think that was the stat I saw in Eric Branch's story. So this is the guy who's supposed to, and he's had 9 sacks for each of the last 3 years.
Actually, 4 straight seasons with 9+ sacks and had a career-high 10.5 last year with Buffalo.
Yeah, so he's supposed to be the guy who can finally be that edge. You know, obviously, we had hoped Drake Jackson could be that guy, or some of the other last years, as you mentioned, Cleve Farrell was more of a run stopper per se.
Correct. Chase Young coming in midseason, thought he was going to have a bigger impact.
Right, and as we mentioned, Armstead being gone from the interior, a whole new D line with and a whole new D coordinator too. We have still been trying to figure out what's going on with Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley, but obviously the Leonard Floyd signing will do a thing here. Do you have another sound here from Nick Bosa too, talking about why the 49ers need to kind of getting to know Brandon Staley, who's Leonard Floyd's old coach. This is cut Z3, Tony.
Don't know too much about him. I've obviously heard from my brother, but I don't even think I've said hi yet. I haven't ran into him yet, but I'm sure I'll get to know him.
When you say it looks similar to D'Amico, the energy or system?
Maybe a little different energy, but I think just knowing the system from the front to the back, I think he knows how it ties in, and he's been around with some really good coaches, so I think it'll be pretty seamless, and I think we'll be firing on all cylinders.
How great would the Joey and Nick Bosa conversation be about Brandon Staley too, with that that lazy style of speech they have.
I mean, could you imagine sitting down for like Thanksgiving dinner with the Bosas?
Yeah. What do you think of Brandon Steele? I can't do it. Steph Sanchez will do it.
Yeah.
Not me.
Pass the mashed potatoes.
Do I really talk like that? We'll have to ask Leonard Floyd his impressions of Bosa early on. But he's known. I mean, he's known him, I think, in the fraternity, the NFL fraternity of edge rushers to do their thing. So anyway, Purdy was down there. Guys who were not there, obviously Brandon Ayuk, and we'll have to talk about that in the coming weeks. Because you ain't going to see him for a while.
No.
That's a fact. And, we've seen this dance before. It goes on for a while.
We saw this dance last year with Nick Bosa.
Yes. And
we saw it the year before with Debo.
And the question we're going to have to ask as we get into August is, are you concerned about, in addition to the Super Bowl hangover, which is always a problem, Brandon Ayuk not getting his reps in with Purdy and with the new just kind of, we saw Bosa look a little edgy. You talked about Debo did this.
Yeah.
Came in and complained about his weight, right? It's rare that a guy comes off a long holdout and something really, really good happens right away.
I mean, hell, shout out to the guy that's starting on the bump tonight for the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
After holding out this offseason with Scott Boras, we saw how his first couple starts went in San Francisco, led to an injury, led to a minor league rehab appearance, and now we're not seeing Blake Snell again until tonight.
And you can see with the other guy who held out, Matt Chapman, is finally playing better now here in late May. So anyway, Ayuk not there. Also, Christian McCaffrey not there. And seemed to be minimal panic from, it is voluntary. By the way, how about that?
Correct. We should also point out that someone like Trent Williams is gone, and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey got almost every Wednesday practice off last year just for extra rest purposes. I think that's the same thing we're seeing here with these voluntary OTAs.
If McCaffrey's just getting off his feet, I'm cool with that. Yeah. By the way, if somebody here at work at KNBR, one of our leaders scheduled a voluntary production meeting, you going?
Oh, you got to.
Yeah, but what if I'm voluntary meeting? I'd be like, nah.
Oh, dude, in high school, we used to have voluntary summer workouts. And, of course, they have to say they're voluntary. But if you didn't show up, next thing you know, you're running a big 3 on the football field. That's a 100-yard sprint, a 100-yard back pedal, and then bear crawling 100 yards for missing one of those voluntary workouts.
A voluntary URA right up and down that field.
Shout out Coach Milo.
By the way, we are waiting on Leonard Floyd to call. He's a minute late, so we're not going to hold it against him. We're going to still give him a warm welcome.
Did somebody tell him this interview was voluntary?
Very good. I like that. Anyway, Juwan Jennings also not there yesterday. So, well, listen, until Leonard Floyd calls in, we'll give you guys more sounds from Santa Clara.
And we should also point out with Juwan Jennings being absent, Brandon Ayuk being absent, this opens the door for Ricky Pearsall, 49ers first-round draft pick, to get more routes and get more opportunity to get some reps in with Brock Purdy.
And Leonard Floyd is making the call right now. So we'll get the connection here as the Niners try to overcome that Super Bowl hangover, remade defensive line, remade defensive coaching booth with Leonard Floyd reporting to Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen. And obviously the 49ers trying to figure out some sort of way to repeat the success they had in the NFC Championship last year, winning the NFC Championship last year. Connection made, Young Tone? Yes? No?
No, Curly's talking to him. Hang on.
Okay, all right. But you can come on the mic and tell us. Give us a play-by-play, bud. What's going on?
He's just introducing both of you right now as we speak.
Okay, all right.
Good to go, guys.
All right. Well done, Tony. Well done. On the UMA guest line, the brand new San Francisco 49er, Leonard Floyd. Leonard, a pleasure to have you on KNBR. This is the 49er flagship. We do the morning show here. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. Hey, welcome to the Bay Area, Leonard. How are you, man?
Yeah, morning, Leonard.
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great, man. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're talking 49er football. There's like a lot of activity down there. What's your first impression after that first day out on the field with all your new mates? What stories did you tell back home?
I told them about the scenery. Got great scenery out here.
Nice.
In San Jose. And I told them I got great coaches too, man. I got a building full of great coaches and great staff.
And Leonard, I think that's a great place to start with your familiarity with someone like Brandon Staley, who you worked with the LA Rams. How much was an influence was him being in the building on your decision to come to San Francisco?
I definitely believe he played an intricate part in me coming here. I've been knowing him pretty much my whole career playing ball, and he know what I can do, and I know what's expected of me when he bring me in to play for him, you know.
Well, that sounds really familiar then. Very good stuff here with Leonard Floyd, who's down in Santa Clara, getting to know his new mates and his new coaches. Have you met Nick? Obviously you have, but can you tell us about what your conversations have been like with Nick Sorensen, the new defensive coordinator?
It's been great convo. We've been talking all ball. all about getting after the quarterback, being a dominant defense. Just pretty much every day he's been preaching that, and I've been tuned in to him.
All right. The voice you hear is Leonard Floyd. We're at number 56, right, Leonard?
Oh, yeah.
So I used to be a writer, and I covered the 49ers in the 90s. You know who wore that number was Chris Dolman, the late, great Chris Dolman. I imagine that's film you've looked at, huh?
Oh, no, you just put me on game. I'm going to have to study him.
Oh, Chris Dolman, Hall of Famer. Yeah, great player. And he wore 56. He came to the Niners kind of like you. He came later in his career and was there to try to win a Super Bowl. And let's talk about that. Leonard, you've been around. You went to the Chicago Bears, the LA Rams, the Buffalo Bills. What was it about the 49ers, other than a nice contract, that appealed to you in terms of trying to win?
It was the team always from the outside looking in. I knew that the 49ers was just one of those teams who always came out and played hard. Every single player came out and played their hardest and really played grown man football. You gotta wake up early, eat your breakfast early when you're playing the 49ers, because it's gonna be a physical game. So seeing that from the outside made me want to be a part of that, Seeing them get close so many years, these past few years, I want to come in and help us get over the hump.
Yeah, and now you're looking at a defensive line where you're joining a former Defensive Player of the Year, Nick Bosa, being your bookend. What have those conversations been like, and what are you looking forward to playing with Nick Bosa on the defensive line?
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing with Nick. We just been talking about just getting out of the quarterback, man, what pass rushers do. Just wreaking havoc on the game, making the game as difficult as we can for the opposing quarterback. That's pretty much been our conversations since I met him.
Yeah, Leonard, Nick, we're always impressed. Listen, all you guys are in great shape. To play in the NFL, you got to be in peak physical condition. Is Nick Bosa, though, is he a different level in terms of his peak physical condition?
Yeah, I think so. I came in the draft with his big brother, so I always saw his big brother in him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They're very similar. They kind of talk the same, don't they?
Yeah, they got that same talk and that same rhythm to them. They walk the same, I think.
That's kind of funny, man. We've just been impressed. Bosa's motor is incredible. And so, him being there, he doesn't always come to the OTAs, but he said he wanted to come meet all you guys and your new mates. And we got to ask you about the other guys. Yatur Gross-Matos, Malik Collins, although I don't know, is Malik Collins there? Jordan Elliott. Have you gotten to know some of the new, because it's a new D-line room, Leonard?
Yeah. I got to know those guys pretty well. It's a great collection of guys. We've been going out and working hard pretty much these last few weeks. And, they got great skill sets, and I can't wait to get out there and play basketball with them, It's a team thing up front. And, yeah, we're going to wreak havoc.
I love it. We're talking to Leonard Floyd. Hey, Leonard, just a little bit about your career. You win a Super Bowl with the Rams. That's the 49ers NFC West rival. So you've been in these games before. I mean, I know Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay are known as offensive guys, but can you speak to that rivalry that when Shanahan and McVay go at it, it's going to be a shooting match?
Yeah, it definitely is. And when I was with the Rams, man, it wasn't even the home game for us. It was more 49ers fans than anybody at SoFi Stadium. So I believe the rivalry is a great rivalry to have in the league. And I'm looking forward to going against my old coach with my new coach.
Mm-hmm. And now you got a bunch of new coaches to play for. We've asked you about Nick Sorensen. We've asked you about Brandon Staley. But I also want to ask you about Chris Kasarik, the defensive line coach, a guy that seems like he's losing his mind on the sideline each and every day, really bringing that energy to this defense. What have those conversations been like so far with Chris Kasarik?
Oh, yeah, he's a big energy guy. He's wired to go every day, all day, and I love it. That's football. He loves it, and he's passionate about it. And just sitting down and listening to him so far has been great. I've been learning a lot from him, and I can't wait to get out there and play.
Yeah, he's crazy. Wait to see game day, man. He's going to be out of his mind, too, for sure. Hey, just a little bit, too, on your earlier career. Playing in Buffalo is a real experience. That's very different than San Francisco / Santa Clara / San Jose. Obviously, the weather, man. Can you tell us about your experiences with Bills Mafia and out there? I know you guys couldn't. I know it was tough to lose to the Chiefs. It was really tough, but that must have been memorable to play in front of those fans in that crazed environment, huh?
Yeah, it was. It was different. They got some loyal fans for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's another team I got to play this year. I'm looking forward to. So can't really speak too much on them. I got to play again.
You want to get bulletin board material, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Week 13 matchup against the Buffalo Bills. And I wanted to ask you about some of your former bookends, actually. You've got a chance to play with guys like Von Miller. You've had the chance to play with guys like Khalil Mack. How much do you think that benefits your game, having someone like that, and, of course, having Nick Bosa be in your bookend this season?
Yeah, it plays a big part in the trust factor, you know. I know the guy on the other side gonna hold the edge, and he's gonna get out to the quarterback the same as me. You know, it relieves some of the stress someone may have by being the only guy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm here to help Nick, you know, relieve a little bit of the stress by getting out the quarterback on the other side.
Well, that's the stat. I mean, the Niners haven't had anybody other than Bosa have more than 8.5 sacks, I think, in like 10 years or something. And you've had at least 9 in the last 3-4 years. So that's a point of pride for you, that number?
No, I've been working hard. I'm trying to beat that number, you know. I'm trying to get a number I ain't never had before.
Okay. Well, that's the goal then. Hey, before we let you go, I see Georgia football we got to ask, because I know they weren't quite what they are now when you were there, but how much pride, how much excitement, and how much go dogs are you in your blood?
Oh, it runs deep, man. It runs deep. They give me bragging rights right now, you know.
Big time.
Especially I get into it with a Bama guy. It's usually a lot of stuff being talked. We always talk junk to each other. But yeah, it give me bragging rights right now, and I live it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Murph wants to ask you about Georgia football. I want to ask you about Georgia basketball, because it seems like the biggest superstar in sports right now is Anthony Edwards, who, of course, played basketball down in Georgia. Leonard, are we rooting for the Minnesota T-Wolves to take it home because of Anthony Edwards?
I'm going to say hell yeah to that one. He's amazing. He's amazing.
Yeah. Well, man, Georgia's guys hunker down. Is that what you guys say, hunker down?
Oh, yeah, hunker down.
Yeah, there it is.
And bite down. Hunker down and bite.
Hey, Leonard, nice to meet you, man. We're going to do a show from training camp this summer, so we'll say hi to you in person. But the morning crowd enjoyed getting to know you on their commute in, and you are welcome to the 49ers. So thanks for hopping on. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Leonard.
All right, you too.
There he is. Hunker down and bite down.
Bite down.
Leonard Floyd.
Hopefully he's biting down on some quarterbacks this year.
Enjoyable. It sounds like he's ready to go, man. Number 56. All right, that was good. Thank you, 49ers, for making Leonard Floyd available. All right, cooler of content with some juicy stuff next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, no, you just put me on game. I'm going to have to study you.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former 49ers quarterback Jeff Garcia stopped by the Papa Lunch Show yesterday morning to talk about Brock Purdy's expectations for the 2024 season. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
River Islands. Should have told Leonard Floyd to get out to River Islands in Lathrop, Northern California's best-selling master plan community. I've been out there, drove around, saw everything, saw Islanders Field where the baseball team plays, saw the high school being built, saw the charter schools, saw the new homes, which all have by the latest in smart home technology and great design and size ranging from 3 to 6 bedrooms, young families dropping anchor, prices starting in the low 600,000s to over $1 million. We went to the Boathouse, which is the awesome sort of gathering spot for food and drink and conviviality and bocce ball. And it's all good, man. It's all good. Go check it out. It's been 10 years since River Islands first opened, and in that time, more than 4,000 homes have been sold. Mostly to people choosing to move, from the Core Bay area to a more relaxed lifestyle along the San Joaquin River, okay? The kids will go to one of 3 new charter schools. You can kayak, you can jog, you can fish. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Start your tour now at riverislands.com. And hey, I'll meet you at the Boathouse.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
Yeah, why don't you even build on that and tell people that Marin Health has top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, and I will repeat, world-class care, closer than you think. World-class cooler of content coming your way, and thanks, Leonard Floyd, for hopping on. Sounds like he's ready to sack some quarterbacks. He wants a bigger number, he said.
Bite down.
Bite down. Hunker down.
Yeah, hunker down. Bite down. Hunker down and bite.
Yeah, keep that around. I like that very
Hunker
much.
down and bite.
All right, Cooler Content's got some fun stuff in there. Aaron Rodgers, come on, dude. Did you see this? He basically admitted that he had the offer to be RFK Jr.'s vice presidential candidate.
Oh, no, I did not see
Yeah,
this.
he said it. He said it. Here he is, baby. And by the way, you see the shirt he was wearing? He's wearing some shirt, and on the left breast, in cursive, it said, "Thankful for the love."
Oh.
Bro.
Yeah, because Rodgers is getting a lot of love these days.
Gotta beat this guy's A in week 1. Here he is. I could have been a contender. I could have been a VP.
How seriously did things get with RFK about being his running mate? Obviously, we haven't gotten a chance to talk to him since that came out in March.
Yeah, I love Bobby. We had a couple really nice conversations, but there were really two options. It was retire and be his VP or keep playing. And I want to keep playing.
Dude.
Two options.
John Heyman with the line of the year. Did you see it? He said, yeah, I get it. He goes, in one option, he's a surefire loser. And in the other option, he could have been in a presidential election. Oh, off the top rope, John Heyman with the tweet.
Nice.
Anti-Jets tweet. I like it.
Now, Murph, I got to ask you, would Aaron Rodgers get your vote?
Can you imagine this guy walking around the halls? Can you imagine? Yeah, take down this, I don't like this Abraham Lincoln portrait. He, he did some things. I've done some research you guys haven't done.
Hey.
Can you imagine?
At least he would legalize ayahuasca.
Yeah, well, yeah.
All the drugs would be legalized.
Imagine this guy walking the halls, man. I mean, that would be it. That'd be it. We'd have to pack it in as a nation.
Yeah, I know we got the sound drop of Rodgers saying...
Not going to San Fran.
Yeah, I don't think Rodgers is going to the White House either.
I'm not going to the Rose Garden.
And that's not as a VP or as a Super Bowl champion. Oh!
Yeah. Oh, boy. Wow. Ouch. Well, so he would have basically said he could have been the guy. He could have been the guy who drew 3% national vote. You know what I mean? Anyway, just wanted to get that out there for your heads.
Thank you. That's great for my head this morning.
Okay,
Murph.
you know what I mean? Can you imagine? I'm going to go meet. Well, we know how, Putin, right? That whole deal. I'm going to go meet Putin. We're going to hang out.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should probably move on.
Yeah, we should. We definitely should.
Who's Denzel Perryman?
Linebacker, former Raider, now with the LA Chargers, I believe.
Had a riff on Jim Harbaugh. And he kind of lumps in like mid-50s white guys together. Here it is.
My first impression of Harbaugh, I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but he reminds me of Will Ferrell. I don't know if it's the way that he talks, his analogies and everything, but they really remind me of Will Ferrell. I don't know, it's just funny to me. It's funny, but I know he means well, everything's come, from the heart. I feel you got to have a sense of humor to understand, some of his lines and gimmicks.
Do you buy that? Is Harbaugh calling for the meatloaf in the playbook?
I've never made that connection, but now I need an SNL skit of Will Ferrell doing Jim Harbaugh.
Well, it's demographics. It's two Caucasian guys in their mid to late 50s who grew up in suburban California and have kind of the same sense of humor and all that. And so they're talking my wheelhouse guys. Those are guys right in my demographic, too.
Yeah, let me see Will Ferrell in the khakis.
Yeah. I mean, which skit of Ferrell's would be most? The cheerleader skit, the hot tub lover?
Ooh, now, also, if we're talking khakis, wasn't Will Ferrell the man in the tight pants skit?
He was in the tight pants, yes.
Everybody's talking about my
Do you
tight
buy this
pants.
Harbaugh Ferrell thing at all?
I got my tight pants on. Now that I think about it, I think Will Ferrell could pull off the impersonation, but no, I've really never made those connections before.
Yeah, you got any Ferrell handy there, Young Tone, or no? Yeah, he's digging around. I get what he's saying. It's kind of dad humor is what he's saying.
By the way, does Young Tony know the tight pants skit? He does.
He's looking it up right now.
He's giving me the thumbs up.
If you had to power rank Ferrell's kind of most famous, is it you guys go Talladega Nights probably?
Oh, Step Brothers is at the top of the list for sure.
Yeah.
Anchorman at the top of the list.
Back to School.
Elf.
Yeah, Elf
is one of the great Christmas movies.
Well, Elf is huge in the Murphy household. That'd be number one probably.
There was a period when I was in high school where Will Ferrell was just putting out hit after hit after hit. He essentially became the next generation's Adam Sandler when he was putting out hit after hit after hit.
Would I cause massive controversy if I told you guys Ferrell is significantly funnier than Adam Sandler?
Ooh.
Everybody's talking about my tight pants.
That's Fallon, though, right?
Got my
Is that Ferrell?
This is on Fallon.
Everybody's looking at my tight pants. Got my tight pants. Got my tight pants on.
Actually, I don't think that's too hot of a take, though, Murph.
What do you guys think? It's a hot take. I'm coming at you,
I
Young
think kind
Tone.
of off the wall, Will Ferrell is funnier, but Adam Sandler, dude, that's my childhood we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Farrell's not your childhood?
Well, yeah, he's more of like my teenage years, I guess.
Yeah.
But I grew up on Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, and of course, The Waterboy.
See, to me, yeah, well, we'll stand with that for sure. To me, it's clear cut. Like Farrell's the significantly more accomplished comedian, comic actor.
You're not a big Sandler guy, huh?
I'm okay. He's the Sandlot of comedians for me. So it's fine.
Who's the
He
better?
has made me laugh. The Hanukkah song truly makes me laugh very hard.
Hilarious.
And I've heard it 100 times, and it still makes me laugh.
Oh, and shout out 8 Crazy Nights, a great Hanukkah movie.
Okay, I did not see that. I saw, and I'm not anti-Sandler at all. And
That's
I
a technical foul.
His vampire, some of the stuff he did on SNL was pretty funny. I thought the Opera Man and all that stuff was pretty funny too.
And Sandler started on SNL too,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he was really funny. But Farrell's just he's done it time and time again. And I feel like his movies are a little more timeless. But anyway, guys, on to the next. What do we got? Oh, Greg Papa taking shots at me.
Papa.
So we did our athletes 5 athletes younger than young Tony in the Bay Area. This is all in honor of Brandon Pajemski making All-NBA rookie and Luis Matos being NL Player of the Week. We discovered during yesterday's show that there's like a nest of young chicks in the nest here in the Bay Area. We decided to rank them, and I ranked my 5 and my 5. Now, granted, we kind of jotted these down pretty quickly. Kyle Harrison, number 5. Brandon Pajemski, number 4. Luis Matos, number 3. Johnny Kuminga, number 2. Brock Purdy, number 1. And Papa found a large omission here. Yes.
Where is Patrick Bailey on his list?
Hello? Nowhere.
Does he watch Giants baseball?
I think he's drinking.
He does not have Patrick Bailey.
I think he's drinking
on the list.
Patrick Bailey eligible.
Was Murph
for a
concussed
fictitious
when?
list.
Did he go to see Dr. Mickey Collins in Pittsburgh? He doesn't have Patrick Bailey on the list.
I got to wear that one. Like I said, Bailey's a great choice. We jotted him down during the break.
I know. And even when we did this live, I asked the same questions. I was like, wait, you don't have Patty Barrels, Patrick Bailey behind home plate?
Well, you didn't have, let me find a guy ahead that you didn't. You didn't have Pajemski in yours.
I did. I left pods off. My
NBA
list
rookie.
yesterday was Luis Matos, number 5, Johnny Kuminga, number 4, Patrick Bailey, 3, Kyle Harrison, 2, and Brock Purdy, number 1.
We had the same thing. I had Harrison, Matos, and Purdy, and Kuminga. Yeah, the only thing we traded out was Pajemski and Bailey. And guys, how about this Barry Bonds news? Hey, John Joe, we booked Jim Leland a day too early because he was named to the Pittsburgh Pirates Hall of Fame the day after we had him on. Maybe our interview put him in. And you know who else is going in? Barry Bonds. And the nation is reacting like crazy.
Barry's going into the Hall.
That's the nation's headline, except for it's only the Pittsburgh Pirates. But congratulations to Barry. He's touched here, yes.
Barry, would you open that up and... What's that say there, Barry?
Pirates Hall of Fame have been selected to include in the Pittsburgh Hall of Fame. That is awesome.
Mr. Nutting would like you to attend the Hall of Fame class of 2024.
Oh, I'd love to. I mean, it's great. That's where my career started, right? That's who drafted me. Couldn't have had a better manager, a better team, a better starting point for me. It was perfect. I mean, we built a bond that there's no way it's ever going to be broken. To be able to tell my kids that, you know, your dad's gotten into the Pirates Hall of Fame, and this is just a great moment.
There he is, man, from 1986 to 1992, where he won 2 MVPs, by the way. 2 MVPs by the age of 27 years old, guys. He also finished second the other year, and that was the year, if they revoted it with the new stuff, he would have easily won it. Terry Pendleton stole it from him. He would have won 3 in a row. And, guys, his stolen base total is 1990, 52 bags. He hit 52 bags and 33 bombs in 1990 as a 25-year-old. 33 bombs, 114 ribs, 52 bags.
I mean, that's the argument with Barry Bonds when people bring up the alleged steroid usage that I think everybody pretty much buys into with Barry. But you look at his number with the Pittsburgh Pirates. If you're looking at the pre-steroid numbers, that career alone is Hall of Fame worthy.
And in my pre-steroid estimation, his 1993 season is the single best season I ever saw anybody have. I can give you the numbers, but it was even bigger than the numbers. It was 46 bombs, 123 ribs, 29 steals. He hit 336. His OPS was 1136. He was insane. That's still the best Giants team I ever saw, and they didn't even make the playoffs. How about that? So,
and it's funny, too, kind of wrap this all up. I saw a video going around on Twitter the other day, and it was titled "The Moment That Barry Decided to Hop on the Juice." It was a video of him with the Pittsburgh Pirates, being picked up and thrown around by Mark McGuire and Jose Canseco.
That in the book, Game of Shadows, Mark Fainaru-Wada and Steve Fainaru and Lance Williams, they identify that as the book opens with that. It was the home run derby in '98, and he watched McGuire and Canseco, players he considered inferior to him. And he was like, I'm a better player than those guys. Why are they getting the love? So,
And then there's a video of Barry being literally lifted upside down from Mark McGuire, and you can hear Barry go, man, y'all boys too big for me.
Ooh, and the rest was history. Yeah. All right, there's good cooler content. Hey, so from that giant to another giant, who are you blaming? Luke Jackson, Camilo Duvall, Marco Luciano, Bob Melvin? Next on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swing, ground ball, right side, and that's through. A base hit. Zawinski comes across. The bases will remain loaded. A sharp single to right for Bay. It's 6-3. McCutchen swings. Ground ball to short. Luciano off his glove as it kicks away. 1 run will score. Everybody is safe. And it's a 6-4 game. Ground ball toward short. To his right, Luciano's got it. To second for 1, and that's it for the Giants. No chance to turn 2 with Reynolds' speed. A run scores to make it 6-5. Swing, line drive down the right field line. A fair ball. It'll get all the way to the fence. Scoring the tying run, Bay. Cruz has a double. And the Pirates have come back in the 9th. It's 6-6.
That was a masterpiece of dog.
Oh, man. My kid has a phrase. He's a very frustrated teenage Giants fan. And he sends me texts when he gets very upset, all caps, unacceptable. That's what he says. Unacceptable. One time after we had a really bad Little League loss, really bad, I walked out to the right field line where we have our postgame meeting. He was standing there shaking his head. He goes, unacceptable. Unacceptable. So that was the line from last night, and I told him, I said, you're right. That was unacceptable.
Yeah.
Giants had that loss last night. We'll talk about it, guys. We got Andy Baggerly coming up at 9:35, 3:40 first pitch today. Blake Snell, we'll talk about that. But, Marcus, I'm going to say this. After I tell you, Joe Rizzo joins Papa and Lund at 10:50 today, and Rizzo's doing a great job.
Rizzo.
And I like FP, too, on the broadcasts. But, anyway, the win over the Dodgers last week, Bob Melvin's like, there are certain wins along the way that are more important than others, and that was one of them. And he was talking about the fact that they stopped that 0-5 skid against the Dodgers, and they just needed to get one against the Dodgers, and they did. I would say the same thing applies to last night. I feel like last night was a significant loss because they were going to win their 5th in a row, and they were going to get finally back to 1 game. Dude, I'm looking to get to 1 game under 500.
Not even 500.
Now you're 3 games back, and then, again, Kruko rebutted this, but Jared Jones and Paul Skeens are going to be 2 tough customers. Yeah. So, am I overstating it? Was it a significant loss in the season or just one of 162?
Well, I got to wait to see how the rest of this road trip plays out, if you want my honest opinion, because I think this is a terrible way to start a road trip, especially after you just finished off a 4-game win streak, your longest win streak of the year. To go out there behind Logan Webb, to have a 6-2 lead in the 9th inning. Murph, some people might describe it as unacceptable. Some people might describe it like this.
Dog shit, to be honest, as a whole.
There it is.
As a whole, that 9th inning was
the manifesto was going so well since he said that. Remember, they went, I had him at 6-2 going in. Now they're 6-3 since the Dog Ass Manifesto.
Yeah, and I think last night was the first game the Giants lost with Kirk Casale behind home plate.
By the way, he had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Did you?
I know. I'm just saying.
The Pirates have not come from behind by 4 runs in the 9th inning since 2008, brother.
Ooh.
2008. Yeah. Young Tony was 9. All right, dude?
I didn't even know Young Tony was alive in 2008.
Young Tony was 9, and he was busy not learning anything. All right, dude? So thank you very much. So, but wow. So it was a very significant thing.
Yeah.
So where do you assign the blame? And I'm sorry. You sue me, yell at your radio, whatever. I'm going to Luciano.
Yeah, I think for power rankings, if we're putting together our list today.
No. Start with 3 and then go to
start with 3? Okay, I'll start with Luke Jackson.
I'm kidding. So just give me the one.
It's Marco Luciano.
It is. It's because that's a big league. That's exactly the kind of play that big leaguers have to make that we were fearful of, and why Farhan got cold feet in the spring.
Yes.
Was I don't know if we can give him the keys to the Lamborghini just yet.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not putting blame on Camilo Doval, even though it was his first blown save in 9 opportunities, I believe, this year. He went out there with traffic on the base pass, and he got 3 ground balls. Those ground balls did not turn into outs. Obviously, one was a base knock, but the one we're focusing on is the E6 from Marco Luciano. A ball that was hit hard, had some topspin, but still, it's unacceptable. You're a big league shortstop. At the minimum, you got to get your chest behind that ball, knock it down, and make the play at second. You got to get one out there. Ball drops between his legs. They get 0 outs. There's another opportunity for a double play. Tyro and Luciano can't turn it. Again, if I'm Doval, I went out there, I got my 3 ground balls. I should be leaving Pittsburgh with a save. Instead, They blow it in the 10th inning with Eric Miller.
Are you going with Howard Bryant's old softball teammate? This is one of my favorite stories. You play rec softball? Or right by your pad is one of the great intramural softball.
I know.
Diamonds.
People are trying to recruit me to come play softball.
Dude, I played there with the old San Francisco Chronicle team. Then you head to the Parkside of the Yankee. It's great.
Go get a burger at the Parkside.
Yeah. So
and a beer too.
See, by the way, the Chronicle just came out with their best burgers in the Bay. Ooh. You know this place they have right near you that you didn't love that much? I don't mean to slander these guys, but I thought it looked pretty good. Was that place Louis right by you?
Louis is a good burger, but when you get me the expectation of it being the best burger in the Bay.
They said it's one of the best in the Bay.
I thought it was good. I didn't think it was the best burger I've ever had.
It's a tall order. You could see, if somebody tells you you're going to have the best burger, there's a lot of pressure now.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
You got me, brother.
Did we ever find out what his favorite burger in the Bay was?
I think it's the place Marlowe's pretty good, but that wasn't on the Chronicle list, by the way. Anyway, the point is that
would you imagine?
The point is
San Francisco Chronicle. I think you need to do some homework on that one.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
Oh man, this guy. Hey, where are the ground balls to short? Where are the hats you lose after blowing a 4-1
We actually
lead?
like the way that Lucy received the ball on that play.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
Incredible. But so anyway, the story Howard always told me that made me laugh was when you get into those rec softball teams in the weekends, those guys, everybody's just so selfish. They had a brutal playoff loss. And Howard said the dugout was silent. Bats were clanging. He said, this guy, I'm throw him under the bus. This guy, JT, zipped up his bag, stormed out of the dugout, and he said, I went 3 for 4 and walked out.
I love the guys that keep stats in softball.
And using it to lord over their team after a tough playoff loss.
This loss isn't on me.
Exactly.
What was this guy, the LeBron James of softball?
So anyway, that's what I was saying. Like, you're saying that's what Doval was saying.
Oh, yeah.
I got my ground balls.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating when you are a pitcher getting those ground balls and then the guy's just not taking advantage of the opportunities and not taking advantage of a potential game-ending double play. We should be talking about a Giants win this morning. We should be talking about Tyro and Matt Chapman going deep and playing under the strobe lights. But no, instead, we're talking about Luciano with a big defensive miscue in the 9th inning.
Luke Jackson gets blamed. He does. He's a guy I've wanted to love the whole time because of his personality and because he looks so good with Atlanta in 2021. I thought he was going to be that 8th inning guy. Guys, he's now been affiliated with 2 of the worst losses in the season opener in San Diego that they should have won.
Yeah.
And then last night, don't forget too, he came in a Dodger game in the 10th inning and coughed it up too. Now there's a runner on second, so it's tough to always blame relievers in the 10th inning. When Rob Manfred's out here, I know exactly.
The
but
ghost runner, I hate it.
He has
so
a
much.
number of outings this year. If you go look at his game log on Baseball Reference, he has a few blown situations. He has not been great. Mike told us he thinks he's too in love with his slider. He said he needs a third pitch, is what he said.
I mean, he was hammering off speeds all day yesterday, one that led to a free 90 before he got yanked from Camilo Doval. But I think it's fair to question some of the buttons that Bob Melvin is pressing. Putting Luke Jackson out there, yes, it was a non-save situation, but put Luke Jackson in like the 6th or 7th inning. Like, why is Ryan Walker coming in the 7th? That's the guy I have probably the most confidence bridging the gap between the starters and Camilo Doval. Ryan Walker. Sean Jelly has been pitching out of his mind lately. Sean Jelly was an option. Randy Rodriguez has been throwing great since being called up. He's another guy that was sitting out there in the bullpen.
Luke Jackson
I just don't think the order of operations were correct yesterday.
But Luke Jackson is kind of built for that's what he's supposed to be doing now.
He's supposed to, and then you also look at a guy like Taylor Rogers who's getting paid $12 million a year, and you don't ever see him in any high situations. It's great that these guys, this was the idea when you signed them, but if they're not performing, Luke Jackson could end up like Taylor Rogers, missing out on a bunch of these opportunities.
Ryan Walker pitched you an important 7th inning last night when the game was still a 4-2 game at that point. That was an important 7th inning that he pitched. So he did. He was. You can call that a high lever. Sometimes the save isn't always in the 9th inning. Sometimes it's earlier. So Walker gave you a great 7th. Tyler Rogers gave you a great 8th. And it's just his job. He failed. So Luke Jackson failed by issuing that walk. Doval, now the walk to Triolo, did he get squeezed? And he got his ground balls. To me, Doval's 3rd on the list. To me, it goes Luciano 1, Luke Jackson 2, Doval 3. Now, others are pointing out bases loaded in the 5th inning, 1 out. Mike Yastrzemski can't get that run in. Also, Lamont Wade in the 10th inning, runner on 3rd, 1 out. Yaz at least got the runner over, which made me so happy in the 10th inning. And Lamont Wade cannot go up there trying to work a walk. No. He's got to put bat on ball. So he's part of this thing. He's just losing baseball, and it's so frustrating because they can't get the engine turned over. And now, as we said, you turn, and there's Jared Jones, and Paul Skeens. Yeah. Now, the counter is Here comes Blake Snell.
Yeah, you got Blake Snell on the bump today. But real quick, just to touch on the fact that the Giants scored 6 runs yesterday, had an opportunity to win. They went 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position. So, of course, that deserves some of the blame, too. Because if you're 1 for 12 today versus Jared Jones or 1 for 12 tomorrow against Paul Skeens, I'm saying it's not a great opportunity for you to win those ball games.
It was such a great chance to climb back to finally by 500 because, boys, I got news for you. Flag Day's coming. Flag Day's coming, June 14th. And, oh, by the way, you know who's also coming? The Phillies and the Yankees next week.
Yeah, those are tough matchups.
You seen what the Phillies are doing?
Yeah, you seen what the Yankees are doing?
The Phillies are after their best start in 35 years.
Oh.
And Bryce Harper's out here getting prom dates. Did you guys see that?
No.
Oh, you didn't? You didn't see the prom? Did you see it, Young Tone, the prom date thing?
No.
Oh, I sent it to the thread. Well, you guys don't look at my thread stuff, huh?
I left you on
see it,
red.
no.
As the great Neil Patrick Harris used to say in How I Met Your Mother, you are so not reading my blog, which was always very funny.
Yeah.
Because who reads somebody else's blog, right?
Oh, yeah, shout out to the Lightly Read Jock blog.
Exactly, yes. How about the never posted Jock blog from a couple weeks ago?
You can't read it if it's not posted.
Exactly, but a guy who lives in Bryce's New Jersey neighborhood said YOLO, and he went and knocked on Harper's door, which, by the way, pretty aggressive now. You're knocking on the door. Are you answering the door? Usually somebody knocks. These days when somebody knocks on your door, you just go low. Like, shh, don't answer it. Well, he answered it because I guess it's one of these rich neighborhoods, fancy neighborhoods. And he saw there was a teenage kid standing outside his door. And the guy said, I'm taking my shot. He goes, will you, there's a girl on this street I want to take to prom. Will you come with me? And Bryce said, what the hell? I sent it to the thread.
Nice.
The audio's not tremendous.
I'm seeing it now.
Looks like
Pretty
a nice
cool.
home, and he's standing there in like sweatpants and a T-shirt. He's also wearing a Phillies hat. So he walks around in his Phillies hat, and the girl answers the door, and she's like screams, and he goes, hey, Julia. He goes, the guy Jason or whatever wants to ask you to prom. She's like, ah!
Look at
And then Harper goes, Will, are you going to go? And she goes, yes. And then she hugs Harper before she hugs the kid.
Hey, now.
So
seems a little suspicious.
Anyway, it was, Harper, this is the kind of year they're having. They're 35 and 14 or whatever. They're getting prom dates, and they're coming to San Francisco next week.
Yeah, the vibes are high out in Philly right
They
now.
are, man. All right, guys. Scotty Osler of the San Francisco Chronicle will join us next on Esports Center.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, always a pleasure to talk to Scotty Osler, one of the greatest of all time, who's typing away for the San Francisco Chronicle. For decades, was doing it in LA Times, and I just love talking to Scotty about anything. We talked to Scott about the great game of basketball that he loves so much, the great game of baseball that he loves so much, or just our time rooming together at Augusta National 20 years ago. So, Scotty, Rooms, good morning.
What's up, Scott?
That'll be a movie someday, Rooms. You know?
30 for 30. By the way, did you just see this, Scott, as we digress here? I was in getting some coffee. You see, ESPN Plus has a streaming documentary right now called The Evolution of Sports Media, and it's called, like, The Great Debate or something like that. And it's about, Scott, the industry that you have seen change, just kind of dramatically since the days of watching Tommy Lasorda parade around naked to now you better come with a hot take and you better come with it strong, and it doesn't matter what you said yesterday because today's a new day, right?
That's very true, yeah. I kind of like some of the old day stuff, but
I know, right?
We are where we are.
We're dating ourselves, right? You used to be, if you had to take, you had to be kind of responsible for it.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, you know, I didn't even know what a take was back then. Somebody said, "Hey, you got what's your take?" What does that mean? I don't know. But.
Well, Scott, I want to ask you about a take that I heard yesterday from Nick Bosa. If we can do some crossover here, going into the world of the NFL, and also a little golf talk. Nick Bosa compared Brock Purdy to Scotty Scheffler, without the arrest that we saw this past week. Do you see any similarities there between the personality of a Scotty Scheffler and a Brock Purdy?
I don't know that much about Scotty Scheffler. I haven't really clued into his personality that much, but just the externals, I guess, would be similar. A couple of laid back guys. But what was Bosa's connection there?
Well, they're both very faith based, very faith based. Okay, right. Yeah. So there's that, and they're kind of low key guys, except for, as we mentioned, Brock's not in it. There's no mugshot of Brock.
Did we ever get it sorted out? Is he going to go to jail? Go to prison?
No, I think they just delayed.
Is he going to wind up with Sing Sing?
They delayed the arraignment to June 3rd or something. So, Sing Sing. They used to talk about Sing Sing on the Three Stooges. So, speaking of
Brock Purdy, if somebody jumps on Brock Purdy's car, I think he's going to stop.
Yeah, he probably would. Yeah. Speaking of the Three Stooges, we think of iconic threesomes, and that leads us to your column. I love you mentioning
nice take.
Yes, right. I love you mentioning the Pep Boys. I got to say, Scotty, you've had so many great experiences, but I did not know that you actually valeted for one of the Pep Boys. Dude, that's incredible.
Well, when I was just out of college, I couldn't get a regular job right away, and so I was a valet parking guy at the Beverly Hilton Hotel in L.A., where they used to hold the Oscars and all that stuff. And so it was the Hotel of the Stars, but one of the living guests was a guy named Maurice Strauss, who was Mo of Manny, Mo, and Jack. And so one of my jobs every morning was when I saw him coming through the lobby, saw old Mo coming through the lobby, I'd run down and get his white Cadillac. And it was easy to find because I could actually smell it from like 10 cars away because he smoked cigars in his car. And his big Cadillac just reeked of cigars. But I'd bring his caddy up, and he'd tip me 50 cents a day, which was twice the average.
In all the years, I've never heard that story from you. That is absolutely incredible. First was that Manny, Mo, and Jack were real guys.
They were.
It wasn't just a cartoon drawing of these three these mechanics. The Pep Boys.
And the little cartoons, I don't know if they still do the little cartoons in the ad of the three guys, but the one with the cigar is Mo.
Okay, there it is. It all makes sense. Oh, that is all time.
Never exchanged a word, but.
Yeah. But according to your speech, you said 2 shiny quarters, double the tip.
That's right. Yep.
Oh man,
made me happy.
Look at you now. So we're talking to Scott Osler of the San Francisco Chronicle, and he mentions the Pep Boys because the Giants finally got something with Luis Matos, Elliot Ramos, and Marco Luciano. Now, when we booked you, they didn't blow the game prior to last night. But tell us a little bit about your thought on these three guys, and is it legit or is it a possibility of being a mirage?
Oh, it's both. But first of all, I quibble slightly with you, Marcus, on this. A minute ago, you said that how Luciano's misplay error at shortstop was unacceptable. It was horrible. It was, my God, I was watching it. It was astounding and terrible and all that stuff. But I wouldn't call it unacceptable because I think with a young shortstop like that, you have to accept some things like that, and kind of let him work through that. And that might be a big growth moment. Another thing is I was looking at I didn't watch the game from the very start, but I was looking at the box score and stuff. And Luciano had 2 hits last night. And I'm looking at the other side, and O'Neal Cruz, who's one of the great up and coming young shortstops, he's not hitting like Luciano is so far. So, and I'm thinking people were watching last night. They were probably thinking, oh my God, if only B-Craw was back there, he fields that ball without even dropping the sandwich, right? Mm-hmm. And but if B-Craw was there, I looked and B-Craw is hitting 0.97 right now. So, what do you want? Luciano's hitting, granted, only 5 games or so, is hitting 375. So, it's just part of the growth thing. I think it's terrible, and this could crush him. This one play could crush him, or maybe he could just shrug it off and move on and up.
Yeah, but Scott, wouldn't you say the Giants would benefit from a mix of both, whether it's Brandon Crawford maybe coming in as a late defensive inning replacement? I know he's not swinging the bat for anything out in St. Louis, or even a guy like Nick Ahmed, he's injured right now. But doesn't that show the value of needing a defensive replacement late in the game when you do have a young shortstop like Marco Luciano? Yeah,
and probably doesn't. And when Ahmed comes back, they'll have that if Luciano stays in that spot, which, But, so they were kind of caught in between with Ahmed being injured and stuff. But, it's a tough spot for the guy. But, you got to put him in the spotlight. Baseball is different. Like, if this is the NBA, if he was 17 years old, they'd be throwing him out there, in the heat of the thing. In baseball, you got to wait till you're 25 before you're ready for the big leagues. So, I don't know, to me, it feels like it's time to give him a shot.
Yeah, and you mentioned that last year, talk about the Mirage, you mentioned that last year Casey Schmidt came up with Patrick Bailey. And everybody got really excited.
He hit like 375 for a month or something like that.
And you're saying, so be cautionary tale is that we saw this last year and it faded.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a scary thing, because you take sure thing guys like Luciano is considered a can't miss guy from the time they signed him at age 16 or something like that. But can't miss guys sometimes do miss. So it's a finesse game. What do you do? How soon do you bring him up? How much do you put on his plate? How much do you rely on him? But right now they had to, and I kind of like that idea because historically the Giants have always been a little bit slow to promote guys, especially during the Bochy years. They wouldn't have brought up Posey as soon as they did if they weren't forced into it. And I think somewhat the same with Lincecum. They had to be kind of forced into bringing the kids up, and they waited too long sometimes. So I think with these guys, it's time. They've gone through some hard times a little bit in previous, like especially Ramos a couple times up and not doing so well. And now it's time to give them a test, I think.
Scott,
here's one difference I'll say. Like with the Warriors, the decision of whether or not to play the kids, that was based partly on, my God, we've got a championship team here. We got a championship window. I'm not sure the Giants have that right now. The Giants have a little bit more luxury of, we're probably not the favorite team in the National League, so it's time to give these guys a chance.
Scott Osler is the voice you hear this morning from the San Francisco Chronicle on the UMA guest line. And Scott, in your article, of the 3 guys that you highlighted, Luis Matos, Elliot Ramos, and Marco Luciano, who do you think is going to have the most long-term success with this ball club?
Man, that's a hard one to say. I might lean towards Matos. He seems to hit really well, and I just like the way the first couple of games he came up, he just butchered a couple of plays in center field, and it was terrible. I was watching one of those games. I was at with my son in the left field bleachers, and my son was going crazy. He says, "Take that stupid green glove off and get out of here." And then he comes back and he steals a couple home runs, or steals at least one home run, and he just looked graceful, and he looked kind of at home out there and looked aggressive, like a really good center fielder, like he could be that. And the fact that he can hit. So if I had to pick one of those guys, I'd probably go with him.
By the way, I want to compliment you. A big guy like Scott Osler, a man who's dying, a man who's seen Tommy Lasorda eat pasta naked. You were in the bleachers?
Yeah, I don't go out there often, Murph, because, I don't want to sign all the autographs.
I know. How was it out there? After all these years, what was it like returning to your roots there?
It was kind of cool. The crowd is lively out there. They're definitely engaged. you got a pretty good view of the game. It's a really interesting and fun view of the game when you're used to watching every game from the press box.
You know, it's funny. If you go to the bleachers on a Friday night or on a weekend, that whole idea that baseball is dead in the younger generation is kind of blown up. There's a ton of kids out there in their like early 20s having a ball, right?
Yeah, and everybody's interacting. There's a lot of not just your own little group, but all people around you. You're just there's a real community feeling out there.
And
Cool.
it feels like there's been a lot of excitement since some of these younger players have been called up, whether it's Elliot Ramos or Matos or Patrick Bailey last season. We mentioned Casey Schmidt. And you look at this Giants roster, and we were kind of doing an exercise yesterday of the top 25 players under 25. And whether it's the three guys you spotlighted, whether it's a guy like Kyle Harrison, whether it's Patrick Bailey, even Jung-Hoo Lee, it seems like the Giants are stocked with a lot of talent, 25 and younger. What does that mean for the future of this franchise?
Well, I think it's pretty solid, but you have to be careful because of the last couple of years that been kind of down years, and there's been a lot of talk to get rid of these old guys that aren't doing anything. Slater, get rid of Lamont Wade. Lamont Wade after 2022. I'm sure every Giants fan would have been happy to see the Giants get rid of him. Right? Come on, it's time to bring in some kids.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's hitting like 460 something. So he's on base 460, whatever. But so I don't know. It's weird. It swings back and forth. But I definitely think it's time for a youth infusion, the Pep Boys and other people, Bailey and other guys.
I was so fascinated that the Pep Boys were real and that we used to drive a white Cadillac. It's so great. By the way, we did our list just before we let you go, Scott. We did our list yesterday. We kind of came up with them on the fly because there's kind of a nice little nest of talent, 25 and under. We used the cutoff line was Young Tony. Our producer, Young Tony, is 25. We used his birthday, November of 98, as the cutoff. And here are some of the names that are out there that are under 25 right now in the Bay Area from the 49ers. Obviously, Brock Purdy, but also guys like the kicker, Jake Moody, the corner, Diamador Lenore, the corner, Ambry Thomas. Now, from the Warriors, there's 3 21-year-olds, Kuminga, Pajemski, and Moody, and a Trace Jackson Davis at 24. And then the Giants had Kyle Harrison, Patrick Bailey, and then the Pep Boys you just all mentioned, Matos, Ramos, and Luciano. So it's there's kind of a little moment in time. If you had to quickly on the fly rank them 1 through 5 or 5 through 1, who the most important are of that group?
Well, I'd easily go Purdy number 1. I might go Pod number 2.
Pajemski.
Yeah.
I had him in there too, and Greg Papa did not, and roasted my 5, by the way. So I ride with Hostel. I ride with Rooms.
Well, Pod is kind of a polarizing figure. I think some people think he's just this kind of an overrated guy and just has reached his peak and everything. And I tend to think he's still got some upside.
Who else you got in there? Just throw a few, just for that. We're not going to hold
top 5.
Yeah, not going to put a gun to your head, but we both had Kyle Harrison in our top 5 because starting pitching.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, he's got it. Yeah. Let's put him in number 3.
Would you put Kuminga, Moody, or Pat Bailey, or Luis Matos, or?
Maybe Trace. Maybe Trace.
Okay, so you're going off the board there, going to ahead of Kuminga, huh?
Yeah, let's put him ahead of Kuminga. Yeah.
Yeah, just for controversy.
Because there's too much talk about trading Kuminga and all that stuff, and I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's some pretty good.
Although I like Kuminga. I hope they keep him around.
And real quick, just to follow up on Trace Jackson Davis, we saw Brandon Pajemski be named to the first All-NBA rookie team. Trace Jackson Davis missed the second team by 1 vote. Scotty, do you think TJD was snubbed?
No, I don't think so. You can always say that, but then you got to figure to get a guy off that second team. So I think it's okay.
Yeah.
And he did. It was kind of a second half kind of thing for him. The first half he didn't get to play much and kind of came on late. So, and it was in a tough spot in a lot of ways. So no, he's fine. I think he's cool.
I love it. It's exactly what Marcus Thompson. You've been trying to create this controversy for a couple days.
I mean, the guy missed out by 1 point. I think he should have been on the second team.
All right, guys.
I can see the headline now. We always have the headline, missed by snub.
Very good. All right, Scotty. Thanks for the Pep Boys reset. Mo. So, by the way, when I looked at it, there was an original guy who got replaced. So Manny, Mo, and Jack were not the original 3. I guess.
Really?
Yeah, I guess it was
like the Three Stooges.
Yeah, it was originally Manny, Mo, Jack, and Mo. There were 2 Mo's.
I'll be darned.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
And then I guess Mo, and the reason why they went with this is that Mo came west. They started in Philadelphia, and he saw a bunch of businesses using first names. According to Wiki, he saw a dress shop called Minnie, Maud, and Mabel's, and he said, we got to change our names to Manny, Mo, and Jack. So there it is. Here we are,
Okay.
still talking about him. It was 1921. So, all right, guys.
Yeah, next time I'll tell you about when I got the open the door for Elvis.
Oh, I can't wait. All right, Scott. Thanks for the time. We love it.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thanks,
you.
Scott.
All right, Rooms. See you, Marcus.
There he is, Rooms. All those nights we had in Augusta, I never heard the Pep Boys story. Wow. So once again, we tried to find what does young Tony know, but you know the Pep Boys. You know the Pep Boys.
Yeah.
Now, would you know the Pet Shop Boys?
No.
I don't know if I know them.
Pet Shop Boys were one of the quintessential 80s bands. You know what's funny about Pet Shop Boys as I say it? You might like them. They were like heavily synth-based and kind of like, they were not my cup of tea, but you might like them. You've got the looks, I've got the West End. You might like West End Boys. You might like that.
The Pet Shop Boys.
Although we won't talk about what the song's about.
Hey, no.
Yeah, the Pet Shop Boys. But
Yeah.
anyway, so there you go. Well, listen, you're hell-bent on this TJD snub.
Look, I'm a TJD guy. I think if Steve Kerr was playing him early in the season over Dario Saric, he would have been at least second team.
I would agree with you
All
on
NBA
that.
rookie team.
I think he came a little late to the scene.
It's like the Draymond Green comparisons we were talking about yesterday. Really didn't start getting heavy minutes until David Lee went down with an injury. Until the Warriors made the adjustment and putting TJD into the starting lineup, that's when their defensive numbers rose, and that's why I thought he did enough to maybe be on that second team.
All right, back to the blame game. Luciano, and it's funny, Scott came at you for the Declan unacceptable take.
Yeah, Scotty, I
Pretty funny.
was trying to work an unacceptable risk so I can get to the Logan Webb comments about the ninth inning.
Yeah, right, exactly. But,
But still, I agree with Declan's buddy. You're a major league shortstop. You got to knock down that ball. You at least got to get one out in that situation.
That's D. Murph himself who's coming with the unacceptable.
That's it. That's my guy. I ride with Deck.
No, it's his buddy Eddie who calls people casual, derisively calls them casuals.
Oh, are we talking Commissioner Eddie?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know if I want to ride with the commish.
So, although he's a left-handed pitcher.
Ooh.
You like pitchers, don't you?
I love pitchers.
Yeah, you do. There you go. Hey, we got blame to go around. And it's Luciano, it's Luke Jackson, it's Camilo Doval, it's Lamont Wade, it's maybe Yastrzemski not driving and run. And how significant was this loss, guys? 3:40 first pitch, Blake Snell against this young kid, Jared Jones. He didn't want to hear it from Giants. He's coming right at him. Will Pat Bailey return? All these things to talk about next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
Dog shit, to be honest, as a whole.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers' new defensive end Leonard Floyd stopped by our show earlier this morning to talk about what it's going to be like being that opposite bookend next to Nick Bosa, and also what it was like playing against the 49ers as a member of the Rams. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Oh, yeah, hunker down. Fight down.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
There it is. Quick turnaround, baby. West End girls, Eastern boys and West End girls. I kind of feel like, Young Tone, this is an 80s song you would embrace.
Marcus and I were discussing in the break. It does sound familiar.
I was going to say, just kind of like, I've noticed that you sort of like the ones with the little, like the beats and the synth and the hook and all that. Here we go.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, I don't mind it.
Little rap here, by the way.
Well, I was asking Young Tony because I went into his studio during the break, and he goes, "Oh, you for sure know this because I know this song." And then he previewed it for me, and I was like, how do I know this song? Well, Murph, just like our guy Ellie De La Cruz, I grew up playing Grand Theft Auto as a kid, and this was on the GTA soundtrack.
I play a lot of GTA when I was a little kid.
Oh, it's so good. So you are a listener, wrote in the same thing?
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, the GTA generation.
Hell yeah.
Shouting out. Pet Shop Boys are a band, and believe me, I was a poster child for 80s music, whether it's English Beat, New Order, whatever you got. And I just never went over to the Pet Shop Boys. I was like, that's where I drew the line. But hey, that gave me a little warm rush right there, hearing that. So thank you. That came about because of the Pep Boys. I was trying to find something Young Tony didn't know today, and the Pet Shop Boys.
Now, which one of the Pet Boys got replaced?
There were two Mo's, apparently, and they replaced him with a Jack, I guess.
Oh, are you saying Marco Luciano? Is he going to be one of the Pet Boys replaced after that air last night?
There you go, buddy.
Work with me here.
I was just reading Grant Brisbee in The Athletic saying he took the very measured approach. This is what happens with young kids.
Absolutely.
It's what you have to deal with, but doesn't make it any less painful or unacceptable.
Doesn't make it acceptable.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
Or somebody wrote in on the text line saying about Marcus, Marcus, you're asking for a defensive replacement. You shouldn't need a defensive replacement when you're up by 4 runs. And I think I would counter and say, no, you need a defensive replacement when you're up by 4 runs.
And when Camilo Duvall comes into the game, you got to replace Marco Luciano. How about we keep it as simple as that?
Yeah, it's pretty much like that, too. It was 510 said, I remember GTA 5 for Pet Shop Boys.
I believe it was actually in the trailer for GTA 5.
Gosh, how about that?
Yeah.
You guys, look at you guys biting our style.
Yeah.
I like it very much. So anyway, guys, it's tough. We've been talking about it all morning. I opened the show by saying, hey, could be worse. You could be a Pacers fan.
Oh.
I mean, how about that, by the way? I don't know how on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your attention level to the NBA playoffs right now?
I'm more locked in.
10 being you're locked in.
Oh, no, I'm definitely more locked into the Western Conference Finals.
Eastern boys and Western girls?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Now, I did check in on the Pacers and Celtics last night after the Giants game ended. And Murph, you know my style. It's anybody but Boston. I don't want to see the C's win. And the Pacers blew a golden opportunity last night to take a 1-0 lead.
As gold as their jerseys, right? And it's funny. I mean, I think this Pacers team is underrated. I told you I saw them in March when they came and played the Warriors, and they had body after body after body. They had wave after wave. Now, Rick Carlisle was right. It's on him. He should have called the timeout. Halliburton, though, said, I appreciate my coach trying to take the blame. He said, I'm the guy who turned the ball over in the previous possession. So they seem like they got their act together. But the same way, the analogy to the Giants is the same way the game to get in the Pittsburgh series was the first game, because you don't want to have to try to beat Jones and Skeens back-to-back, is the same way that was the game the Pacers had to win, because you know it's coming game 2. I mean, he comes. If the Celtics had that close of a call, they're going to steamroll him in game 2. Yeah. I mean, that's just my gut instinct.
And this is the Celtics right now without Kristaps Porzingis. So it's a Celtics team that could be playing better, but I am holding out some hope if this matters to anybody else besides me. The Pacers were the team that eliminated the Celtics in the in-season tournament So they have beaten them on a big stage before. Not nearly as big, but
it was 3-2.
It's given me some type of belief.
The regular season series was 3-2. It's funny, this Celtics team gets there's an army of doubters. It's too easy. They've never done it. Look what happened. They barely beat the Pacers. Like, they got an army of doubters out there, and maybe it'll be the Minnesota Timberwolves who put the end to that, or the Dallas Mavericks.
Go Dogs.
Hey, back to the Giants game last night and the blame we're assigning. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is checking in too at 415-808-5627. So if you missed it, the Giants lose 7-6 in 10 innings. The Pirates pull their first 4-run ninth inning comeback since 2008. It started with Luke Jackson. Gets a one pitch, one out. Now you got, like Brisbee had in this piece, the Giants win probability, which I 99.4 at that point in time. So 0.6, you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah,
right?
and it was actually higher than the Pacers' 90% win probability before that turnover with 10 seconds left.
Oh, my gosh. So, and my argument is this is going to – it's one step forward, two steps back. Shout out the boss in Ireland doing his thing. But, dude, it's like you can't turn this engine over. And they were fine. I was literally thinking, I was listening to the game on my phone, on my MLB app. And I was leaning on the outfield fence at Boyle Park enjoying a spring evening at Little League. Because my days are dwindling, buddy. My days of being at magical Boyle Park are coming to an end. But anyway, I was listening to it, and a guy was asking me for updates. And I was like, yeah, it's 6-2 in the ninth. They got one out, nobody on. Now I'm like, now it's 2 on. And we went through it together. But I was thinking, when they nailed down this win, Marcus, I was going 24-25, 5 in a row, and Blake Snell pitching. Dude. And they're finally turning the engine over.
And you said they're where in the wild card standings right now?
Well, believe it or not, are you ready? Are you serious? Are you ready?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want? Loss column?
Give me the loss column.
Tied for the third spot in the loss column. All right, now they are a couple of wins behind, but you can always make up wins, as you know, because we are a loss column-based show. Here are the teams tied for the third spot. San Diego, 25-26. Arizona, 23-26. Pittsburgh, just saw them, 23-26. The Giants, 23-26. And are you ready? And I know Cardinals fans who think this team is terrible. They're tied in the loss column at 21-26.
Jeez.
And the Washington Nationals are tied in the loss column at 21-26. And then the Mets are only a game out in the loss column at 21-27. So this is what hath mediocrity wrought. What a sub-mediocrity wrought. Hopefully somebody goes on a run.
Look, and here's the thing. I know this is good for the Giants. It's good for my ticket that I put in when I was in Vegas when I bet on them to make the playoffs this season. But this is bad for baseball, man. Adding this third wild card team, the fact that we're talking about teams that are sub 500 being wild card teams, this is not good for baseball, in my opinion.
No,
it's good for the Giants. It's good for us. It's good for fans who want to get into the postseason. But again, all the teams you just listed off have sub 500 records.
I would agree. Brutally sub 500 in some cases, too.
Gross.
Now, 435 gets very upset. Says, what's the difference between a veteran making 4 outs in a game and failing to move a runner in from third with less than 2 outs, or a rookie shortstop making a single error? What's the difference? Why pick on the rookie when everybody makes mistakes? Well, I mean, that's a fair...
Well, 808 KNBR is a number. Come pick on whoever the hell you want.
I mean, that's a fair argument to make, but the bottom line is routine plays are routine plays at big moments, and it's just like anything. It's like a foul call late in an NBA game, you know? You go back in the first quarter, was there a foul call that should have been then? Or a pitch that got squeezed in the first inning? The bottom line is there was a routine play that, and Mike talked to us, the ninth inning is different. Yeah. The ninth inning is different, no matter what you think. And defensively, he felt it too.
Yeah.
So let's go to Mike in San Francisco. He's willing to put his take on the line. Mike, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I mean, I agree that, you know, the ninth inning's the big inning and the error was the error, and that was the decisive play. But the other caller, the text you had, made a good point too. I mean, I think one of the problems the Giants got right now is they're really not getting any offensive production out of their right fielder and out of their first baseman. And those are two positions you need to get power production out of. And I don't know how they fix that. But, you know, Yastrzemski coming up early in the game with the bases loaded, you know, could have put that game away, and he pops it up. And then Luciano comes up and grounds out, and that's the end of the inning.
Yeah, you know, Mike, I looked up Yastrzemski with runners in scoring position. He is on the interstate on that. That is a tough deal. Now, I understand you're saying about Wade's home run totals, but he sure has been productive in other ways. His on base and his OPS is.
I'm not thinking of Wade as much as I am of
Flores.
Flores, yeah.
Flores is. I mean, are we witnessing a little? Are we witnessing a little regression on the back. Is Flores making the turn onto the back nine here? Because it's been a couple months now, and he's not hitting.
Yeah, and I think the Giants have lacked production out of first base for a long time. I think even Brandon Belt, really underperformed from a power perspective of what you need from a first baseman. And I just think they've really lacked at that position for a long time, and I think that's really holding them back.
Yeah, I remember when Pete Alonso came up, and I said on air, "Where's my Pete Alonso?" And the answer was Willie McCovey. That was the answer. So, or Will Clark wasn't bad either. So anyway, Mike, thanks for the call. Appreciate you, man.
And that's a big problem that Mike points out with Wilmer Flores. If he's not hitting, you don't want his glove at first base either.
And you pointed out.
And we can go back to, what was it, the 5th inning? When, of course, Logan Webb doesn't get over to first base in time. Now, Murph, I'm a big proponent of PFPs, pitcher fielding practice. Anytime a ball gets hit to the right side, you got to get your ass over to first base. But Wilmer Flores, by any means, should not have been diving for that ball. It was hit straight to Tyro Estrada. So I think Logan Webb was even surprised that he had to get over as quickly. Again, it doesn't excuse Logan for not being on it right after the pitch and after the ball was hit. But Wilmer Flores had no business diving for that ball, which led to the blunder and led to an unearned run.
Yeah, see, all these things that happen. 925 says, hey, guys, Tyler Fitzgerald found himself off the big league roster after a critical mistake. Does the same fate await Marco Luciano? No. I don't think. Physical errors are different than mental errors. 619 says, Bob Melvin putting in Luke Jackson is the reason they lost.
True, and here's the thing, just to respond to that text. Before that 9th inning, when we're all sitting there with a 6-2 lead thinking the Giants were going to win, I was ready to come in this morning and give Luciano some flowers. For A, getting a couple base knocks, but also for B, making a couple nice defensive plays early in the game. Yeah. There was a ball hit up the middle. He made a beautiful play, a great throw to first base, and I was like, damn, all right, Marco, this is what we want to see more of. But I also want to see less of those errors in the 9th inning.
Multiple texters say if you're calling Luciano's a routine play, they think Yaz getting a runner home from third with less than 2 outs is a routine play too. I get it. I understand it. But there's something about a ground ball at short that a guy does not have confidence in his glove, nor does the team, that is heavily emphasized. We've seen Yastrzemski come through. We've seen him do it. We haven't seen Luciano make those plays in the 9th inning.
And at a minimum, you got to knock the ball down and get at least 1 out if you're not turning double play. And that's why I said it was unacceptable. But you know what is acceptable, Tony? Redwood Credit Union. Because you can watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
Andy Baggerly with some baseball smarts next on the Sports Leader.
Praise Dale or raise hail. From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
All right, so much to talk about after quite an eventful game last night. Andy Baggerly, the segment is sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think. And Tim Kawakami joining Papa and Lund at 11:30. Tim Kawakami writes for The Athletic. So does Andy Baggerly. I know you're not in Pittsburgh, Andy, but man, oh man, what a memorable game last night. So good morning. How are you?
Morning, Bags.
Yeah, anytime you've got a 99.6% win probability and you end up not shaking hands at the end, it's one that's going to sting, and it's one that you'll maybe think back on if you get a game short or 2 games short from where you wanted to be at the end of a year. So. And making it, a little bit doubly gut punchy is that you got, Jared Jones and Paul Skeens to face the next 2 days. So this was with Logan Webb on the mound. This is one that you kind of needed to circle in the W book before the game even started. So to not see it through is a tough one. But I mean, you hate to be reductive, but that's baseball. I mean, games like this will happen. They will happen. Otherwise, it'd be 1,000% win probability with an out in the ninth and a 4-run lead.
I would love 1,000% win probability. So the sexiest talking point is Marco Luciano, and it's not because he made a physical error. I mean, it is because he made a physical error, but it's because of what his career has been in the Giants front office eyes and what they think they can get from him, and how that played out exactly as the nightmare is. Like, he's not a reliable shortstop. You can't give him the keys to the car just yet, and yet they do, and then that play happens in the 9th inning. Nightmare for the front office, nightmare for those who doubt him, tough for his confidence. So, big picture question. Like, how did you view his progress through the spring? How did you view the Giants' view of him as the shortstop of the future?
Well, I think you look at the offensive progress, and it's been pretty stunning. I mean, this is a guy who did not have a lot of pitch recognition skills that he could demonstrate, whether it was in the Arizona Fall League or in winter ball or when he would come up for spring training games. He was a young guy. He's just 22, right? So you don't expect him to be a fully formed, major league hitter when he's 18, 19, 20. And he had the pandemic washout a year. Obviously, that happened to everybody in his kind of cohort. But, in terms of offensive sort of growth, there's been a ton. I mean, he's 399 OBP in AAA. He's drawing walks. He's making good swing decisions. And eventually, I mean, that's going to lead to success. And the bat was always this kid's calling card from the time that he was 14 years old, dominating the showcase circuit in the Dominican Republic. It was the bat that was going to play, and scouts have been saying he's going to get bigger. He's not going to be able to stay at shortstop. Either the body's going to change, or he doesn't have the skills. And credit to him that he made it to the big leagues as a shortstop. And I've talked to him over the years. He's 22, but it seems like I've known him forever. And that's something that he was always motivated by. Is, hey, this is a position I love to play. I want to play it until they tell me I can't play it anymore. And they didn't move him off the position in A ball or double A. He's still here, but obviously he's got a lot of work to do, and he's not anywhere near a league average shortstop right now. There's a lot of things sort of instinctive that still have to come. Even just playing that topspin grounder. I wonder if he'd gotten more time to take grounders off that little red machine that Kai Correa always drug out there. That's what it does. It simulates topspin. That was a wicked topspin grounder. He played back on it just a little bit. Obviously tried to maybe rush it because he wanted to get the quick flip to second base. And you saw what happened. And that's what happens with young players. And they're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. It's not a complete condemnation of him as a defender. But, that's why you have major league coaches. It's not all, well, this kid can't play shortstop. He's 22. He's in the big leagues. Your coaching staff's being paid for a reason. Coach him up. Your teammates are there for a reason. Be there, be a good teammate for him. Make him get better. And that's the challenge. That's an organizational challenge.
And I thought last night would have been a perfect time to maybe put in a defensive replacement for Marco Luciano in that ninth inning. But obviously, Nick Ahmed's injured right now. Exactly, Bags. That's what I was going to get to. They don't have one right now on the roster. So what's the latest injury update on Nick Ahmed? And then what do you think the plan is at shortstop once he makes his return to the roster?
Yeah, that's the real question. I thought Grant Bisbee really sort of laid it out really well in the piece he wrote that's on our site this morning, basically saying, look, there's going to be a crossroads coming up when Austin Slater's ready, which could be sooner rather than later. He's on the trip. Same with Michael Conforto and Elliot Ramos, and same with Nick Ahmed when he comes back. And he's not on the trip, so I don't think he's super close. But they don't think this is something that's going to keep him out for a month. So at some point, Nick Ahmed's going to be back, and Bob Melvin, his coaches, and Farhan Zaidi, they're going to have a choice to have to huddle together and make, whether it be, who they can keep on this roster and how much playing time those guys are going to get. And a lot of it's going to be on what they see from Mirko Luciano right now. And that includes what he does offensively, because this is a front office that has traded out defense for offense. And in fact, they made a habit of doing it until recently. And maybe there's a case to be made that you can kind of thread the needle a little bit. And when you have a Kyle Harrison on the mound, he's an extreme fly ball pitcher, then maybe Luciano can play. And when you have a Logan Webb or a Jordan Hicks, who are total ground ball pitchers, maybe you go to a healthy Nick Ahmed and maybe you find a way to leverage the strengths of both guys a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what they do going forward. But one thing that's tough is if you do decide to give Ahmed some more playing time when he's healthy, you really don't want a Marco Luciano sitting on a major league bench. I mean, you need these guys to play. They're still real young. They need the reps. They need the development. So, that may be how they justify sending him out, if that is indeed what they decide to do eventually.
Talking to Andy Baggerly of The Athletic after just a brutal loss last night. So a lot on Luciano there, but there was more there, and less sexy to the Giants' future, but more for the immediate future, the next couple of months, is Luke Jackson. It's a guy they signed, and, I was like, wow, that guy was fantastic with the Braves, but he has not been fantastic with the Giants. And so just your read on him, what you've known talking to either Brian Price or Bob Melvin or Luke Jackson himself about how he's fit in and how he thinks he's performing.
Yeah, I think it's just inconsistency. I mean, you saw him strike out the side against the Rockies the other day when he needed to pump high fastballs past, I think it was Ellie De La Cruz, when the Reds were in town, and he's throwing 97 at the top of the zone. This is a guy who will get you out of the zone by chasing. I mean, he throws that sort of, choke down breaking ball in the dirt, and that's how he makes his living. And hitters are getting better and better at not chasing, and pitchers are getting better and better at landing their off speed in competitive places or in the zone. So you wonder if that kind of style might be falling out of favor a little bit. But, it has been something that's worked for him in the past. He obviously still has good stuff. But there have been times when he's come in, particularly when he hasn't had a Bailey or a Casale behind the plate, where it's been rough. I mean, it really has been optically bad. And, I don't think you necessarily say that Bob Melvin needs to, basically be thrown over the coals for putting Luke Jackson out there. He's got a 4-run lead. I mean, it's not a save situation, and you can't use Camilo Doval every day. I mean, you got to try to manage for a whole season in mind. But obviously that one went awry. And I'll tell you what, there's one other factor, and this is not to absolve the Giants. They had opportunities to add on. They had other opportunities to win that game. But it didn't help. That plate umpire was terrible. I mean, he was really bad. I saw the umpire scorecard on Dan Bellino, and he gave 1.2 runs to the Pirates basically by missing a lot of ball calls. He called strikes on Giants hitters, and an opposite way as well. Camilo, I think, had one of those guys struck out in the ninth, and Bellino just missed the call. So, I was always on the fence about this. Now I'm pretty much firmly in the camp of give me the lasers, give me the robots. We've got the technology. Wow. This really shouldn't be a gray area anymore.
Going AI.
It's just, yeah. He had a 94% correct rate, and it was 0.2% better than the average game that's umpired in the major leagues. But you watch the broadcast, listen to the broadcasters, and it's like, is this guy, is he myopic? Can he see the zone at all? I mean, he really missed a lot of calls, and unfortunately for the Giants, a lot of them went in the Pirates' favor.
Bags, Blake Snell is back on the bump tonight. What are your expectations for him?
Well, I think you got to be pretty optimistic, just given how he looked in the minor leagues and how the stuff looked, and it's minor league hitters, but still you throw 10, no-hit innings, and you strike out 10 and 5 innings your last time out against AAA hitters. And, the Pirates are a team that they don't swing a lot. They take probably more pitches in zone than I think all but maybe 2 or 3 teams in the major leagues. And so if you throw strikes, they struggle. They do a good job, I think, waiting out pitchers who struggle with the zone. So it's going to very much be incumbent on Blake Snell to be in the zone and get count leverage. And if he can do that and his stuff is there and he's healthy, I think the Giants should probably expect a pretty good result. But you're right, it's getting late early, I think, as Dwayne Kuiper likes to say, and every start that this guy either doesn't make or is non-competitive makes that contract just look even worse and worse and worse. So the Giants were betting on what he would do basically from mid-May on. Well, we're a little past mid-May, so I think this is the time for the lights to come on. And if they don't, then I think that there should be some concern. But right now, I think the read on it is he's in a good place to be the pitcher that the Giants signed, and we'll find out tonight if he can do that.
Last two, one big picture, one small picture. The small picture one is Ryan McKenna. He enters the immaculate grid era of Giants and Orioles.
Right.
But is this short term? What is it?
I think so. Could be. It's all based on roster configuration, and they need people who can basically play the outfield. And I don't think he has any options remaining. So it may be a situation where the Giants carry him for a couple days when they need that roster spot to activate either Conforto or Slater. Then maybe McKenna's the choice to see if they can sneak him through waivers. I mean, this team is going out and signing guys in the Mexican League and from all over. Just an independent ball just to find outfielders, because it's a cascading effect when you have a bunch of injuries on your major league roster. As the Giants had 7 in the span of 8 days. You're going to deplete your minor league system, and it cascades throughout your system, and you have guys in A-ball play in AAA who maybe shouldn't be, and you just need to get some inventory, and so that may be what this is about more than anything. I did hear from one of my colleagues who covers another team, oddly another National League team, who said this was a steal for the Giants. This was a really good waiver claim. There's a lot of people that I've talked to that really like this kid. Hasn't shown a lot in the big leagues. I think if you look at Orioles Twitter, they're pretty glad he's gone. But there are some scouts who really like some of the things he can do under the hood. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we didn't think Mike Yastrzemski was much of anything but a novelty when they got him from the Orioles a couple of years ago. And some guys are here today, gone tomorrow. It's sort of the way the roster churn works. But to complain, Varhan can't help himself. He's got to get some. He's got to play the waiver game. That's not really what this is about. This is not 2019 where he's trying to flush the back third of the 40-man roster and just sort of try guys willy-nilly and see what can stick. But this is really an organizational need that they have, and they're hoping that maybe they can carry this guy for a few days, maybe sneak him through waivers, and then have him as inventory in an area where they're pretty thin right now.
All right, well, we'll figure that out. Coming to the big picture, we're almost out of time. So, 30 to 45 seconds. Pat Bailey, back, but concern?
Yeah, I think there'd be maybe a little more concern if he hadn't gone to see the guy he saw, who was Mickey Collins in Pittsburgh. I talked to Bailey at the end of the homestand. I don't think we're in bounds to talk to him officially because he's still on the concussion IL. But he told me that he got such a world of good out of visiting Dr. Collins in Pittsburgh, and of course he consulted with him again when the team got back into Pittsburgh, and said that really gave him a lot of peace of mind. He's got a new mask. We'll see if that makes any kind of impact, but there's always concern with any catcher anywhere. There's no such thing as a mild concussion injury. So, he'll be monitored, I'm sure, very carefully, but the Giants are hoping he's past this, and it's again, when you take them in short sort of bursts, when you take a foul tip, when you're still woozy from the previous one, those are the ones that can really have lasting damage or a long process to get through. So I think the hope here is that he's back, he's okay, and hopefully the baseball gods don't send any foul tips off his mask.
All right, a lot of information packed into 13 minutes there. Andy, thank you very much. We'll do it next week.
Thanks, Bags.
Sounds good. Take care. Thanks.
There he is. And here's the quote from Andrew Bailey. Patrick Bailey, the doctor, told him, just go out there and play and think about it as little as you can. So ignore the elephant in the room. All right.
What?
That's what you do. You got to just think about it as little as you can.
Just going to ignore concussions?
That's what you do.
That's not great medical advice.
No, he's not supposed to obsess on it or freak out about it.
But who am I, a doctor? Oh, we'll find out on the other side.
Nice tease on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
First time in KNBR history, back-to-back Pet Shop Boys reunion? I think so.
No
I think
doubt,
first time. Yeah. We're making history out here, baby. Just like the Giants are trying to make history by, I don't know. They're trying to make history by winning tonight. Or just, I don't know. We're there. We're at the point where we got to do the darn medical report, which, by the way, we tried to do something fun and creative and put Marcus in a doctor's coat. That was either John Joe's idea or yours. One of the two, or young Tony's. And how about Sutter Health saying, yeah, that's great. We love the reads. But in no way do we want anybody thinking Marcus Boucher is a doctor with Sutter Health.
How dare they question my credibility, Murph?
I remember when California was beginning to legalize marijuana, and they started by making it medical marijuana. And I remember my buddy saying, oh, hell yeah. Now Dr. Dre can write prescriptions, is what he said. And I would say that you, as a doctor, you're qualified to write certain prescriptions like that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I met some of those doctors when weed was still prohibited in the state of
The
California.
medical, you got a note from the doctor?
Yeah, I'm not exactly going to those doctors for my Tommy John surgery.
Nowadays you're dishing out gummies like a blackjack dealer. Because it's all legal. It's legal. It's like buying a Kit Kat at the Circle K. Circle KNBR, I should say. All right, buddy, put on that fake white coat. Pretend white coat, yes.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Yes, it is time for our Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health. And no, disclaimer, put it on the lower third right now, John Joe Curley. I am not a doctor. I just play one on 50,000 watts. But today, we'll be playing ball with Blake Snell, who's back on the bump, finally. And of course, the skipper, Bob Melvin, was asked by Joe Rizzo yesterday what the game plan was for Blake Snell making his return today.
It sounds like Blake Snell will be coming back at some point as well here this week.
Yeah, Blake will pitch tomorrow, and then we'll be TBA on Thursday.
Sounds like it could be Mason Black on Thursday. Sounds like it might be Kyle Harrison on Friday. Stay tuned for those updates, but one thing I can tell you is that Blake Snell makes his return to the bump today against Jared Jones and the Pittsburgh Pirates. And that Sutter Health Report is from 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
All right, Blake Snell. So over under 4 2/3.
Oh, I'll take the over.
Okay.
Give me 5 innings today, 6 strikeouts.
5 innings, then we're going back to the pen. We're going to do this all over again?
Yeah. Give me Sean Jelly out of the pen today.
All right. How about, and they got to say, hey, Kruko told us, listen, yes, these young arms are good, but there's nothing like some old salty veterans would be like, oh, really, youngster? You know, this is the Crash Davis, Nuke Lelouch story, right?
Oh, if I'm a big leaguer, I'm licking my chops at the opportunity to face one of these guys. Because, yes, they're getting all the hype in the world. We talked about Jared Jones last time the Pirates came to San Francisco. Set an MLB record for the most swings and whiffs in a major league debut. A guy that sits triple digits. And then you fast forward to Thursday. Paul Skeens, a guy that's getting comparison to Steven Strasburg when he made his debut with the Washington Nationals. A guy that is absolutely electric, throws 100-mile-per-hour two-seamers with 17 inches of run. But yeah, welcome to the big league, kids.
Yeah.
Bryce Harper did it to Kyle Harrison last year. I think some of these guys in the Giants lineup are looking to do the same thing to them.
That's when Bryce Harper wasn't landing prom dates. I showed you the video. What'd you think?
I actually saw it on First Take this morning.
What'd you guys think? Did you
They're
see it,
talking
Tony?
about
What'd you
it.
think? Do you think
Pretty cool, yeah.
You believe it was organic?
Oh, 100%.
I don't know. I think it was propaganda put out by the Phillies because Bryce Harper's out here in a Philly hat.
He was wearing a Philly hat, which was funny. In Andy Baggerly's book, A Band of Misfits, he commented how Jonathan Sanchez once left the locker room wearing a Giants hat, which is like big league players don't wear their hats out on the town.
Yeah.
They just don't. And some player yelled, "Go Giants!" And Sanchez was like, "Huh?" So yeah, so I mean, I think he threw it on maybe just for purposes. But hey, this is how the Phillies are riding high right now.
Yeah, the Phillies are swinging it.
And what did Young Tone learn or not learn?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Well, today we were sort of, we were too busy killing Marco Luciano to spend too much time on this. But there were a few things that came up. One, he knows the Pep Boys, which I was impressed by. Now, have you taken your car to Manny, Mo, and Jack? Is that the deal? Or no?
No, never.
Okay, but you're just aware of them in cultural.
Well, I played a lot of GTA as a kid, like Ellie De La Cruz.
No, I'm talking about the Pep Boys, Manny, Mo, and Jack.
No, I've never been there either, though.
Okay.
I would just take it to VW.
Okay, but
Just go to the
you
actual
were
service.
there with Manny, Mo, and Jack, the 3 cartoon guys?
Yes, I've seen all the
Right.
commercials, yeah.
But then that led us to, I just trying to riff. I go, well, if you know the Pet Boys, do you know the Pet Shop Boys? And he had said no. Then we queued it up, and he said, wait, This is Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, this was on the radio in the car in GTA 5.
Let me ask you guys a question as a dad.
Mm-hmm.
Is GTA age appropriate?
For your kids?
Where are we at?
16 and 12?
Yeah.
Now, my answer would be yes. Most other people would tell you no. Because I can tell you at 12 years old, I was playing GTA.
Okay, so
and look how I turned out,
I want him to
Murph.
turn out like Marcus. What about you, young Tony?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's M for mature, but I remember I've had my parents buy it
So I'd say
I could play it myself.
16-year-old, yes.
Absolutely.
12-year-old, John Joe's giving a shake, no.
I don't know. I think Rory is a pretty mature 12-year-old in my opinion.
Oh, man. So I think I'm going to split the difference. I'm going to say yes to the old boy and hold off on the young kid.
Well, again, I have buddies who have kids around Rory's age, 10, 11, 12, and they play GTA.
Is GTA still a thing?
Oh, GTA 5 is huge. We've been waiting for damn near a decade for GTA 6 to come out, but I actually give them credit. Instead of just releasing new versions of the game every year, like Madden and NFL and NBA 2K, they actually take their time to make a brand new game. So we're sitting here waiting for that 6th installment.
So the reason why it's a little age inappropriate is there's overt violence and crime.
Oh, then you're just getting started.
And I believe, is there sex?
There's also a strip club in the game as well.
Yeah, there's a strip club. You can pick up some ladies of the night.
Oh, wow.
You can go on some rampages.
So you're saying 12-year-olds?
Yeah, again,
maybe for Big Deck, not Rory, though.
Yeah, look at me, Murph.
There you
Come
were.
on, look at us now. And look at us now, Murph. Look at us now.
Look at us now.
Who would have thought?
All right. Well, here's the guys who hated my top 5 list here. Papa and Lund. All right.
Top five,
And
top
when
five.
it's time for, hey, all right, let's go. Let's go. Blake Snell. Ride in on your white horse. Hey, and when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
He kind of reminds me of Scotty Scheffler, but except for he got arrested.
Oh, yeah, hunker down. Bite down. Hunker down and bite.
Does he watch Giants baseball?
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
0-1 pitch. Estrada swings. There's a drive hit out into left field. Hit well. Zawinski back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. It's gone. Tyro Estrada hits a 2-run home run here in the 5th. Right over the 379 marker. It's his team leading 8th home run of the year. And the Giants now have a 4-1 lead. The 0-1, McCutchen swings, ground ball to short. Luciano off his glove as it kicks away. 1 run will score. Everybody is safe, and it's a 6-4 game. A potential game-ending double play ground ball, and Luciano booted it. Here's the pitch. Swing, line drive down the right field line. A fair ball. It'll get all the way to the fence. Scoring the tying run, Bay. Over to third, and holding there is Reynolds. Cruz has a double, and the Pirates have come back in the 9th. It's 6-6. Running for Connor Joe. Gonzalez, the batter. Giants corner infielders in. There's a ground ball past Miller and through into center field. A base hit. Rounding third, Taylor heading home, and he'll score the winning run.
Well, they get 2 guys on. We bring in Duvall for the save. It's 6-2 with 2 guys on. You feel pretty good about winning the game. He walked a guy and they got 2 hits off him, which rarely happens.
Yes, there you go. That is Bob Melvin's explanation, and there are many ways to go in this whole thing, from Neil Cruz to Luke Jackson to obviously Luciano. Opportunities to build on that lead. We have a ton to get to today, so we go from loving the young guys to a young guy making a mistake, which is what young players do, and everyone is upset. We'll get into that conversation about the Giants, probably the worst loss of the season against the Pirates. You heard Joe Rizzo call it. Joe's going to join us at 12:30. Tim Kawakami's got a couple of things. Tim's wish list for the Warriors, plus he had a list of things he saw at OTAs yesterday that we shall discuss as well. And great stuff, having Nick Bosa around. Brock Purdy talked yesterday. Kyle Shanahan not having Brandon Ayuk, and lots of other things that were discussed. We'll play the sound on that at about 10:50, get you caught up on what's going on at OTAs. Plus, we got some interesting things going on in the NBA. The Pacers should have got that win. I know you're a Pacers guy. But they have that turnover. Jaylen Brown hits that corner three, and we are off. And the Celtics lead that 1-0. And then we go to the Western Conference tonight. You got the Mavs and the Timberwolves. So a ton to discuss. Good morning, Mike.
Inbound the damn ball. Side out of bounds is called an SOB. Son of a... Terrible loss. This time of the year when the Warriors aren't in, my two former teams, I had the Spurs to root for a decade and a half winning championships, and now I'm, boom, baby, in Indiana. That was a tough loss. We'll get into it. I think it's going to be a great series. We'll talk to Kawakami about what he's seeing in the conference finals and how it relates to the Warriors. And adding, he was at 49ers yesterday. Some good questions for Nick and Kyle and Brock, and Jair even jumped up there and talked a little bit. And the Niners are trying to put away the worst possible loss you can ever have. When you're in the Super Bowl, you go to overtime, you score first in the overtime. Usually that's game over. You've won the Super Bowl, and they're trying to put it all together. So I think Indiana will bounce back, but that's a hard loss. We'll get into it later. But for the Giants, it's just one of 162, but damn. You're a 4, and never at one point in that game did I even contemplate them not winning the game until they lost the game. And you're thinking 5-game winning streak going into Blake Snell. Now you got to deal with their extreme, right-handed young velocity the next 2 nights. Hopefully Blake locks in. But there's just so many ways you could look at this game and how they kicked it. I mean, Bob mentioned right away they should have had more than 6, and that's true. They were not good with runners in scoring position, 1 for 12. They left runners on base. There were some big, my guy Casale, I thought would come through, and he bounced out to third. He did draw a walk later. There were some big at-bats, obviously. I mean, the big one was you got into extras, and Lamont goes 3-0 and winds up striking out without advancing a runner at third after Yaz moved him. But that was after you already were forced to play a 10th frame, which you never should have got to. So why did you get there? It's easy to say go right to Camilo Duvall. You were off on Monday, 4-run lead. What does it matter that it's a save situation or not? Camilo's not great, though, when he has a non-save situation. He has a tendency, like a lot of closers, to give it up. But Luke Jackson's just had a bad year, and a lot of it is out of his own control. I mean, the other loss, nothing like this one, but opening day in San Diego when they gave it up. And it was Luke right away. He's back. He, has a back spasm right away. Like first or second pitch of the year, he can barely make it down the dugout steps. You kicked that game. And then last night, it was just his mindset there. You're up 4 runs. This is not spring training, and you're working on your slider. Get in the strike zone. Let's hit the spread, and let's welcome Blake Snell back. And for him to dick around with the strike zone the way he did with sliders, you walk the leadoff hitter, base hit, damn. Now you got to bring the closer into the game, and it gets tight. And then the really bad error occurs. I don't think it would have been a game-ending double play. It might have been a game-ending double play, and that's where he was kind of in between. Remember the play he made last year that was a pure mental mistake? Runner at first base, ground ball right to him.
Remember it.
Could have been a double play. He decided to go to first base. He just didn't know. Whether he knew what the situation was, the outs, the runners, whatever it was, he just has not played enough shortstop to know. Mike Krukow was debating physical error versus mental error. Last year it was a mental error. Now, he's saying last night was a physical error. I think it's both. I think he made a physical error because he already made a mental error. He told Irwin after the game he wasn't sure how to place his glove, how to play the ball. The ball kind of played him. There was a runner going across, and whatever the reason was, he kicked the ball. A more experienced guy gets at least 1 out. He's trying to rush to get out of it. So you can't assume a double play as a scorekeeper. I'm not assuming a double play, but you get 1 out there, you're in a much better position to win the game, which leads to when Nick Ahmed comes back, how do you handle Marco? He really needs, and he shows skills. The guy can hit the ball. All 3 young guys had quality at-bats last night. He just needs to play more at AAA. You can't skip a whole level and play shortstop. Some guys can. Obviously, they're just skilled. But I think he just needs to play the position, and that's a critical error. He made some other good plays. We saw earlier in the game. He made some good plays over the weekend. That did not lose you the game, but it was so many factors conspiring to what is happening here. They just tied the game at 6, then you get into extras, And the one guy you want up is Lamont Wade Jr., and he goes 3-0 after he has moved the runner over. In that situation, you want a crooked number, but you absolutely on the road have got to score at least one. Or they're gonna play small ball or bunt you, and Gonzalez comes in, whack one pitch, and they're walking you off. So there were so many. When they wake up this morning, they're like, how did we lose that game? Well, there's like 12 things that you got to work on.
It was like the Super Bowl. Like there was all these different things. That's what it felt like when I was watching it.
Exactly.
You can go, anybody can jump in here. Golden State Lumber and Build Materials text line, call in line the same, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Whether it's Luciano, which, by the way, just to address that very quickly, we all as fans love the hope of the young guys and what they bring to the future, but then when they make mistakes, inevitably they will, then we get pissed off about it. Look, Luciano was going to make mistakes. Matos early in center field made mistakes. Ramos is going to make mistakes. Young pitchers are going to make mistakes. I mean, that's what you have to live with. So I got a bunch of stuff on social media, people talking about, look, you don't just play guys through it. Like you just talked about putting Luciano back in AAA. He's going to go back to AAA because you don't kick seasons. You don't give seasons away. You don't say, well, geez, he's got to play. Well, that's different in the NBA. It's different in the NFL. You have a place where he can play and he can get better, and he needs to do that. I love the hope of a young player too, but if you're trying to win, it's not always the best thing. Young players are inconsistent. That's why guys in their prime, you want guys in their prime playing for you. You want guys from like 25 to 29 or 30. Those are guys who are going to play consistent baseball. Older players don't. Younger players don't. And so while Luciano has a lot of good in front of him, and I'm not blaming him just like you said for this game, young players are going to make mistakes. The other thing that comes out of this to me is the bullpen is still unsettled. So what does Luke Jackson do? Walker did a great job in the seventh inning, but who does what? Other than Duvall, who does what? I don't know.
Yeah, I wondered why he went to Walker so early. Right. I think because he had a big lead. He was some nights the saves come in the seventh and eighth and not the ninth. So I wondered why Walker was there. But to your point, I think they know a little bit because Bob's a great communicator. But that it did strike me why is Walker in the game. But I think he thought we're going to be okay by the ninth inning. I'm not going to even use my closer. Right. And they kept adding on. But I thought why is Walker in the game in the seventh? Now, if Jackson pitches the seventh, does it go exactly the same and you cough up the lead there? But I did wonder, I thought Walker was more your setup guy, but I think he just felt that was the time of the game to get the big outs.
Yeah, and look, it's fine, but I just think they have a lot of good arms down there, but they have to decide who's doing what. Now, look, it comes down to players play, coaches coach, whatever, and I don't have a whole lot of confidence in a couple of those guys down there, but, Randy Rodriguez is throwing 100 miles an hour. Where does he fit in there? Where does everybody fit? Because I don't know who's the seventh. I don't know who's the eighth. I know who the ninth is. And then let me your point.
But he didn't start the ninth.
No, and then
is that the mistake that's made? Right. Just bring in Duvall. I don't care if it's a 4. And you know what? Honestly, grand slams in baseball tie games. So we've had the 3-run say. Why is it 3 runs? You got to have a lead and not 4. But whatever. I mean, he's brought him in before. He had an off day on Monday. Should he have just brought Duvall? One thing, Tony La Russa, and he wouldn't have used Eck with a 4-run lead. But he never wanted to bring Eck in the middle of an inning.
Right. That's worse.
That's another thing. But, I mean, is that should we get on Bob just right away? You can't kick a game here. Just bring in your closer, even though you have a 4-run lead.
Well, because analytics are what they are, what does the save even matter anymore? So if you have a 4-run lead, I mean, to me, now if you have a 5 or 6 or an 8-run lead, I get it. But gosh, like you said, you get the bases loaded, then you get anybody on, all of a sudden now you got to bring a closer in the middle of an inning, and that's the worst thing for a closer, right?
It's the concept of the tying run being on deck.
I mean, shouldn't analytics tell us that like a 4-run lead probably should have the closer? I mean, we're going to get to that at some point.
And I think they got to change quality starts. No one's going 6 innings anymore. But in defense of Bob, Duvall was not locked in last night. Right. He got squeezed. What was it, a 2-2 pitch? There was one pitch on the inside. I think it was a 2-2 pitch that was really close. You know what? And the more I think about it, it's these pitchers are going 100 miles an hour. They are hard to hit. They're hard to see. Can you imagine being behind the plate and tucking behind the catcher and the batter and try to, the automated balls and strike system to me it's just so hard because these guys are throwing so hard. But Duvall was not locked in last night. He was vulnerable. But was he vulnerable because he could not begin the inning and he had to come in the middle of an inning with runners on base?
All I know, so after that game, this will tie back in quickly, but after that game, the A's were on, I was flipping channels just because Mason Miller might be the best show in all of baseball right now and nobody's watching. And he doesn't have really great control, but he just throws 102, 103, ended the game on 103 against the Rockies. And he just says, to hell with it. You're not going to hit anything. I'm just going to gas you. And I just feel like sometimes I wish Duvall would not screw around. And like you said, you got to have fastball command to do this. But, I mean, it's coming so hard at the Rockies. I don't know, Mason Miller probably threw half of his pitches for strikes. But he's throwing 102, 103. Like, sometimes just gas it up there and challenge a guy. Get it in the strike zone. If you're struggling, man, you have that in your back pocket. Do it. And I'm watching Mason Miller just blow these guys away, and they have no chance against him. Duvall can do that. I don't know why sometimes he doesn't.
He throws his breaking pitch. He's got a cutter that's 101. He's nastier than nasty.
So I don't know. I mean, it's like anybody, right? You have your good days, you have your bad days, and he just didn't have it last night. So that's part of it. Part of it's him. Part of it's Bob. Part of it's lack of chances. 1 for 12. Part of it's
Who got
Luciano.
less sleep last night, Rick Carlisle or Bob Melvin?
Oh, yeah. Angry
Jim Carrey.
Angry Jim Carrey.
Can you inbound the ball, Coach? I'm not going to get started.
If you can inbound the ball, you win the game. You win game 1 in Boston.
So many plays in that game.
Wow. I mean, I thought at the end of the third quarter when Halliburton hit that crazy shot, that's like they're winning tonight.
You should have heard me yelling all night. Boom, baby!
And the
series is not over.
Was the end.
The damn Red Auerbach is losing. A little leprechaun.
All right, give us your thoughts. The Giants lose a big one. Is this going to affect them? Like, these guys get over stuff, but is it just 1 of 162? If you want to play the blame game, we love that. Who you placing? Is it going to be Luciano, who you loved a minute ago? Is it going to be Duvall not being locked in? Is it Bob's fault? How do you look at this whole thing? It'll probably go back to Farhan.
Luke Jackson.
Luke Jackson is on the hook, certainly.
Lamont Wade Jr.?
Dude, be aggressive. I know you love getting on base, man, but you got to be aggressive there, man.
I'm going to take his nickname away.
Late Night Lamont.
Wasn't that late? It was there.
Yeah,
but it was late game.
Oh, late game Lamont, yeah. The building, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line, 415 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We'll get out to you next, and then we'll give you the rest of the game plan for today, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
New 49ers edge rusher Leonard Floyd. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, talked about why he signed with the Niners this offseason. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. Oh, yes, I can see. And when I'm on the show, you can see that I can see because I have no readers or eyeglasses. I don't have to hunt around my house. It is absolutely awesome, and it's because of my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And I have tremendous news for you if you like to see, which is nice. They have a free webinar, and it's going on today at noon. But don't fret. Although space is limited, you can still get in there if you go right now to lasericlr.com. That's lasericlr.com. Free webinar. It's coming up today at noon, so you got about an hour 45, so you got plenty of time to get in this thing. But just sign up, lasericlr.com. You hear about Pop and I talk about it all the time, so it's a great opportunity to find out about the difference between CLR and LASIK. I had LASIK before, so I do know the difference between the two. And although LASIK could work well for some people, didn't work as well for me. CLR has been absolutely the thing. Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take, which is just minutes? And you can't get cataracts after CLR. So ask them that question as well. But it is today at noon, so you got to jump on top of this. And I'm telling you, it's the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, cataracts, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Dr. Craig Bindy is going to be there. The doctor who did my procedure, Dr. Joseph Ling. They are absolutely great, awesome guys, and they really changed my life because it is awesome when you can see. So do it right now. The webinar today at noon. Sign up at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Not really, to be honest. I know there was probably games we should, the fact that it was the first time we only won 3 games in a row, we won 4. We had a game tonight we should have won. It's not like we don't expect ourselves to win. I think we expected to win the game tonight, and we obviously, unfortunately happened, but it doesn't make it feel any better just because we won 4 in a row before that. It should have been 5 in a row, hopefully, and just got to keep going.
After games like that, I just want to hear Logan Webb say dog S again. What he said right there is all
crap.
True, but I just want him to just be very succinct and say it was dog S. Next question. Here is the very rational thoughts of the text line early, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-567. Duvall, this from the 916, Duvall's whip of 1.45 says it all. We've waited until 22 minutes into the show from the 209. Get rid of Farhan. What does Farhan have to do with last night? Is that his fault? That's his fault? Let's see. Who is this McKenna slouch taking ABs? We won't see him for a while.
He actually played the ball off the wall very well. He's a good. I think he's your Austin Slater. In case Austin Slater can't come back, although we hear he is coming back. Austin Slater was a good player for a long time. He's a quality outfielder. That ball he played off the wall, the first one that O'Neill hit. How fast was that one last night?
1 billion miles per hour.
The one thing you heard Logan, and Logan did take responsibility for not covering first base on McCutcheon's ball, but that's a mistake by Wilmer Flores. Where is he going? It was so far off first base, and Logan, well, like the spin of the ball, because it was directly to the second baseman. Where's the first baseman going? When you're shifted off the line like that and you take 2 steps, you got to go back and cover first base. Webb was late to cover. But that's the little things, and Wilmer had a couple of hits last night. That's the little things. Wilmer's just not playing winning baseball. Where is he going there?
Yeah, that was not good. This from the 805. Lucy's been on the farm for 4 years. If he's not ready for the big, somebody in player development needs to get fired.
Well, no, he had injuries. He missed years with backs. He hasn't played AAA ball. There's a process here. He skipped AAA. I went there to watch him right away when he got there, and hell, a week later, he was in the big leagues. I'm like, whoa. What did he play, like 14? Even less. Bailey had 14 at AAA, and Bailey's just a freak. He can do it. But he has not played AAA baseball. He's just not played enough. So it seems like he's been around forever because he's 17 when they brought him into the organization, but he just has not played consistently enough, and he's going to make errors like that. By the way, Zach Beirudi is sending me the update on Tyler Fitzgerald.
Oh, he was awesome last night.
He hit another home run today. They're already underway in El Paso, the Central Time Zone. Noon start there. He already hit a home run today. He was 4 for 4 last night with 2 homers, a grand slam, and 5 RBIs. He was a triple away from the cycle. And leading off the game today, he hit another home run.
Bring him back. Bring him back.
You wanted him sent down right away.
No, I like
That's
him.
Scott Fitzgerald.
I like him. By the way, this is a good line from the 209. Glad I haven't had CLR yet because I heard last night was ugly.
It's funny you mentioned today at noon, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is offering one of their live webinars.
That's correct.
You may sign up now.
Yeah. But then if you didn't have CLR, then you didn't have to watch the game last night, but you did hear it. You probably heard it right here. So anyway, again, very rational thoughts. 2 errors in the 9th, shortstop in the ump. People saying that's the issue. Look, here's the thing, and we knew it was going to happen. Over the weekend, we love the young guys. We love knocking in RBIs. We love stealing home runs. We do that stuff. But the same Matos who was doing that just a week prior dropped the ball because he and Ramos came together.
Keep your OSs straight.
Right.
Your Oz's.
They couldn't they couldn't decide who was going to catch a fly ball. I mean, that's just what you're going to get. Luciano's got more bat upside than what Ahmed has, but Ahmed makes that play and they probably win the game. So, look, it's the same thing. You just mentioned, first base play. I mean, look, they've got a really good defense, but they're trying to find the defense-offense mix. They're still messing with their bullpen. That's just what it is. And then the worst part is you've got 2 really tough starters now for the Pirates, and you got to hope that Blake Snell is the guy we saw in the minors and not Blake Snell we saw up here with the Giants so far.
Well, first of all, is his girlfriend going to go in labor? Is your water going to break in the next what time's game time? 3:40. It's 10:30 in the morning here. So give it one more day, fly him back home, and then he's got to pitch Memorial Day against the Philadelphia Phillies, and they are
God.
How good is that team right now? They are incredible.
It's not even close.
Rangers, Suarez, who the hell's that guy? He's a Cy Young Award winner. Anyway, and the report, I was there to watch him on Mother's Day, and Bob was saying it really starts with fastball command and everything else. His fastball command, he's just balanced. He was just boom, boom. The catcher never had to move his glove. I think he's going to deal and carve tonight. I think he's going to be fine. The one pitch when I was there he did not have, the first 2 innings he threw all fastballs and straight changeups. And then the 3rd and 4th, it was like watching a spring game. It was kind of fun to watch a guy his ability really treated like a practice. And then he broke out his curveball and he kept bouncing them. That's what his curveball is it's a chase pitch. So I asked Zach Beirudi, the voice of the Sacramento River Cats, how was Blake's curveball on Friday? And I got filthy. He had great, and then he had a dirty word. So I'm not going to say that. So he's right now. He's lying. I expect
really maturing.
him.
That is,
I can't usually you would. I got Danny looking me in the eye. If I was home, I'd drop the S-bomb. I'd go Logan Webb and dog.
S.
Anyway, so I expect him to deal, but could we put a little more pressure on the guy? Make your return start and do it after the worst loss of the year when we're up 6-2, going to the bottom of the 9th. Everybody's got the spread out. You think it's over. I mean, those are the kind of, when you lose a game like that, Those are hard, but the sun came up today. You got Blake Snell. We'll watch the matchup with Jones, and then, Skeens in the afternoon on Thursday, John. But it does heighten it up that Blake Snell needs to be Blake Snell, like right now.
Yeah, he
tonight.
does. Because I'm not saying this loss can be erased, and I want to get into this with you in just seconds. I was thinking of something, a correlation to the Warriors season and this loss. But it's time for Blake Snell. That money that we paid you tonight is why we paid you, because you need to get this taste out of our mouth tonight. I think it's big. Let's get into that conversation coming up next. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, hit us up. Call-in line is the same number, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do that, and then at about 10:50, we'll let you hear the sights and sounds from 49ers OTAs in day number 1. Brock hit the podium. Nick Bosa was very funny yesterday. We got a bunch of stuff. Plus, Leonard Floyd joined the guys this morning, so we'll let you hear some of the stuff going on from OTAs at about 10:50 before we talk to Tim Kawakami about a number of different issues at 11:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
A little hard Bay Area to sleep last night. Were you tossing and turning and wondering, how do we blow that game in the bottom of the ninth and get walked off in the 10th inning? But if you're like me and somebody else around the Bay Area, just jump on your Sleep Number bed, get the right setting going, and you move on. The adjustable firmness on each side. Only at Sleep Number store can you get a bed like this, and specifically their smart beds let you choose your ideal comfort, your Sleep Number setting, and feature cooling layers. Don't you hate when it's so hot at night and you can't sleep for a more comfortable sleep? And we are entering a holiday weekend, and that means Sleep Number is going to give you a sale. They have Sleep Number's Memorial Day sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get a free home delivery when you add any base. But the sale does end Monday, May 27th, when Bryce Harper and the best team in baseball, the Philadelphia Phillies, come in, and it will be Blake Snell on the mound. So get ready for that. So get it done by Monday. And they're great to deal with. I went in the store a few years ago in the East Bay and got a Sleep Number bed. They are high quality. J.D. Power knows they rank Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. If you want more information about the 2023 J.D. Power Awards, visit jdpower.com/awards. So this holiday weekend, get yourself a Sleep Number bed. They are available only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Well, I think you got to be pretty optimistic just given how he looked in the minor leagues and how the stuff looked, and it's minor league hitters, but still you throw 10, no-hit innings and you strike out 10 and 5 innings your last time out against AAA hitters. And, the Pirates are a team that they don't swing a lot. They take probably more pitches in zone than I think all but maybe 2 or 3 teams in the major leagues. And so if you throw strikes, they struggle. They do a good job, I think, waiting out pitchers who struggle with the zone. So it's going to very much be incumbent on Blake Snell to be in the zone.
That was Extra Bags. Andrew Baggerly from The Athletic this morning with Murph and Marcus. Give us your thoughts. Who you blaming for last night? Is it a bunch of stuff? Will they bounce back tonight? That's what young players do. You love them over the weekend against the Rockies, but when they struggle, that's just the price of playing, young players. We'll talk more about that now. Hit us up, Golden State Lumber and Build Materials text line and call-in line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. And then in about 15 minutes, sights and sounds from OTAs. Nick Bosa's around. Get to know his new teammates and the new defense. Brock Purdy had some good stuff to say. Sounds like an absolute vet now. And Kyle had some good things to say, including Brandon Ayuk missing. He's not overly worried about it. He's like, just tell me when it's done. So we'll play that for you in about 15 minutes. That's a good point by Bags. Are you worried that a patient team like the Pirates are going to kind of, if he's the guy that was pitching up here and couldn't throw strikes, that's going to be an issue?
No, he can throw strikes. He's got fastball command back. Again, I was shocked. When I went to San Jose on Mother's Day, he'd already thrown 2 bullpens. I mean, I hadn't seen those, obviously. But Bob said the people that watched those, that stayed back when they were on the road trip, said he's a different guy. He's got all of his balance. I don't know what the groin injury exactly was and what it was doing to him, but it was on the left side, so it's his back leg, the one that he's on, and then he drives forward off of it. So I watched everything. I watched his long toss. I thought he was nervous, and his long toss was kind of scattered. I watched his bullpen. He locked it in the bullpen. But then when he took the mound right after the national anthem in San Jose, even his he didn't even take 8. I think he took 6 on the mound. I mean, it was just radar. He just hit the catcher's mitt wherever he put it, and he started with a fastball. His fastball command is back to whatever he wants. Now he's got to go on that mound at PNC and pitch there. We'll get the numbers later on what he is career in that ballpark. But I fully expect him to have impeccable fastball command tonight, in and out, up and down, anywhere he wants to put it. And going back to his Tampa days, John, he'd blow you away with that pitch. He could work it high in the strike zone, top rail. You're worried about, the young guys feeding the ball to him, too low. He could go up there and just blow him away at the top of the strike zone as well. So I think he's going to have great fastball command. And then will his secondary pitches, he didn't throw his curveball well when I saw him, but Zach just gave me a report that it was filthy, and that's more of a change, a chase pitch, and then obviously a straight change. I expect him to pitch really well tonight, but who knows? I mean, he could get hit. I mean, he's a human being. But now you're going to see a completely different pitcher. And Perez was decent last night, but they made him work. They got him out of the game. And that's the kind of pitcher right now, more of a crafty, veteran lefty. And Soler took an offer, but he hit the ball hard. Chapman's home run, and it was off the bullpen, was impressive. But if you want to get the Giants out, you go top rail, high end velocity, and blow them away. These guys, the guy tonight's going to do it. The guy tomorrow, Skeen's going to do it with even a splitter on top of it. So, he's not, he's going to have to, pitch well to keep you in the game, you'd think. You may be able to knock the guy. Jones did not have a great outing. But to answer your question, I do expect, and I didn't think so. I thought it would take, he was so far gone with his mechanics before, but maybe he hurt himself initially and he had that groin injury and he tried to pitch around it. He felt obligated. His 3 starts were not good. There was different issues in each one. I think he's completely locked in and he's going to deal. It doesn't mean that they won't hit him some because they've got quality. A lot of these guys are former Giants, from McCutchen, obviously, all the way to Connor Joe and Brian Reynolds, the switch hitter. So I do expect him to pitch well tonight. How deep can he get in the game? When I was there on Mother's Day, he threw 46 pitches on the actual mound, 15 more in the bullpen after he left. He threw 60 in Sacramento on Friday. He's working exactly on his 5th day, so he does not have the extra day. And then he threw another 15 in the bullpen. So he's up to 75 there. He could probably go 90, 95, 100 pitches, depending on his efficiency. He could give you, easily into the 6th inning or all the way through 6 tonight. So, part of it after seeing it, I didn't watch, the outing in Sacramento. But they let him work this out. Part of you thinks, dude, you could have just started that game, for us on Friday night and not for the Sacramento River Cats. We need you. But he's a finicky guy. I want to see how he acclimates to the mound tonight, being on the road and pitching in that ballpark. But I do expect Blake Snell to pitch well tonight.
And look, he's not the most efficient guy anyway, so X amount of pitches. Could that be 4 innings, 5 innings? I mean, that's what we saw from Martin Perez last night. He just kind of struggled through it. So hopefully he has better control. And hopefully, by the way, and I'm sure the scouting report says that, and they just didn't get the ball there, when a guy's hitting the ball routinely 120 miles per hour exit velo, don't put it at his knees right down the middle. I mean, just a thought. I think that Blake Snell is smart enough to know that if he's going to throw fastballs to O'Neill Cruz, that maybe you want them to be up a little bit. Like 6-7 guys will struggle with the ball up and in, and there's just too many times, because, look, we can blame Luciano, we can blame the bullpen, we can blame Bob. Some people are blaming Farhan this morning, but the bottom line is O'Neill Cruz crushed you last night, and they put the ball consistently in the same place, and it's like, look, he's 6'7". That's right on the plane of his swing. What are you doing? That's not the scouting report. They just missed spots. But we could blame, point is it's almost like the Super Bowl. We could blame 12 different things from last night. Runners in scoring position, 1 for 12. We can go through all of those things. But today, if you're going to get beat, don't let it be O'Neill Cruz. He was awesome last night, and he's confident. Get the ball up and in on him. Easier said than done, but my God, man.
FYI, Tyler Fitzgerald just hit another home run.
Can he play tonight?
He has 2 today. He went 4 for 4 last night with 2 homers. He's 6 for 7 in the series with 4 homers and 8 RBIs. When they left at 10 a.m. on the trip on Monday, they sent him out. He did not get on the plane. I don't know. Can he play in El Paso today and come and make it a day-night doubleheader and go play in PNC tonight? My God.
He's in El Paso right now?
He is smoking hot. He is in El Paso.
You can get from El Paso to Pittsburgh.
Pull him out of the game right now.
Oh, it's 3 hours ahead, though. So what are we like? Almost 2 o'clock there?
No, it's noon, 12:40.
I'm saying in
Pittsburgh, yeah.
Like if he pulled him out of the game right now.
It's 1:40 in Pittsburgh, 12:40 in El Paso.
Oh, he could get there, and there's no doubt.
Yeah. Then what was the roster move you make?
Hey, McKenna.
Okay,
nice knowing you.
You're right. Let's not go all Connor Joe. You guys slow down a little bit. It's
Farhan we're talking about. How long did he kick? What did Connor Joe get? Like 1 game? I know that
he got 2.
Michael Reed got 1 game.
He got 2.
I mean, that's Farhan's specialty, isn't that?
It was at that time. I think he's learned.
We've seen enough.
Don't be Bo Schembechler.
I don't think. Hey, Farhan. I don't think Michael Reed got another shot. I mean, give it up to Connor Joe and to Colorado than Pittsburgh, but I don't think
it was more Connor Joe's outfield play. He looked a little paralyzed in catching fly balls.
Yeah, it wasn't so good. Anyway, all right. There's the latest. Give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR. By the way, the overwhelming majority. I don't need to read every single one of these. 559 being the latest. 1 hit away, traffic on the bases. Duvall did his job in getting the ground ball. It's on Luciano. Routine play, and he booted it. I can't argue with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he makes that play, they win the game. You could not assume a double play. So I think that's where he got into trouble. He was looking to get 2 out of it, and it was kind of an in-between. He also made a very nice play on a ball exactly the same. He gloved it, made the underhand throw, and got the force at second base. They cashed a run in on that. So he has the ability. It's just, he's not a finished product right now. He needs more time at AAA, which leads to, what we were talking about with all these guys. And, Ramos, it was the Steve Bartman play exactly last night. It was so weird.
It totally was.
When he went up to the railing.
Alex Gonzalez.
Yeah, there's a guy with the ball. And, he should have caught that ball, but it was a hard play. But, again, there's just going to be little moments here. And Ramos has been around longer than all of them, where they're not completely ready. And you think these guys are, they're 4A players or they're AAA plus play. I mean, Tyler Fitzgerald, the way he struggled. First ball hit his way in the big leagues. He boots it in San Diego.
I wasn't even mad.
Now the guy's just locked in and on fire. So I know they like to ride the hot wave. I don't know what they do with him. We'll see what he does. But it's just that transition from AAA baseball to the major leagues is different on every level imaginable. And obviously, Not so much for Paul Skeens, though. He's made that one night. Tonight is the first. Tomorrow will be the first time he's faced a lineup other than the Chicago Cubs. He faced them the first time in that monsoon game, and then he pitched during our show on Friday, so I watched the entire outing.
I was very distracted.
He is so with that low 3/4. I mean, he's going to be hard to hit tomorrow.
Yeah. Look, he kind of Chris Sale-ish. I mean, that ball, man, it gets on you. It gets on you quick.
And he's got a splitter.
Yeah. He's
got
rough,
closer stuff as a starter.
Yep.
And he threw 100 pitches. They took him out of the game. So, both these guys make them throw a lot of pitches and get him out of the game. And I think that's what Pittsburgh's going to be doing today, John, try to get Blake Snell to throw a lot of pitches. But I think he's just got to bang the strike zone tonight. But as far as stuff we're going to see the next 2 games, I mean, with Blake going tonight, and I don't know what the Giants are going to do Thursday, Mason Black or a bullpen game.
Oof.
That's why Blake's got to go deep in the game. If you are thinking it's going to be a heavy bullpen game on Thursday, Blake needs to go out there. I think Blake can throw 90 pitches tonight.
I hope so, because like you said, look, if you love Mason Black and everything, but this is the whole reason you wanted to go out and get Blake Snell, because it's really fun to watch all this stuff and what they do in the minors and what they do in spring training, and then you get up here and, like, I think Blake Snell, I think that Mason Saunders, has a bright future, but it's going to take him a minute. And we all love when they come up, right? Because it's the promise of the future. Oh, Mason Black is up here, and Ramos is up here, and Matos is up here, and Luciano's up there. But the reality is they're going to make mistakes. They're going to struggle for a while. I mean, the only guy, honestly, that I can think of recently that hasn't, and this is what makes the story so great, Brock. Like, Brock had a bad stretch last year against Cleveland, Minnesota, but generally speaking, Brock came up and played like a veteran. How many times did Kyle say he doesn't turn it over? Like, you have to generally deal with issues with young players, inconsistencies where you love them one minute and you hate them the next. That's what young players do. Brock's like the only guy in recent memory, at least locally, Steph Curry struggled early. I mean, that's what happens. Kevin Durant did when he's on the Sonics. Like, that's what you deal with.
Nick Bosa was pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's true. Nick was awesome right away. Like,
I thought he was the defensive player of the year halfway through his rookie year.
We were talking about it. Yeah. So, I mean, okay, there's a handful of guys who don't, but most guys, it's like, okay, as great as they are, maybe Justin Jefferson, I'm trying to think, like, but it just takes a minute for a lot of guys. And that's what we're dealing with. And so people love it, and people want to play the young guys, but then when they make a mistake, and I get it, you're all over Luciano today. It absolutely should have been a play that a major league shortstop makes, but 1 minute, you're loving the guy because he's young and he's the future and it's exciting, and then next minute he's making an error to cost you a game. That's going to be the deal. And that's probably be when Nick Ahmed comes back, he's going to be the shortstop, and he's probably going to go back
then
to
what do you
AAA.
do with Marco? I mean, do you make Nick Ahmed your late game defensive replacement? Use his bad plays. He's got a nice bat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
so
live.
he is ready to hit in the major leagues, and you need him, but he's not finished. So that'll be a tough call. How do you fully develop him? Do you give him the full year, at least till August and trade deadline and all that? He needs to play 100-plus games at AAA, but his bat is here. Do you play him? And would he develop better at the major league level around, Matt Williams and the coaching staff here and Bob, and then take him out late in the game? And how will he, react to things when he gets pulled late in the game, when he's pulled for defense? He came right out. I love what he said. It was my mistake. I didn't have the glove in the right position. He was a little. That's why last night was both a mental error and a physical error. He was paralyzed mentally on what to do with the runner going across, how to play it. It was an in-between hop. He backed up on the ball. Once he let the ball get into him, he needed to just think one. But he was still trying to he was trying to end the game right there. So that's why I can't say he lost the game, because I don't think he gets a double play. The runner going from first to second was on. That was going to be a hard double play to turn. He just needed to get one out there. A veteran player just knows the clock. I mean, Brandon Crawford obviously does not make that mistake. Nick Ahmed, because they played so many games to get here, they just know the clock. Almost segue over to Brock, and just, a quarterback's got that clock in his head. He's got to get rid of the football. You just time it. It's got to go. With Luciano, just the read of that play, that's where he just needs to play more. That's a mental error that became a physical error because he's not trained his mind enough. What do they say? 10,000 reps in your per whatever it is. You're not going to get 10,000, but give him 1,000 down at AAA and get him up here, and then when you hit him Funko's pregame, maybe it is 10,000. I think that was just, he hasn't trained his mind yet to make that play routinely. Omar Vizquel, that's like breathing for him.
You can do that with a blindfold on.
Absolutely, and a cigarette.
Seriously. Exactly. All right, here's your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 2-7. We'll switch it up. We'll come back to this, but we'll switch it up. OTAs yesterday. Nick Bosa made an appearance. Brock Purdy speaking like the veteran. Well, the young kids are coming in. Yeah, you're 24. And
it's his team now.
Yeah,
and you're going to write him a check for $50 million a year. He's not only a veteran, he's going to be the highest paid player. What does Steph Curry make?
More
Is he going to be the highest paid player in the history of Bay Area? Steph's got him beat by a smidge.
He's going to be making it rain. He's going to walk into press conferences making it rain. And then guys like Tim Kawakami are going to jump on the floor and grab the money. Tim's going to join us at 11:30. So we'll get into all of that. We'll get back to the Giants. Keep giving us your thoughts on what happened last night and when they bounce back. Young guys, all the conversations we're having. We'll continue that conversation. But let's take a quick break. We'll do a little OTAs update. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader. Yes, Sean Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? What? And some are not even based in the entire state of California. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, yep, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. That's what you want. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. The weather is beautiful today in the city, so you know this. Motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us, so please be extra careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident you're in amazing hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That is the Dolan Law Firm, and they've secured it. This is where the da-na-na gets in. Well, that was kind of more of a Sports Center ESPN thing. That. $1 billion. $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay, yeah, that's right, zero, zilch, nothing upfront. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. We'll go back to All Giants all the time as they had that bad loss last night to the Pirates. And then Blake Snell going back to the mound. Unless his girlfriend calls him, my water has broken. Get here immediately. And then he's out, off. And so we'll wait. But it should be Blake Snell tonight versus Jared Jones. And
Even
then,
when the water breaks, you may have about 10 hours. You don't know how that long it's going to. Is this her first child?
I do believe it's their first child. Yeah.
She's got time.
Really?
Yeah. Labor could last like a day. Could be a 12-hour labor.
The problem is Pittsburgh to Seattle. How long is that? That's a long flight. It'll take them a minute.
Direct line.
Yeah, just take a jet. I mean, dude, they're paying you. I think you can probably handle that.
Get on air, Franklin Templeton.
Yeah, so let's go. Tim Kawakami, 11:30 today. Joe Rizzo to relive last night's game, which will be fun at 12:30. But OTAs. We'll play a little Kyle Shanahan, Nick Bosa, and Brock Purdy for you momentarily. But the big story yesterday was, we'll get into who wasn't there, which is always a fun thing to talk about. But Nick Bosa arriving. And for this year, it makes sense because you got a new defensive scheme. You got a new defensive coordinator. You got a bunch of new guys. No Armstead, no Kinlaw, no Cleve Farrell. There's a lot of new guys along this defensive line. So I think Nick showed up. Kyle called him and asked if he would come. And Nick did because he normally works out with his brother down in Florida.
Yeah, he still does, but he's backed off a little bit of that. And we'll get his dad, John, on and go through the whole workout. But he said it didn't interfere with my schedule of workouts there because that's really what he's about. But it is good to come in and just work at his craft with Chris Kasarik and the new guys that you mentioned. But he hadn't even, when he met the media and Kawakami and the others, the Mats and everybody came in, man, he said he hadn't seen Brandon Staley yet in the building, which is really interesting. And Brandon's going to have a real role. I mean, in fact, he's talking to Dave. You may want to hear a little bit of Brandon Staley. She's going to talk in the 1 o'clock hour. So when you think about it with Nick, and I remember, when he first got here in 19, I didn't go to any OTAs that year because the Warriors that was the last year of Kevin Durant, and they were in the NBA Finals with Toronto. So he was around as a rookie, the rookie mini camps. But I remember his first training camp with the Niners. He had some kind of a soft tissue injury, either a hamstring or an ankle or something, and they pretty much did not take part in training camp at all. And D. Ford had a problem as well. D. Ford went for a PRP injection, and they wound up coming back the week of the season. And then the next year was COVID, and there was really no off season that year. There was no meeting room, and then Nick tore the anterior cruciate ligament in New York in week 2. So the next year he was completely rehabbing. So Nick is usually never around then. Obviously last year he had the long holdout. I think the 1 year was 2022 after the championship game loss in L.A. going into the Philadelphia year. But he wasn't around much. I don't remember ever seeing Nick Bosa around. But for this reason, he just signed. He just got paid. He held out, and he got the money. He's the highest paid defensive player in football. And in his mind, I think he's coming in off a down year, 10.5 sacks last year. His numbers really, I'm not sure he would say that because I think his run defense was terrific. The pressures were there, but to most people's thoughts, he didn't have an 18.5 sack year. It was down to 10.5. But in any regard, I think this is kind of lined up. I don't think it means he's going to have a great year. I think when he goes to training camp, and he's not going to play in preseason games at all. He never does. And, the Niners we know they're going to scrimmage with the New Orleans Saints in Irvine before the second preseason game. They're also figuring out a plan to scrimmage with Tennessee. And it may not be 2 days there because of the schedule. I'm not sure. They're still working it out, obviously, with Rand and their new coaching staff and Brian Callahan and Bill Callahan. But I'm just talking to the Tennessee people. There may be a way to get a scrimmage there. Now, so for Bosa, that's the good work, is to go work with their offensive line in a joint practice where it's all choreographed and scripted. And then likewise, when they go to New Orleans and deal with their O-line, John, he's not going to play in the preseason, but he's a leader. He's a quiet leader of this team. He's taken more, of a forefront on that with the speeches he gives on Saturday. So I think it was good, especially in light of, Jennings, a lot of the wide receivers not being there, Christian's not there. And the fact that there's a lot of new guys. Leonard Floyd was on with Murphy and Marcus this morning, and just being around Nick Bosa. I think it's good for these veteran guys, and they're not all there yet. Malik Collins is coming in next week. For them to just get, when they jump in with the D-line group and it's Kasarik on the sled, it's just they do things differently. And the GTFO, they get the F off and coming off the ball, and Bosa's the best at it. I mean, his technique and everything he wants is just pure. So if you want to drill, like, how do we do this here? Watch 97. And then you all get in behind him and you do that. So I think the new guys, it's invaluable in its leadership. And it's a product of, he gave you the money last year, the highest paid defensive player of all time. Can you show up once in a while? And then I think, he may be here for a couple of days, then leave. And then they have a mandatory mini camp coming up. Next week, they have another one on the state of the franchise. I don't know if he's going to be there for that. And then the week after that will be the veteran mini camp. And then that one you can find guys if they're not at. So we'll find out from Kawakami about Ayuk and what's going on with Jawan Jennings. We're getting a little unclear exactly if there's an issue with McCaffrey's contract. I don't think there is. I'm actually glad he's not here. He came last year because he was the new guy joining the team midway through the year before. He needed to get here and really learn the outside zone, the landmarks of what Bobby Turner, and then Anthony Lynn is now gone to Washington. Just learn how Kyle wants everything to fit in the run game. So it's not a big deal that he's not here. But I think now was the perfect environment, a lot of factors to get Nick here to be a leader during these organized team activities.
All right, let's hear some of the stuff from yesterday as everybody spoke. Again, Nick Bosa, Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and more. And we'll even give you a cut from Leonard Floyd this morning with Murph and Marcus. Here's Kyle Shanahan, excited that Nick Bosa showed up.
I love Nick being around. Love him getting a chance to do football with the guys and stuff. I think Nick's first year here after the Super Bowl, his first offseason, we had COVID. The next year after the offseason, torn ACL. And the year after that, he was in contract stuff. I believe that's right. And then this is the first year that it kind of just been a totally normal year. I think the one year that it was like that, he came to a few OTAs, didn't come to all of them, but he didn't just come at mini camp. So I'm glad he's here the first week, and hopefully he'll continue.
And this is breaking news. He looks like he's in shape.
Is he ever not in shape? He's quadzilla. He's ripped.
He's just like...
No, and I, honestly, with him, and I would say the same thing for McCaffrey, and they're second-generation players. They're the hardest-working guys. And Steph Curry in basketball, what he's doing with the Q-Man in the offseason, he's been back in the gym for a few Mondays. You almost have to take them off the field. I mean, Nick Bosa, I've said, he works harder 35 or 40 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes before practice. He works harder than guys work in games with the high knees, and it's like, what are you doing? And then when practice starts, he'll, I think he's getting a little older now, and he knows he needs to back off. So I thought he's the hardest working guy I've ever seen until I saw Christian McCaffrey, because he's just insane. And it's not just the physical work with Christian, it's the mental work and the landmarks and where he is as a relationship to the numbers and the splits on the field. It just never stops. You have to take these guys off the field. So I think exactly what Kyle said. There was one year I think he came around after the loss to the Rams in the NFC Championship game going into the Philly. But I honestly, this time of the year, I can't remember seeing Nick Bosa around. So to have him around now and then, get him in training camp and on time and keep him healthy and see if he can be, the dominant player he was a couple of years ago. But I think in a lot of areas, John, you asked Nick, how did you play? Maybe the sack total wasn't there, but he defended the run. He's still getting double-teamed a lot. He played really well last year, but it's not the same standard that he set when he was the Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, hopefully that's where Leonard Floyd comes in. We'll play a cut from Leonard in just a second from this morning. Here is Nick himself, but he's talking about Brock Purdy and his newfound fame. Take a listen to this.
I think he's definitely getting a little more vocal within the building. And, I don't think he's ever going to change. I don't think he's somebody that's going to change even when he gets paid next year. So he's a man of faith, and he kind of reminds me of Scotty Scheffler, but except for after he got arrested. But just super humble and really good kid. And yeah, he's definitely famous. He's famous.
Do you know Scheffler?
I don't, just from watching.
That was a weird one,
That
wasn't
was
it?
really weird. Like, you mean the guy that just got arrested and fighting with a cop? That guy? That's Brock?
I don't see Brock doing that.
I don't either.
That would be Colton. Why are you driving so recklessly?
Yeah,
in my Toyota
Brock
Sequoia.
definitely has some work to do on the acting chops, but he'll get opportunities. Like you said, he's going to get paid. Here is Brock himself. He made it. It was so funny. I don't know if this is the cover. He was basically talking about the young guys, and somebody said, well, dude, you're 24. But he does talk and act like a vet and dress like a vet. Here's Brock Purdy on the feeling around camp this time of year.
I mean, I feel it now for sure. You know, guys are coming in and competing. It's like, you know, nothing's ever given to you. You gotta fight for your job. You gotta continue to have that little competitive nature in your mind every day when you walk in. Like, dude, I gotta find a way to get better, and you could feel that with everybody in the building. And so I'm excited. Obviously, there's some guys that aren't here, but you know, once we all do get together again, come camp and everything, like it's gonna be sweet. Like it's gonna just take it to another level. But right now, we got guys that are learning everything. We're starting from the ground up. And for me, it's like, all right, we got the 2024 season right in front of us. So I'm excited for it.
There's your typical Brock answer. To be honest, last year or 2 years ago, or when he had the injury in the offseason, and then he got better in the pocket, that was amazing to me to not be on the field and have that presence, because as a rookie, he was always bleeding left. And then you talked about him stepping up in the pocket, which he did a tremendous job. He was much better in his pocket presence last year. I wonder what he's going to do this year with an entire offseason of physical work to be able to be done for the first time in his career.
I think the whole staff, and the one thing, and we love Brock Purdy, but the reason he went 262 is he's 6 feet 5/8 of an inch tall. And we love him in the Super Bowl, and they all praised him, Andy Reid and Spags, but how did they pressure him? Judge a man by his actions, not his words.
Right.
They went at him in the middle. They know he's in the midline, throwing over the right guard. We talked about that matchup with Feliciano and Chris Jones. Jones dominated the game, and then Feliciano got hurt, and you blew a protection with Burford, and they sent Trent McDuffie. They blitzed him in his face. Baltimore did it on Christmas night. The interception he had on Thanksgiving night in Seattle. He had a couple back-to-back, those
and that's
choice
what teams
routes.
Are going to do, right?
Well, I don't know if he can see. I don't know if he can see from the well. You know, I call it the midline. Just when he's when he's on his back foot in the midline behind the center, can he see the middle of the field there at that size? And so what I want is get him out of the pocket. Let's Joe Montana sprint right. You know, go to the Green Bay game. He was having a rough game against Green Bay. What was the first play they called to that game-winning drive? They rolled him out to his left. Who did he hit? Jawan Jennings. Mm-hmm. They got him out of the pocket. I think the one thing I'd like to see them do, not all the time, but if you're having trouble with middle pressure and they're overloading and they're bringing exotics, and, you know, the new coach in Seattle, McDonald, was Baltimore's DC. Going to see him twice a year. They all know Andy Reid showed it. So I think the one thing, and it's his improvement, but everybody, that's why he's so much thicker and stronger now. But I think he has good feet. He's thick in the lower body. He can throw on the run. So I think what I'd like to see them do at certain times when they're bringing A and B gap pressure and going after this undersized quarterback, get him off the midline and let him widen out the field.
And finally, Leonard Floyd was on. This wasn't from OTAs yesterday, but the Niners good enough to give us Leonard Floyd this morning, or give the morning show with Murph and Marcus Leonard Floyd this morning. And this is pretty funny. Everybody knows this, but a shout out to the faithful already from Leonard Floyd from his days playing as a Ram. Take a listen.
Yeah, it definitely is. And when I was with the Rams, man, it wasn't even the home game for us. You know, it was more 49ers fans than anybody at SoFi Stadium. So I believe the rivalry is a great rivalry to have in the league. And I'm looking forward to going against my old coach with my new coach.
He knew, man, at SoFi. That wasn't a home game for the Rams.
Well, the first year he was there was the pandemic year.
Right.
And the Niners still beat him there as Jared Goff threw a pick six to Javon Kinlaw. And then, you know, the 21 year when the Niners beat him Jan 9 in the last game of the year. But then they flipped that stadium, you know, what they what they did there. Kevin Demoff was not going to allow that to happen, and all of a sudden it flipped going to the fourth quarter, and they came back. But Leonard Floyd's a good player. I think the key thing with him, John, is how they keep him fresh. Buffalo used him in a different role. He was in a lot of 1st and 10s and base in first series, but they had a lot of young guys they could rotate, and Von Miller wasn't himself last year. He came off the field. He played about half the snaps, 54% of the snaps. At this stage of his career, I mean, do you want to go series by series with him? Do you want to, use him a little bit like Chase Young, where he's not in the base? He comes in with the turbo and rushes the quarterback. That's the way Kasarik traditionally does it. But I think he's an elite edge rusher. He's not D Ford, but he has that edgy skill. He's long. He's going to get single teams a lot with Nick and the Gravedigger inside. But I think you got to be judicious in how you use him. He's not a 75, 80% snap guy. When he's most effective, both against the run, setting the edge, and heating you up, when you drop back and hit your back foot, he needs to play. He needs about half the snaps off to be really effective.
10.5 sacks, a career high. He's 31 years old, and Leonard Floyd. But I will say this, regardless, he is the best threat they've had opposite Bosa since D Ford, and they've needed it. We've talked about it all the time and trying to get somebody opposite Nick, which will help Nick as well. So there you go. There's some of the sights and sounds from OTAs. We're going to do a little bit later. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk not showing up, and I just feel like I have to remind everybody this all the time. Debo signed on August 1st. You don't want him to sign as late as Nick did last year, September 6th. Fred Warner, when he signed an extension, July 21st. This is just what the Niners do, man. They take it up until camp. Hopefully it can get done around camp, before camp, right at the start of camp. They've been able to do that with everybody but Nick, but he's not going anywhere. So he's going to be here, and people can write about him not being there and everything else. And it's not optimal. You'd love him to be here, but he's not. They're going to get a deal done, though. I don't have any doubt in my mind. I have this whole time, whether they were talking about trades during the draft or anything else. I don't pay attention to any of this stuff. They're signing Brandon Ayuk. That's the end of the day. That's the end of it. They're signing him.
Yeah, but Brandon Ayuk to me has been the MVP of the offseason the last 2 years, going back to when Brock was a rookie and it was Trey Lance. Remember, they actually lived together. They got a home together down in Southern California. And Ayuk just changed. He became a daddy, and he's just much more mature, and he became obsessed with football, as Kyle said. I don't want it. It may linger into July and August, and they can make up the time. But I think that on-field chemistry that Brock, and remember, Brock was hurt. Brock was a third or fourth string quarterback his rookie year. Last year he wasn't throwing. But they had an amazing chemistry together. I think they can rekindle that, hopefully in August. You like to get it done when you go, with the joint practices with Tennessee. L'Jarius Sneed is now a Titan. If you practice with those guys before you play them, because they won't play in the preseason, you want those kind of reps. So I understand the business of it, and I do think it'll get done, but I'd like it to get done sooner rather than later, as everybody would, just so he's repping with the quarterbacks, teaching the young guys how to play wide receiver here. But, like the Bosa saga of last year, there is a business side of football, and right now you got to take care of the business side.
All right, let's get back to the Giants and the big loss. Lots of people still on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line asking questions or assigning blame. So we'll get into that conversation coming up next. Tim Kawakami is going to join us at the bottom of the hour from The Athletic. Don't miss it, because he's got a wish list for the Warriors in the offseason, plus his thoughts. He was down at OTAs. So his thoughts, he threw a few of those out on social media as well. So we'll ask him about all of those things, plus what's going on with the Giants and his reaction to this loss as well. We'll do that at 11:30. It's Bob and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants catcher Kirk Casale joined Pop and I yesterday, explained why he's happy to be back in the orange and black. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. Summer starts, and you're thinking, well, in June. No. It starts right now, right here at Modesto Toyota, and it starts with big savings. So you're going to go on a road trip this summer, so enjoy summer with that new Toyota you want with great deals, like Tony the Tiger would say, just waiting for you at Modesto Toyota. So come in, check out all the new models and deals, or this is what I did. I went to ModestoToyota.com, makes it really easy. You see all the incoming vehicles, then you just pick out the one you want. That's what I did, and it gave me a RAV4 hybrid. It was saving money on gas, which is what you want to do right now. You want to save money with gas with the many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. Or you can check out the all-new, amazing Toyota, and, of course, the Tacoma, the Tundra. Those are great trucks, and some with big customer cash back. So check it out. And since 1965, my favorite part, because you know Modesto Toyota is going to be around. They've had thousands of happy customers. Family-owned since 1965, by the way, including me. Happy, very happy, as you can tell. They got great service, great prices, so it's the time. And summer starts right here, right now. And your new Toyota is waiting for you for that big road trip with no dealer markup. So the time's never been better. It's obviously where I get my Toyota. So come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
An interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcast. You're tuned in to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Wednesday. I had to look up on a Wednesday edition of the show. If you want to get more into the Giants and play the blame game, we've done that. Everybody has pretty much been blamed. Luciano has been blamed. Farhan has been blamed. Melvin has been blamed. Doval has been blamed.
Luke Jackson has been
blamed. So anyone you want to get into about last night's game. My biggest question is this, is that players all the time in sports, especially in baseball, you have 162 games. So we sit here and the news cycle is short, and for 24 hours we'll get all over the Giants. But if Blake Snell pitches his ass off, which he needs to do, and starts earning some of that money and pitches like he did in the minors, and they beat Jared Jones, and then let's say they beat Paul Skeens on Thursday, they win 2 or 3, then this game probably means nothing. On the other side of it, if they go into some sort of a skid here, then we're going to be talking about kind of like the article that Marcus wrote during the Warriors season where it was like, well, is this one of the worst 10 losses? Well, right now it's number 1, and the wild card chase is going to be close. We're already seeing it. It's all cluttered up behind the Phillies, the Braves, basically, and the Dodgers. Those are the teams that are going to get in, and then it's a free-for-all for who gets in after that. So players usually can get over games pretty quickly. Fans will get over it because the news cycle moves so fast. If Blake Snell's great tonight, but if not, and they go into some sort of a tailspin here, we're going to look at this and go, that was the game.
Well, the beauty of baseball is you play every day. So they wake up today in Western Pennsylvania, and they got to put it behind them. But the reality is the standings are never going to put it behind you. You took a loss last night that you had a 6-2 lead going to the bottom of the 9th. It's not like that impossible you would lose a game like that. And we talked about it. There were a lot of factors all the way around the diamond, veterans, managers, coaches, pitchers. Just so many people contributed to losing that game. But that game is not coming back. So even if you win today and tomorrow, you're going to be satisfied with 2 out of 3. You didn't sweep them. And you just suffered your 26th loss of the year. And your goal is, I think everybody would agree, because they've been outspoken after the 107-win team. They did not make the playoffs the next year. A lot of factors there. They had to rally at the end of the year to merely get to 500. Last year, they did not make the playoffs. They started slowly. They played better. They had an infusion of youth. They were actually a good team in July. Right at the deadline, we were wondering about adding. They didn't add. And then they just fell apart late in the year. That one series to Arizona got Gabe fired. And you wound up 4 games under 500. Even Bob in San Diego passed you. When you look at the National League right now, the Phillies are just at a different level. Now, it's a long season, but right now, with Rangers Suarez is doing, with Wheeler and Nola and their lineup, it's like, whoa, how many games these guys, they're playing at a 7-14 clip. Yeah. They're 21 over. So they're on a different level. We know what the Dodgers are. Milwaukee, we thought they would come back a little bit with trading Corbin Burns, some of the losses. They're going to trade Willie Adames now. They're 28-20. They look good in their division. And if Philadelphia doesn't win the East and Milwaukee doesn't win the East, you got Atlanta and you got the Cubs. Cubs came back last night with a walk-off. Talkman had a big base hit. Their rookie pitcher from Japan's right now, Suarez is not the Cy Young. Shota is. So you're 6 teams make the playoffs in baseball in each league. When the collective bargaining was redone a couple of years ago, they were talking about going to the 7th. They did not. Football did. In each conference in the NFL, there's 7. In baseball, it's 6. Have we identified the fabulous 5? I think it's early to say that. But, just do the math right now.
There's 3. I mean, can we say? Because Atlanta
Philadelphia, Dodgers, Braves.
Well, the thing is Atlanta hasn't even started to hit yet. And I just don't see that they're going to hit. Matt Olson is struggling. Acuna is struggling. Those guys are going to hit because that's what the back of their baseball card says. So I think it's going to to be Phillies, Dodgers, Atlanta. Then you got 3 more spots. And obviously,
So just
the Central's going to give us 1.
Central's Milwaukee and the Cubs. And, so it's early in the year to make any proclamations because teams get off to great starts and
3,
fade.
Unless there's major injuries.
Let's just identify teams that are playing. Atlanta's underachieved, but they're still 27-18. Right. So Philadelphia, the Dodgers, the Brewers lead the East, the West, and the Central. And then Atlanta and Chicago are top 2 wild cards. It may change. So really, you're in the hopper. And the team you lost to last night, they have the same record you do. Pittsburgh seems young, and who are they? But you know they got young talent,
Those two guys
obviously.
at the top of the rotation. Could keep
And
them
they've got hitters, obviously. You know, McCutcheon still at his age. It surprises me he's this good of a player, and Connor Joe and Ryan Reynolds. So, I mean, then you got San Diego. Arizona beat the Dodgers last night. Jack Peterson had a big home run.
He's off to a great
They're
start.
all right there. San Diego's 25. Right now, the third wild card team in the National League is San Diego, and they're a game under. Arizona's 3 under. Pittsburgh Giants 3 under. I thought the Cardinals were kind of buried, but they're right there. And, you know, they're not selling. They're 4 under. I don't know about Washington. The Mets are on your schedule this weekend. Other the Reds have underachieved. In any event, yesterday was bad. But when you look at it, you're not getting that game back. Like the ones the Warriors kicked, and we'll talk to Kawakami and what they do
Those
in the
20-point
offseason.
leads they had.
They had, you know, they lost a lot of games they should have won, late game execution. There's nothing definitive in sports till you get the 27th out in baseball, but you should have won that game last night, and there were a lot of reasons you didn't. So the bottom line is you wake up this morning, you begin anew, and you got Blake Snell, but that game is not getting reversed. There's no, protesting to the commissioner's office that something was not copacetic. You lost the game, and it's your 26th loss of the year, and you may get on a winning streak and win 5 more, but you should be going into the game tonight with a 5-game winning streak, a perfect time to bring Blake Snell back. You're playing tightly. It just made it a little more pressurized for Blake to carve tonight. I think he'll pitch much better. But no matter how you want to look at it, you suffered your 26th loss last night, and there was a game that should have been your 24th win, and you should be 24 and 25. But now reality is you have the same record as Pittsburgh at 23 and 26.
All right, a lot of things to discuss with Tim Kawakami. We'll ask him about the game last night. He had a wish list for the Warriors in the offseason. We'll get into that conversation as well. Plus, he was at OTAs yesterday with the 49ers. What were his observations there? We'll do it all next with Tim Kawakami from The Athletic, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantaneously. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner is saving over $850 a month by doing this. So I think you're well aware your home value is way up, and it's going up, and the Fed's going to lower interest rates, and things are good that way. But you can use all that money and to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So call now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721. Or go to loanpronto.com. The number again, 415-808-5721.
Greg Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us on a Wednesday. We always love talking to Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. Make sure you're following him. Reading all his great stuff. Lots of things to discuss. The loss last night for the Giants. How bad is that one? Who's to blame? Tim was at OTAs. We'll talk some Niners, and he's got a wish list for the 49ers offseason that you need to read. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's up, TK? How are you?
I'm doing well, John. Driving down a 49ers assistant coach availability today.
Yeah.
That's where I'm headed.
And that's going to be Brandon Staley, I think, is talking today, right?
That is the word. I guess last week that he wouldn't, just because of the way they phrased it. Primary position coaches. Like, Brandon Staley's not going to be a primary. So that's one way for him not to talk. And then I was told, nope. He's very likely going to talk. So if Brandon Staley's talking, this might be the only time I'm headed down.
And Kawakami will be in the front row inquiring. And you were yesterday. So I'm actually going there tomorrow. They're back on the field. I couldn't be there yesterday. The Giants are playing a day game. Just doing the Q&A and then watching them go through OTAs yesterday. Timmy, what did you learn?
You don't get much, this from these workouts, no pads, very little team drills. You just look at the size. I just look at the movement. And the first thing I thought was that Leonard Floyd, it looks, I'm not saying he's Aldon Smith, who knows, but that's his body type. He's so long. He's so rangy. You can see the leverage he would get. I was surprised. I've seen him play on TV. I'm sure I've covered some games of his. Obviously, when he was on the Rams playing the 49ers, I just don't remember him having that look. Now, that's a really good body type for a pass rusher, a leverage guy on the outside. I was impressed by that. We'll see. Looks like he's got some get off. You see him, and Bosa's there. That's another thing that strikes you. I don't remember when I've ever seen Nick Bosa in May. Usually doesn't go to these things. He and Kyle both ticked off the reasons. There were various other, injuries and COVID and all that kind of thing. But it says something. I think Purdy said, when they see Nick Bosa there, it means it must be important. It definitely sets a tone. I think that's why Shanahan wanted him there. You do kind of do a double take when you see 97 out there. Obviously, he's pretty good. And also Deebo Samuel. And that's the way was he going to be there? Yeah, there he is. I had every understanding that he and the team are okay. Whatever the trade speculation might have been, whatever the understanding is that this might be his last year with 49ers, or at least would have to redo a deal or restructure a deal at the end of the season, could put a player in a bad mood. My sense was that he was not going to be in a bad mood, but they kind of are playing to this. They want him motivated. They want him pushing for something. And he looked fine. And, he didn't look heavy at all. He looked like he was in good shape. As Kyle joked, when Barrows asked him, he's got the new slimming number one. And Kyle's like, no, slimming? If you're not slim, number one doesn't look very good. And there's a player I remember on the Raiders, I think might have been a little heavy at number one. I'm trying to remember. But I thought Debo looked good. I thought Debo looked good. And I thought, listen, no McCaffrey's interesting. He gets voluntary. He's usually at these workouts. So that was, at least worth a thought. But beyond that, Pearsall, I thought, looked like an NFL receiver. Doesn't mean he's going to make plays right away. Doesn't mean that, this guy is going to break through as a rookie. But you do look for guys who don't look like they belong. You can always tell that. You can, if a guy just steps on the field for the first time in the NFL and he doesn't look like he's at speed. We all remember A.J. Jenkins long ago, the first-round pick back in the Harbaugh era. And that's the first time and only time, but I still use it, when you looked at a guy and you go, this guy doesn't belong in the NFL. And then Harbaugh basically said so. So, which might have explained a lot of things about why that whole thing broke up. But Pearsall looks like he can run routes. He just looks like a route runner. He's got that gait about him, those cuts. Not a barn burner. He's not going to run past people, but he looks like he can make cuts to get open, get separation. Those are just general things I'm looking at. Physical type is a guy at speed. What does a guy look? Garendo looks huge, by the way. He's obviously a physical, athletic specimen. Don't know, I saw him at rookie camp, look big, but you see him with everyone else. Looks like a really big dude at running back. Those are just the general things I noticed from yesterday.
Tim Kamakami's joining us from The Athletic. Make sure you check out the TK show as well. The one thing, too, with Nick coming in, there's a lot of turnover on the D-line, and kind of with this team, especially defensively, as the D-line goes, so go the 49ers. So, Malik Collins, who's not here, but Jordan Elliott, Leonard Floyd, as you mentioned, Utor Gross-Matos, and then Armstead's gone, Young's gone, Farrell's gone, Kinlaw's gone. You got a new defense and a new defensive coordinator. I mean, is that kind of part of the reason why Kyle called him? Because he's kind of got to be out there and, look, we're going through a drill right now. 97 is going to show you how it's done, because for the first time in a while, they've had a lot of turnover on the defensive line.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know. Kyle hasn't said that, but the way that Bosa explained it was, Kyle called him up and said, hey, it'd probably be good if you're out here. And I think there's just some messages being sent. Bosa I've read about it. He's become one of the main leaders of this team. He's not a vocal guy. He's more follow my lead guy, but he's also become a little bit of a vocal guy. And like Purdy said, it turns up when 97's out there. Things feel different. Now, Trent Williams would be the same thing, but he's certainly not going to come to a voluntary camp. But when you got one of the best 10 players in the league out there going full speed, or close to full, whatever speed you go to in OTAs, out there when he isn't normally out there, I think it does send a signal. I think that it's the one that we've been kind of talking about since, the final gun in OT of the Super Bowls. They got to win one here. Everything is the underline. I'm not saying the window's closing, but the window with this group, and they've already lost Armstead, so it's not even the same group. There's got to be some urgency. They've also got a plan for the future. We know that. There is a future for this team. That's part of the cap stuff. But I think the sense, no. It's not we're pretty good. We'll just kind of cruise. They don't want that. They want a sense of, this is a heightened franchise. This is an important franchise that has achieved a lot of things, hasn't won a Super Bowl. And Nick Bosa coming in the middle of May, when he doesn't normally do that, another sign of that. The quarterback is a sign. These guys set the tempo in May. Debo setting the tempo in May. That's stuff I think that Shanahan wanted communicated to everybody.
I think the only thing more unusual than Nick being around the Niners in May is Kawakami being around the Niners in May.
Well, there's a reason.
Because you're always covering the Warriors. You're always covering the Warriors. So I know you love basketball and you're watching as I do, and just the quality of play. We'll talk about your wish list and everything, and obviously Denver going out. But these two defensive-minded teams, Minnesota and Dallas tonight, and what we got in the East. And, I mean, if we even took, one player off your wish list and didn't have to pay him $1 or subtract anybody from the roster to get him, I'm not sure there's one player out there. You're not going to get Victor Wembanyama or Joel Embiid or someone who could flip a franchise. So realistically, when you look at the offseason and the payroll, are the Warriors realistic that they're not one player away and maybe star chasing is not the way to do this? How do you think they look at themselves versus the league as they're watching the playoffs?
Oh, no, I think they've got to be realistic, and they are not one player away. They might not be two players away, but what's the best they can be? I think that's where they're at. It's not like, oh, yes, we do this, and then we're going to be right there with Minnesota. I don't think that's realistic. But it's more like if we get, I keep mentioning this has not been mentioned to me, but I'm keep mentioning it. Dallas did not knock everybody's socks off at the trade deadline, getting Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington. It's like, oh, okay, whatever. They've given up, some draft picks. Wow. Look how important those two guys are right now. If they didn't have those two guys, they would not be in the Western Conference Finals. They got a shot to win the Western Conference Finals, not just because, but that has really lengthened their roster, their rotation, their ability to be dangerous against anybody. Can the Warriors make two deals like that? I don't know. I just think that they're in a spot financially because they got to cut to get out of second apron for sure, and maybe to get out of luxury tax. Although I tweeted that. You never know. You can say that you want to get a luxury tax, and then Joe Lacob presented with a way to improve the team. Who knows if he's going to do that? And then somebody from the team kind of raised their eyebrows at that. Who knows? We'll see. Lacob's never backed down from a moment in the luxury tax.
Uh-oh. Timmy?
Okay, can you get into two series?
We lost you for a second. Oh, the roles are reversed. When I'm doing the Kawakami podcast and I'm driving through some canyon in the South Bay, and Tanika has to say, where'd Papa fall off? We got even. Oh, he's getting even with us. Where are you?
Good now.
Where are you? Where are you driving?
I'm just on the 101 in Poplar, came to town. My God,
damn.
Should be nice and clean. I don't know.
E.T. call home.
That's all right.
E.T. call home.
I think you drive through the jungle or something.
Yeah, we lost him. I don't know.
Yeah, in and out. We'll put him on hold real quick.
You're garbled.
And then we'll get him back in a second because, we want to talk more about the wish list in the offseason.
I mean, that's what we've been talking about, John, is what Dallas was able to do, getting Gafford and P.J. Washington and then the young guys. How good was Derek Lively the other night? I mean, a difference maker. And I think they have enough bigs to match up with the Minnesota's three bigs, and I'll include Naj Reid there. But, I mean, that's the kind of transaction you're looking for, more of a subtle one that they can make this offseason.
All right, we'll try to get Tim back on the line and discuss more. He's got a great piece up right now in The Athletic talking about some of the wish lists from Paul George all the way down, a couple of guards on that list as well. So we'll get Tim back in a second. Oh, there he is.
Kawakami podcast, take two.
Yeah, continue. We were talking about possible guys, your wish list there.
Yeah, I don't know how much you got of that, or how much Papa just ignored me.
He ignored me.
I ignored all of it,
I never know.
But the audience, I'd say go back 30 seconds before I jumped in.
I don't think they've got, a move or two that could get them into title contention, like one of the top teams. It's just not there. I think they're reasonable about that. It's can you make, important moves that don't involve blockbuster people. Now, they're still going to try to go blockbuster, right? They always try. Don't know that that's there. And get a P.J. Washington and get a Daniel Gafford. Maybe, trade some first-round picks, but give Steph and Draymond one more shot at being reasonably, in it again in any series. Doesn't mean you're going to win 4 of them, but can you get through 2? Can Jarrett Allen, it's a name I've heard a lot with them. Doesn't mean they're going to get him, but I think he's going to be available.
But he's a non-shooter, Timmy. I like the rim protector. He can't shoot.
I know that's an issue. Obviously, Draymond and Jarrett Allen, you'd have to figure it out. The way I've said it is you figure it out with a player that talented. They went with Draymond and Looney and won a championship. So, you figure it out. It's not going to be a perfect match. Those guys are on the teams and are going to stay on the teams that can help lead you to a championship. Can a guy like Jarrett Allen, from Brandon Ingram's about the best, I think, match. There's a reason why he's available also. He's coming up on the end of his deal. You'd have to pretty much max him out once you get him. Do you really want to do that? Is he really going to be your guy after Steph? I don't know. Those are good questions. I think he would really help them. I think he fits them exactly. Athletic wing, can guard multiple positions, can be a scorer at, maybe not a lead scorer, but can be close to a lead scorer, can take some burden off of Steph. What would it take? Do you give up Kuminga and 2 first-round picks and other things? I don't know. But I'm more looking at the reasonable stuff. Go get guys who aren't superstars or aren't going to knock your socks off. Get the next Sean Livingston, right? Got the next David West. Guys you can plug in around Steph and Draymond. You don't have to give them the whole learning curve. and you go into a series in the second round against Dallas and you feel like you have every shot. If you get through that, then you go get Minnesota and you feel like you got a better shot. That doesn't make them, you can't say, oh yeah, you have to feel like you're a title contender. It's nothing. Not with Steph's final years. You just want to get the best roster possible. I think there's some names there that they can add. I mentioned Bruce Brown, was a huge loss for the Nuggets last year to this year. He might be gettable. He's got a team option for $23 million. Whether they're going to trade for that and keep him at 23, or Toronto lets him go for free. Well, there's various other things. There's Jalen Smith from the Pacers, who was out of the rotation and was in the game for 1 minute last night. So that was interesting. There's some interesting pieces out there. They don't have a lot of money to spend, especially if they're getting out of the second apron. They got to figure out what's happening with Clay. They want him back. I think they're going to get him back. What's the number going to be? And then what can you do with Chris Paul? This is not like just go sign anybody. They're not in that world. They can't do it. But there's some moves within the margins, I think, that can make them – and, they weren't a terrible team last season. Can they become a Dallas, right? Can they make the moves that make them a Dallas? You get into the third round like Dallas just did, and you've got Luka, watch out. You don't know what's going to happen. Same thing with Steph. You get into the third round, and then anything's possible. I think that's where they're at.
Tim Kawakami, he's got a wish list out right now. Make sure you check it out in The Athletic. The two things are they've got to get more athletic. They've got to get more athletic, look old and slow at many times during the season. And then the other thing, and you just addressed a little of this, because everybody wants to hear the players they're going to get, but how realistic is who will they give up? Like, you hear that they don't want to give up Kawakami. They don't want to give up Kuminga.
They
They don't want to give up Kawakami. No problem.
He's untouchable, John.
But they don't want to give up Kuminga. They'll offer Andrew Wiggins. I think he's a net negative. You got Chris Paul's $30 million contract. How do they piece this together so that, because those are great names, but a lot of teams are going to want in on those kind of guys, and can other teams put together better packages?
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be Kuminga. I mean, it's Kuminga, Chris Paul's contract, and the 2 first-round picks. I don't know that they want to give all of that, or if they do, they're going to want something really great in return. I really don't think they want to trade Kuminga. Like, he's the guy they can look at, okay, in 2028, what do we got? In 2029, what do we got? It's going to be hard for them to give him up. If you don't give up Kuminga, it's going to be hard to be involved in any of these deals because he's the real value. Somebody might be interested in the 2026 and 2028 unprotected first, though. Like, I can see Danny Ainge going, that could be pretty good.
Yeah, he loves that.
If you're the Warriors and it's in the post-Steph era, do you want to not have some picks? These are decisions they have to make. I don't think Wiggins gets them very much, and frankly, I think they need them. They need someone who can go guard the best player on the other team. And they used to have several guys who could do that. That's like when Clay used to be able to do that. Clay can't do it anymore. Wiggins is not a dominant guy guarding Damian Lillard or, John Morant or all the other guys we know, Anthony Edwards. Like, there's a lot of them. They need somebody who can guard them, and I can't, you can't really count on Gary Payton II to do it just health-wise. So it comes a point where Wiggins is not worth that much in a trade, and he's worth a lot to you. So trade deadline, I thought they were trading him, and I think they were very willing to listen to trade offers on Andrew Wiggins. They didn't do it, and now I don't think they're going to. So it's basically Kuminga, Chris Paul's contract, if they guarantee it and can move it, and those 2 first-round picks. That really gets you into play for the serious stuff. That's why I'm kind of thinking the moderate stuff. I'm thinking unless they can get in for Brandon Ingram, whatever you think of Jared Allen, those kind of the top end of what I'm talking about. I don't think Markkanen is a gettable for them realistically, unless Danny Ainge goes, I think they're going to stink in 2026. I want that first-round pick. These are things I don't know that have been decided, but I'm much more looking at more moderate acquisitions, and then you keep Kuminga for another year at least. You give him an extension. You almost have to give him a near max extension at this point, and then you see what you got in a year. I just think you kind of keep it together as best you can this year. You get the best roster you can for the short term around Steph because you owe it to Steph, and then you see what you have at the end of the year.
Great stuff, man. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it. We'll look forward to your report from Niners today and OTAs, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, guys, anytime.
Take care, man. All right, that is Tim Kawakami. Make sure you listen to the TK Show. Read his great stuff, and follow him along on social media. It's always fun.
Canyon Kawakami. Couldn't quite hear him.
paying you back.
He was driving through canyons.
He's paying you back.
Isn't that Rick Barry's son? He named his son Canyon.
He did.
Shoots free throws underhand, by the way.
Do you know the story of...
Wonder where he learned that from.
Do you know the story of Brent Barry and Kevin Calabro?
Shocker!
That's our favorite. That's our favorite. All right, we'll talk about some of the things TK said there from camps and Warriors. I think we're on the same page. We were talking about the same thing. It's just a matter of who would they be willing to give up. Give us your thoughts as well. You heard it. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get all into it in your noon hour. Plus, Joe Rizzo at 12:30 to relive that fun last night. It's Bob and Lund here on the Sports Theater.
It is 11:52 a.m. and 45 seconds, so you have like 7 minutes plus, because the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is offering a free live CLR webinar today in exactly 7 minutes at noon. It's a great chance to find out all about custom lens replacement at the webinar happening in minutes. The doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Am I a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing involved? How long will the procedure take? Probably around the same time as when it's going to start, in under 7 minutes. So if you want to get involved and find out, you got to sign up right now. So find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses. You don't need to use any eyewear at all. You just got to be able to read either a digital clock or a hands clock, because it's 11:54 right now, 11:53:45, and it starts at noon, so don't be late. Also, FYI, you'll never develop a cataract after you have the CLR procedure, but you want to find out more, and you want to do it right now, so it's starting in minutes. So I say register like post-haste, lasereyeclr.com. Their free live CLR webinar starts in minutes. Get on it, lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kai is so special, man. What he's done for this team this year, I think what he's done for Luka, all the young guys on their team, they look to him for leadership. And he leads not only by his unbelievable ball handling and scoring ability, but his defense. His defense is what really inspires guys, and they see how hard he plays, so they have no choice but to play hard.
It's Chris Paul on ESPN. I know everybody's talking about Draymond Green and his after career and everything, and it's not going to be on TNT. It might be on NBC because that deal's done. And we'll tell you about that in just a second. As Indiana had that game last night, they let it get away. The inbounds, and then Jaylen Brown hits the corner three. They go into overtime. Jason Tatum takes over, scores 8 points in overtime, and Boston gets game number 1 at the Garden last night. But just real quick on Chris Paul, I mean, we were just talking about this. You got Bob Myers, you got Chris Paul, and then you got some guy in the corner screaming.
Well, it's just
it's
beyond me.
Chris was great.
Yeah, he was right in the middle, and Michael Wilbon's there, but Malika goes right to Stephen A-hole for the opening comment when you got the point guard there and the guy who built 4 NBA championship teams, and we got to hear what he has to say. But it was great having Chris Paul and Bob, giving. I think Bob is really outspoken, and he thought, he was surprised Boston played with the game as much as they did. But and the game itself was, first of all, the pace of the game is just so fast. When Boston got out to the 12-0 start, and Al Horford had that one overturn, and they called a goaltend when he clearly blocked it, it was like, whoa. Indiana scored 123 points a game this year, and the way they play, they really are appropriately named. And we are going to have an Indianapolis 500 coming up on Memorial Day, the old Brickyard, but they're the Pacers. They fly. But Boston is the franchise with Bob Cousy and Bill Russell that invented the fast break in the NBA, and they were just going back and forth. It was insane.
Indiana, too many turnovers, though.
Well, they were sloppy with the ball, and there was one where Tyrese Halliburton, the old Boston Garden, the dead spots on that old parquet floor. I remember Jim Barnett doing breakdowns where you could, because he was a Celtic for, his rookie year was with the Celtics. The one year they didn't win the championship, 11-13, but you could dribble right into a dead spot. You knew exactly where it was. So the Celtic defenders would push you into a dead spot if you're the opponent. The ball just go dead. There was one time Halliburton just brought the ball up, and it's like, is Red Auerbach, did he steal the ball, or Havlicek stole the ball? What happened to the ball that just bounced off the parquet? It's like paddle ball. It went straight left. Like, how did that happen? But the quality up and back, and obviously Indiana is really, they should have won the game. The side out of bounds was just inexcusable. The angle that Siakam took was awful. And then the inbounds play. What a play by Drew Holiday. Halliburton's got to get in his face. But for him to make that baseline out of bounds, the bob out of bounds to get it to, remember, Jaylen Brown is the guy the Warriors sagged off of and let him shoot a shot. For him to get that corner shot up, and Siakam, they didn't switch it. They tried to fight through what he got. I understand why he didn't foul right away, but I think he could have gone up straight up, verticality, and not fouled him and tried to make the angle hard. But in any event, and then Tatum took over. The game is the game. It was exciting. I can't wait for game 2. But I watched all the pregame stuff because Chris Paul was on and Bob was on. And Chris Paul was appropriately, like Brock Purdy with, Jeff Garcia and Steve Young and Alex Smith. He was the kind of the rookie, even though he's Chris Paul. I thought he did fine. It was weird. I hadn't seen the State Farm ad where he's in the Warrior uniform, and they played that, and that's going to be a one and done. He's going to save that uniform. So we'll see what his next stop. I don't think he's going to retire, but I think he is going to go into television at some point. But you mentioned the NBC deal. We had Kevin Harlan on last week. It's all changing this year, and at some point, the Western Finals are starting tonight. When they end, this is TNT's going to lose the rights to this. It's all going to change, John. And it's just, as we live in the now, ESPN and ABC have the rights for forever. They're going to be part of an extension. And there was an article written in The Athletic. Why they decided to get rid of Jeff Van Gundy is just beyond me. And J.J. Redick is interviewing with the Lakers. If they want to hire him He's going to be like Doc Rivers that put him in this scenario where Doc wasn't even one and done.
Wasn't that the irony is that they said in the article that they were worried about Van Gundy leaving for a job, and then Doc did during the season, and Reddick's going to?
Or was the league upset with Van Gundy because he was so outspoken?
Both.
He makes a lot of money.
But at some point, because I understand these numbers are so big, the numbers, it's going to be $7 billion between ESPN, NBC, and Amazon. That's the reported number, $7 billion. Don't you want to have a good product? I mean, what ESPN is putting on, all due respect to Bob and Chris Paul and everything, but what NBC is doing.
And Mike Breen.
Yeah, but what ESPN is doing during the broadcast, it's not nearly as good as Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy. They had a great rapport with
Chemistry,
Mike Breen.
right.
And then before, you've got a guy screaming his head off, and Bob Myers is sitting there going, really? That's not a good product. So
And obviously treating it like it's MSG.
Right.
I mean, it's
that
become a
Game
net
7 was an
broadcast. The
embarrassment.
way
It
they
was an
treat a
embarrassment.
national broadcast and just completely disrespect the Indiana Pacers. Then you have Tim Legler telling people that his executives told him the Pacers are not a sexy enough team to even talk about. I mean, what? They're in the conference finals. So, but then you get to the actual game broadcast, and I thought J.J. Redick would be. I thought Doris Burke would be better. I don't know if they're tight because of the forum.
They don't analyze. Mike
I don't
Breen
think
has
it's
to talk
that.
90% of the
There's
time.
times where I'm like, is JJ going to jump in here? And I think it's just a chemistry issue. And JJ joined the broadcast later because Doc, was called back to coach the Bucks. Whatever it is, the irony is, Kevin Harlan and they got Jamal Crawford with him. Their broadcasts are tight, and ESPN's going to sign on forever, and they're scattered right now. Whether they don't know if they treat it the same importance that the NFL does. I know Adam Silver's bringing it up, but that broadcast, and it's in the conference finals now, and starting June the 4th or 6th, whatever it is, they're going to have the NBA finals. It's just so awkward with J.J. Redick, and Doris Burke's terrific, and when she gets in, but it's like they don't know when to start.
Right.
It's like Mike has to bring them into every comment. They're not self-starters.
He's being both. He's doing play-by-play. He's doing analyst. They're awkward when they come in. It's just not good. And here's the other thing, too. It's not ageism. I love Hubie Brown, but my point is that you're not developing good young talent to like what – look, I didn't used to like Reggie Miller. I think he's really good. Jamal Crawford has become a star. Harlan obviously goes without saying. We love the guy. But what they're doing on ESPN right now, I mean, their number 2 analyst is what? Hubie Brown? He's 99 years old. Okay, he's 90. He is 90. But the problem is he can't cut through the crowd in the playoffs. It's so loud, so his voice is gone.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what you're dealing with. And it's like, are you telling me that there aren't players? Like Chris Paul's sitting in the studio. Can Chris Paul not at some point, not today, but can you groom him to be an analyst? Can you groom Can Draymond be an analyst?
A game analyst, yeah.
I mean, all these guys, like Jason Kelsey just did this in football, they're taking these guys who I think could be really good analysts, and they're just putting them, if they're ESPN, they're putting them in the car wash because that's where they make their money. They make a ton of money in all day long, every day. So what they want to do is they want to put these guys like Perkins and all these guys, and they just want to make them opinion, and they want to go through the car wash, and they have them on all these shows. And then when it comes to actually doing a broadcast, which a ton of people are watching, they're using it. It's kind of secondary. And it's you got to be better.
Yeah, there's a balance there, and I think a lot of times with these the people who are so well known, the theory being is when you put them on a game broadcast, you don't really recognize their voice and you don't see them. So that was the thing when Monday Night Football one time when they moved on, they had Joe Namath and O.J. Simpson together, and it's hard to bring it up with O.J. But O.J. was not a good game analyst, and the theory was, we don't know it's O.J. We can't tell his voice. When you put him on an NBC pregame with Costas, we know it's O.J. with the huge head. And I think when you get into a big star, like I'd like to see Jason Kelsey do a game. There are a lot of guys that I think would be better on games. You kind of have to demand it a little. I think Bob Myers would be more impactful, even though he's not a traditional analyst, to put him as a third guy on a game. J.J. Redick is interesting. And he may leave and become the next head coach of the L.A. Lakers. But he's not there. It's the self-starter. I love Doris. When she was doing other broadcast levels, I'd watch those games back a lot, and I'd steal information.
But you know better than
now,
anybody.
in this role, it's like it's an awkward dance where they just don't know when to start, which leads to when Tom Brady goes into that booth with Kevin Burkhardt. You know, Greg Olson won an Emmy.
We got to talk about
last
that.
night.
Yeah, we
he
gotta
won
get
the
into this.
Emmy. I think he's the best
That was
analyst
awkward.
on television in the
How
NFL.
awkward is that?
He won an Emmy. Now, what I would do is leave him in the booth with Burkhardt and bring Brady in and make it easier for him.
But is a three-man booth tough?
I think that would work. Maybe with Brady it would. I think it's going to be a little awkward, and that's why he's already doing a lot of sim games with Burkhardt, but it's hard to do it in a studio off a monitor. I'm telling you, I think that's why the Niners-Saints game is on Fox. The second week of the preseason, they're going to come out and do practice games. They're not going to put it on the air. They'll have another Fox crew do it, but I guarantee you Brady will be there that night with
stick
Burkhardt.
a camera in there so we can steal the video.
Well, he's not going to be able to sneak in. We won't be the only ones. But we're not doing that game. We'll be on radio that night because Fox is doing that. Anyway, it's just hard how to bring the chemistry together. There's a learning. It's just anything in life. You could be the best, like a
first
Al
date or
Michaels and
something. It's
Boomer
awkward.
Esiason were not good together.
Right.
Part of it was they didn't like each other. Al's a great, the greatest television play-by-play football announcer it's been, and Boomer's a good analyst. He did everybody. They didn't like each other. So even when I think if you're Fox and you're watching J.J. Redick and Doris and Mike Breen and Mike's so good, why is it not working? Is there concern here? We're going to bring Tom Brady into this booth when Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson have known each other for decades. They have great respect. It was easy. And to your point, even though I didn't like Mark Jackson a lot, especially after the Warrior run and, some of the things he would say, like, rim protection's not important. Really? It's not important. When you had Andrew Bogut, it was, and there were some things, and he was a little cliche, hand down, man down, and mama, there goes that man again. But he knew the game, and he also knew it as a coach. But more importantly, Mike Breen, Jeff Van Gundy, and Mark Jackson all liked each other. And whether and sometimes, Jeff Van Gundy got off the rails with his Phil Silvers bit, and you're like, was he trying to do vaudeville? He's not that.
I loved him, man.
That was funny.
Great.
But it's a concern, I think. And part of me is like, why? They're all good broadcasters. Why is J.J. Redick and Doris Burke and Mike Breen so awkward right now?
It's like any relationship and chemistry. We all done it. I mean, you've done it a ton. I've done it a lot in radio, and that's just what happens. Sometimes you don't have chemistry. There's no reason why. But it doesn't. Here was the thing: as I was watching it last night, it didn't feel big time. Like we're talking about the conference finals, and then we're going to be talking about the NBA finals. It doesn't feel big time. And when you tune into a Super Bowl or a World Series or an NBA finals or even a conference finals in this case, it should sound and feel like that's what we're playing for here. And watching that game last night, it didn't. That's just what it came down to.
You nailed it exactly. There were times when no one talked.
It was weird.
Or Mike, is Mike going to have
it's like
to jump
first
in
date.
again?
It's just awkward, right? You're sitting there
I'm like,
going,
J.J.
what are we gonna
Redick, would
say
you
here?
jump in? And then when he does jump in, he has things to say. But it's like, how is Tom Brady? Honestly, that is a major risk. And I know he's Tom Brady, but they got rid of the best analyst on network television with the sport of football and Greg Olson.
Damn Emmy, man.
What are you doing there? It's Tom Brady, but is there some point where you want a three-man boot? Do you really want to do that?
Let's just see. He took a pay cut from $10 million to $3 million.
Why doesn't ESPN hire him to do the NBA? And what are they going to do when J.J. Redick goes and coaches the Lakers?
Who's out there? They got to start. They should have groomed guys long ago. They're going to.
Is Doug Collins still available?
Hello, Steve Kerr. When are you
is Jack Twyman still alive?
You know how much money Kerr's going to demand? He's going to retire from the Warriors and
I'd
make
go get Rick Barry. I'd go get Rick Barry.
All right, give us your thoughts. 4 and 5.
I'd hire Draymond Green is what I do.
That's what I'm saying. Like they want to put them all in analyst roles, on all the pre and the post and everything surrounding it, but nobody wants to do the games.
So NBC is going to have Sunday night basketball next year?
So, you have Football Night in America, and they do the NBC. So they're reporting now that NBC is going to air Basketball Night in America on Sunday nights after the NFL season. So is that where Inside the NBA is going to go? Like that kind of a show?
Yeah.
That's got to be, right?
Well, that'll be Tirico, right?
Yeah, with
and
no
then Mike's got to make the call if he wants to do studio or does he want to go back to NBA play-by-play. Mike loved that.
Yeah. All right, give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Bottom of the hour, Joe Rizza. Whether you like it or not, we're going to relive some of the loss last night to the Pirates, so we'll get you all ready for that. Then Joe at 12:30 on the Air on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Morning show with Murph and Marcus, and we talked about it again on our show yesterday. 5 top Bay Area athletes under 25. Give us yours on the socials at KNBR, KNBR.com. It's always great to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues, even if you can't pay your taxes. So, Steve, what do listeners do?
Big calls. There's so many people that haven't filed a tax return for years. Number one reason why? They don't have the money to pay it. And then they make a mistake. They just don't file the return. Now, year 2 rolls around, and they say, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. And it becomes a lifestyle, a bad criminal lifestyle, always looking over your shoulder. This is the day the IRS guys don't be knocking on your door, taking your bank account, taking your earnings. If you don't have the money to pay the taxes, that's okay. We want to make a deal for you. The second biggest reason is you don't have your records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS has on you. We'll file all the old returns you need. We'll make a deal for what you can't pay. And then you just took your tax problem, put it in the rearview mirror, put it behind you, and then you go ahead with your life like you never had this before. And the only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and call us for your free consultation.
Like, no more sleepless nights. You can't pay those taxes. You have unfiled tax returns. Steve can help you out, as he just told you, but you got to call 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been, when it's right, why wait until the middle of a cold, dark night? Making up is working up my appetite, looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together make us sparks ignite, and the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Skyrockets in flight. Afternoon delight. You guys have it, I think. Afternoon delight.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lun on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We're going to get the Giants in just a second, and Joe Rizzo is going to join us at the bottom of the hour to somewhat relive what happened last night or try to explain it. We do have times on the preseason games, just to let you know. Tennessee, that's going to be a 4 o'clock start, and that is on August 10th. August 18th, New Orleans, that's going to be a 5 o'clock local start. And Vegas against the Raiders, August 23rd, and that is a 7 o'clock start. So we are set to go.
And I think there's a strong chance, it's being worked out now, that the Niners and Titans could have joint practices. Or maybe just one joint practice before the August 10th game. So that's a Saturday. So it's just logistically when actually camp starts and all that. But I think maybe have a joint practice with them on the 8th, maybe fly there the 7th, do a joint practice with them on the 8th, take 9th off, and then play on Saturday the 10th. But that's being worked out right now.
All right, as far as the Giants go, so far, early results. Love to get your thoughts before we get Joe on the air to talk about it. Of course, he called the game last night at PNC Park. Devastating. That's probably too strong a word, to be honest with you. A bad loss. 7-6, they lose to Pittsburgh. They have this thing completely under control. They're up 4-2, they're up 6-2. Going to the 9th, I think it's pretty much done. Luke Jackson gives it up. Huge error by Luciano. Duvall comes into the game. He just doesn't have it, which has happened to him in the past when it's not a save situation. And the Giants turn a win and a extended winning streak into a loss in PNC Park against a team that you're probably going to be fighting for. This is a legit team you're going to be fighting for with the for the wild card situation. And then you get Jared Jones. That's going to be a tough game today. Blake Snell goes to the mound tonight. Hopefully he can be more like himself tonight. And then Paul Skeens is going to be on Thursday. So a bad loss, there's no doubt. Opportunities, 1 for 12 runners left in scoring position last night. Lamont Wade had an opportunity. Yaz had an opportunity during the game. Wade was in the 10th inning. So a lot of blame to go around, but a lot of people are focusing on the Luciano error in the 10th.
Yeah, I don't think that. I do not think he was going to turn a double play. And I think that was the problem, was he was thinking a game-ending double play, let's get out of here. And he just, the runner obstructed him. His mind got cloudy. He backed up a little bit. He played the ball, and then he rushed it, and he wound up kicking the ball. So if he gets the one out there, the game's not over. But you get the second out of it, stabilizes thing. The good thing is he had a similar play right after that, and he made the play beautifully. So he has the ability. He just has to, it's like when little leaguers are playing. What do you say? If the ball is hit to me, what do I do? And the major leaguers got to do the same thing. And you got to have the instincts. That's why the play Matt Chapman made last week against Outman was just so incredible, because he's runner at third. He's way in foul ground because you can't get hit by the ball in fair ground. And the ball that went to his backhand side, he was thinking, if the ball comes to me here and there, and then he did it so instinctively and just so reactionary that he tagged him and threw out Mookie Betts. It's like that's the opposite of what, Matt's mind is so clear and definitive. he thought it out before, and he had the ability. Marco has the ability. You know, the one thing is the softness in his hands, and overall, I just think reps will get there. We'll talk to Joe. Joe's seen Marco Luciano from when he was a young guy in A-ball, and he's watched him at the big league level. That was one play. I don't think if he does turn a double play there, the game's over and you win. I think that was the problem, was he was trying to get 2 out of it, and it wasn't there. And he got in between, and he wound up getting nobody out, and then, damn. So there were so many factors that contributed to that loss. And I don't know if devastating is the word, but it's baseball. You come back the next day, you got to put it behind you. But that one's never coming back. You lost. And it was a 4-run lead going into the 9th inning. You just don't lose games like that. The last time the Giants did that was in 2020 during the pandemic year, and I remember the fallout of Gabe Kapler. So did Bob make an error by not going immediately to Camilo Doval to start the 9th, even in a non-save situation, and bringing him into I thought Luke Jackson, if anybody, him throwing a 3-1 slider and issuing a leadoff walk in the 4-run lead in the 9th, this is not spring training where you're working on stuff. Get these hitters out. Let's get it, hit the spread, and let's get a 5-game winning streak and game over. For him to throw a breaking ball there that was a chase pitch and a 3-1, now you give up a hit. Now you're out of the game, and now the closer's in the game. He wasn't thinking about it, and
he's got traffic.
He didn't have great stuff. Just so many things. Lamont and Extra is not, moving runners along, making a proper out, striking out. He's the one guy that's going to barrel it. Just so many things. So now you got pressure on Blake Snell, and I'm confident. I was there on Mother's Day in San Jose. Joe called the immaculate inning. He was just so locked in on the catcher's mitt, and then Zach Beiruti's telling me, the voice of the River Cats, how good he was on Friday with his curveball. It was filthy stuff. So I expect Blake to carve tonight, but we'll see. And they got the same lineup. The Pirates roll out. McCutcheon's going to lead off. We already got their lineup from Derek Shelton. He'll DH. Brian Reynolds will bat second and be in left. He's moving bodies around a little bit against the lefty. Connor Joe's up in the order. He kind of goes back and forth between hitting cleanup or third. He's going to hit third tonight. I mean, that guy started his major league career as a leadoff hitter, and now Connor Joe's the middle of the order. Hitter Olivares will be in right. Gonzalez, who had the game-winning hit last night, 1 pitch in the 10th inning, he walks you off. He's in to bat second. O'Neill Cruz, John, will be at shortstop. Joey Bart is in the lineup tonight against Blake Snell. Very interesting for Pittsburgh, and he'll catch Jared Jones. So at some point today, and it's already 3:30 there in Western PA, you got to move on. But that was one of those games where even around the batting cage and getting ready for the game tonight, and they're getting on the bus. Joe will probably be talking to us en route to PNC or leaving the hotel. This is one of those games, even though until the first pitch is thrown tonight, you're still thinking about what the hell happened last night? How did we lose the game? And guys in the clubhouse, if you contributed to last night's loss, raise your hand. I mean, how many guys could raise their hand? There were so many guys that contributed in small ways, bigger ways, obvious ways, subtle ways. It was a team-wide loss last night.
By the way, lineup is out for the Giants as well. And again, he keeps juggling to try to find this thing. Matos is going to lead off. Wade, Estrada, Chapman's in the 4. Bailey is back finally as a starter. Soler is going to DH. He's in the 6. Ramos in the 7. Yastrzemski in the 8. Luciano hitting 9. And there's Blake Snell. So no baby yet. So that's going to be the lineup. All right, let's talk to Joe about it last night. How can the team move on? How does he assign the blame to this thing? We'll talk to Joe Rizzo, who called it at PNC Park, the big loss last night, 7-6 to the Padres. We'll do it next, or to the Pirates. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Pitch to Matt Chapman. He swings and hits a fly ball out to deep center field. Bay on the run, going back at the track, at the wall. It's gone! Stay hot, Matt Chapman, just to the right of straightaway center here at PNC Park. For Chapman, a solo home run in the 7th. It's 5-2 Giants.
Those are the golden tones of our next guest, our good friend Joe Rizzo. He's doing a tremendous job. And we'll ask him about Blake Snell, too, because he did the immaculate inning for Blake, who's pitching tonight against the Padres, trying to get that taste out of their mouth. I don't know how they're going to do that. I don't know. I find gargling whiskey does help, but they got to get that taste out of their mouth. Let's talk to Joe.
Gargle it? You're going to spit the whiskey out?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Let's get into it as they lose 7-6 in tough fashion last night at PNC Park. Joe Rizzo joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
Hey, guys. The Chapman home run, nothing else happened after that.
Yeah, I went to bed.
wow.
What happened? I know that. Oh, my gosh.
Good times. Was feeling great.
You added another run that was 6-2, and we went through it all. But just, and you guys are close enough, but I think your hotel is far enough away where you do ride the bus back. Just when you lose a game like that, and it's not home or you get in your car and you all go different directions, you got to get on the bus, you got to get in the hotel, you're seeing guys today, you're on the bus ride going back to the yard today. Just what's the mood of the baseball team after losing a game like that last night, Joe?
Yeah, pretty quiet. It's a quiet bus ride. We're pretty close to the ballpark here, so it was just a few minutes down the road. But yeah, not a lot being said. But you credit professional athletes, especially baseball players. I mean, they know that it's an everyday thing for 6 months. And when you wake up, you got to shake it off. And getting back on the bus today, it honestly felt like yesterday. Guys were loose. They were laughing. They were having a good time. They realized that you can't change what happened last night now. And anytime Blake Snell's out there on the mound, I think you feel good. And the way he threw in those rehab starts, I know physically he feels good. And you got to try and bounce back, which is what they're going to do here in a few hours.
As you're calling that one, because there were a lot of different things. We almost obviously not in stature, but I mean in terms of, we were talking about the 49ers Super Bowl and all those different things that went wrong. I mean, you could pinpoint so many things that went wrong last night to make that kind of a situation happen. And to you, what happened? How would you explain that to somebody? What happened last night?
Yeah, I mean, there were moments before the bottom of the ninth. Now, in retrospect, you see, well, they were 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position in the first 9 innings. So 1 or 2 more hits, maybe just 1 more hit. And it could have been a very different game, and you're up 6 or 7 runs perhaps going into the bottom of the ninth. So you can look back there. But for me, it's a walk. When you're up by 4 runs in the 9th inning and you're facing the bottom part of the lineup, which was the case there, it was a walk that started the rally, and then Doval comes in and he walks the first batter. I know there were some questionable ball and strike calls there in that at bat, but that's just kind of opening the door. You're asking for trouble to where the opponent then just finds a way to put the ball in play. And I know Marco Luciano doesn't feel great about what happened on that ground ball. Obviously, he's a young player and he knows what he did wrong there. And I thought it was just too bad because Marco was having a fantastic all-around game last night. I mean, not only a couple of hits, he was looking very comfortable at short, making the plays. We're seeing the improvement from him year to year at the shortstop position, but we're all just going to remember what happened there in the 9th, and he did not make the play. So it's easy to kind of pin it on the young guy and the shortstop playing in, his 4th or 5th game of the year up here. But when you walk guys, you're asking for it, and especially up by 4, no matter who you're playing, even a struggling offense like this Pirates team, eventually you're going to get beat, and that's what happened yesterday.
Yeah, the Luke Jackson performance in the 9th got it going. And I know you are mixing in with the Bob Melvin Bo Mel interview on the pregame show. Yeah. So are you doing that today or 3 hours before first pitch? Have you done it yet? And whoever does do it, I mean, and Bo Mel did talk about, obviously, the runners in scoring position, but I wonder the one regret he may have, and sometimes Camillo's not locked in, his closers are not, when it's a non-save situation. But Luke Jackson got it started, throwing a 3-1 slider, leadoff walk, gives up a knock. Now the closer's in a game he didn't think he was going to be in. He comes in the middle of an inning with traffic, and he wasn't sharp himself. In a retrospect, is somebody going to ask Bo Mel if he regrets not using his closer, even though it was a 4-run lead going to the bottom of the ninth, Joe?
I think it's something that we can ask. I know I'm heading down in just a few minutes just to have kind of an informal conversation with the manager. We like to talk with him when we can, kind of before we turn the microphones on and get kind of the insight about what happened the previous night and maybe what else to look for today. So it's an interesting point. Does he regret not just going to Camilo Doval? Sure, it's not officially a save situation, but in a 4-run game, you're still in a spot where one swing of the bat can bring a club all the way back. So it'll be a question to be asked. Am I doing the Melvin show today? Well, I did it yesterday.
I heard it. You were great. The best one of the year.
I appreciate it. John did him last weekend, and Bo Mel, he is a very superstitious guy, as you know.
Oh boy!
And because John wasn't there, I had to do it. And I'm sitting here in the 9th inning last night, going, "Oh, I guess I'm doing it again tomorrow." And well, that didn't happen. So we might be passing the baton to Dave Fleming today. I'm not sure I can show my face in his office.
It's all your fault. It's all your fault, Rizzo.
I'm not messing with those superstitions.
Joe Rizzo.
Play.
Yeah. Joe Rizzo joined us. You talk about the Luciano play that everybody around here is talking about, but here's the thing, is we love it when the young guys against the Rockies are going crazy and they're making all these plays, and it's hope for the future, and you love these young guys, but that's just what happens. I mean, young guys are going to play inconsistent baseball, and you're going to get a play where Luciano doesn't make the play. Later on, he made the play. Guys, early with Matos, we're like, geez, can he play center field? And then all of a sudden he makes a couple of catches over the wall. I mean, that's just what young players do.
It is, and it's part of the deal of the growing pains of younger guys. I think it helps that players like Matos and Ramos, and to an extent Luciano, played some here last year. Luciano, not a whole lot, but perhaps they're drawing on that experience. They're not totally new to the major league level, but yet still very inexperienced. I mean, Marco and Luis Matos are still only 22 years old. They're some of the youngest position players right now out there. So you're going to have to deal with some of those growing pains. I think in a perfect world, you've got Nick Ahmed back on the roster, and if Ahmed and Luciano are playing together, then you could put Ahmed in a late inning situation as a defensive replacement. And maybe none of that happens in the 9th inning. But shorthanded right now, so it's Marco's job, and he's going to be out there probably just about every night playing all 9 innings for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and he's out there tonight. He's going to play shortstop, of course, and he'll bat number 9. The top of the order is different. Luis Matos, after his Player of the Week, has been moving up in the order. Last night, Joey hit 3rd. Tonight, he is batting leadoff. Is that going to be on the list of questions for Bo Mel, that he's Matos in the leadoff spot, and he dropped Jorge Soler to 6th in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, I think we all knew that the Soler hitting leadoff probably wasn't the long-term solution. You understand the thinking, and Bob was saying, look, he's off the IL, a chance maybe to take some of the pressure off instead of hitting him in the middle of the order in those RBI opportunities, get him up there, see some pitches. I thought he had some nice at-bats in the Rockies series. I know quieted down a bit yesterday. So he's hitting 6th. And, yeah, Luis Matos, they're not hiding this kid, right? I mean, he hit 3rd yesterday against the lefty after batting 5th in the final game of the Rockies series. And he just keeps producing. He keeps getting on base a couple of times every day. So why not hit him lead off? He's somebody that you can count on to put the bat on the ball. And that goes back to his minor league time. Whether or not he was hitting for high averages or not, he was always somebody that found a way to put the bat on the ball. So he doesn't walk much, but he doesn't strike out a whole lot either. In fact, he's only struck out once in his first 9 games up here this season. So that's going to be how they're going to set the tone today. Put the ball in play and try and set it up for some hot hitters in the middle of the order. So the middle of the lineup, which wasn't producing a whole lot for the Giants until about a week ago, I think they feel pretty good with Estrada and Chapman in those 3-4 spots.
Joe Rizzo joining us. Of course, he was on the call last night, and Bob Melvin's going to say last night was his fault. He's going to be on the call again today. We mentioned Blake Snell. You watched the immaculate inning. He pitched well in Sacramento as well, from what you can see, because they all seem optimistic in the organization now that his problems are behind him. And look, momentum is as big as today's starter. So Blake can really take some of this sting away if he can be the Blake Snell we saw the majority of the second half of last year. So how do you think Blake is going to do tonight?
Yeah, I think everyone felt like it was a rushed deal when he came up in April. Obviously, he wanted to get up here and contribute. Not an ideal situation because of signing so late in the spring. So they kind of took their time a little bit here, had him throw those 2 rehab outings. And who knows, he might have been out there for a third time in the minor leagues if he wasn't just so dominant and obviously ready to go. It sounds like mechanically he's feeling a whole lot better. I think we're going to see the off-speed pitches be much more effective. The changeup was getting hit really hard in those first 3 starts that he had at the major league level. He seemed to find that pitch down in the minor leagues this last week or so. We know about the curveball. It's a great pitch, and the fastball, when he can command it enough, can be a wipeout offering for him. So mechanically, he's in a better spot. I think he's much more confident getting through a AAA lineup like he did the other day in Sacramento, where he didn't allow a hit in 5 innings. He's healthy, and it just doesn't feel nearly as rushed as he did when he first came up there at the beginning of April. So from the Giants' perspective, hopefully he can set the tone. I know the bullpen's still in a decent spot in terms of availability with the off day a couple of days ago, so they don't need him to go out there and throw 7 innings. And I'm sure we'll hear about maybe some pitch count limitations because of his first start back. But 5 good innings, get out there, get through the lineup a couple of times. I think the Giants will feel like they're in a good spot here tonight.
What about tomorrow, speaking of bullpens? Is tomorrow going to be a bullpen game? Is Mason Black going to be involved? What are you hearing for tomorrow's game?
Yeah, he didn't want to commit to naming Mason Black, but I think we're going to see him in some way, shape, or form, perhaps not as the starter. It might be one of those games where the Giants go with an opener, and then Mason will come in a bulk inning role. So I don't know who that opener is going to be. You usually have a few right-handed hitters at the top for the Pirates with McCutchen and Joe, although you got the lefty Cruz as well, maybe as well. So we'll see, but yeah, I think we're going to see Mason Black. If not as a starter, it sounds like perhaps in a bulk role with an opener, and then you'll roll into the New York series after that.
Great stuff. Joe, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Take care. All right, that's Joe Rizzo from the booth in PNC Park.
High above PNC Park. He literally has a bird's eye view.
He does. That is a beautiful park, I will say.
It's gorgeous. Yeah. But from that broadcast booth, the game is a rumor.
Yes, it is. We should ask him about that, too. That's unbelievable. All right. Can they bounce back? Let's get into the conversation. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. If you want to continue to play the blame game, we can do that as well. But to me, it's up to Blake Snell. Got to get that taste out of their mouth, and Blake Snell can provide it with finally living up to a little bit of that contract today. So we'll continue that conversation. We got the foreplay coming at the top of the hour. We'll combine everything. We'll get some Bob Melvin to you. Plus, if you missed some of our 49ers stuff that we played from OTAs, we'll get that re-rack for you as well. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
A little hard Bay Area to sleep last night. Were you tossing and turning and wondering, how do we blow that game in the bottom of the ninth and get walked off in the 10th inning? But if you're like me and somebody else around the Bay Area, just jump on your Sleep Number bed, get the right setting going, and you move on. The adjustable firmness on each side. Only at Sleep Number store can you get a bed like this, and specifically their smart beds let you choose your ideal comfort, your Sleep Number setting, and feature cooling layers. Don't you hate when it's so hot at night and you can't sleep for a more comfortable sleep? And we are entering a holiday weekend, and that means Sleep Number is going to give you a sale. They have Sleep Number's Memorial Day sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get a free home delivery when you add any base but the sale does end Monday, May 27th, when Bryce Harper and the best team in baseball, the Philadelphia Phillies, come in, and it will be Blake Snell on the mound. So get ready for that. So get it done by Monday. And they're great to deal with. I went in the store a few years ago in the East Bay and got a Sleep Number bed. They are high quality. J.D. Power knows they rank Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. If you want more information about the 2023 J.D. Power Awards, visit jdpower.com/awards. So this holiday weekend, get yourself a Sleep Number bed. They are available only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. We have an early version of the foreplay today.
We'll get through it if we started at 12:52.
I know. Bob Melvin first. Oh. Logan Webb. Shanny on guys.
Is that Kyle?
Yeah.
Mike?
That's Kyle. And he's on the guys missing at camp because everyone loves talking about that. And then Nick Bosa has a little bit of fun with Cam Inman. Asked him about the Super Bowl. I think Nick came into town to talk about the Super Bowl. He did not. So anyway,
I like
kind of
Nick
fun.
Wagner asking everybody about the 18th game. Nick wanted no part of it. Don't want to play it. Brock, right away, I want a double bye if we're doing that.
Yeah,
Brock
that's
Purdy
for
is
sure.
sharp.
Definitely double buy. Plus, the other thing is, if I'm Brock Purdy, I'm playing an extra game. That will be an extra game check. I need more money. So that's the way I got to look at it. You're gonna add another game. That means add more money. That's all. So if I'm a guy wanting $50 million, then add another game check to that.
Okay.
What does that equal?
Who's Brock's agent?
I don't know.
John Lund.
He's going to be
is
rich
Brock's
too.
agent.
That guy. Trevor Lawrence is getting 50.
Yeah.
Oh man. Wouldn't you rather Brock than Trevor Lawrence? You like that hair?
I like Steffi Graf, but he needs to. He's got things to work on.
He does. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, they coughed up. They should have won that division this year. The playoff game, he got them the lead. They got things they got to get better with. There's no doubt.
All right, let's get into it. Last night, and again, you want to chime in. The Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line and call in line the same. What went wrong last night? Who do you blame? What do you blame? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Here's Bob Melvin asked where the ninth inning took a turn.
They get two guys on. We bring in Duvall for the save. It's 6-2 with two guys on. You feel pretty good about winning the game. He walked the guy and they got two hits off him, which rarely happens.
So here's the thing, and you asked this to Joe Rizzo, who won't do the Bob Melvin show because now Bob's superstitious and won't talk to him. But I wonder if we see a similar situation if Bob starts to use him in that time. Now, some of it has to do with...
He has already.
Yeah.
He's had saves situation, or he's brought him in non-save situations a few times this year.
And I think this is where it's not secondhand criticism. It's first because it's not like they've used him a ton. He's not been overused. And Bob might tell you that if you asked him the question that, well, we got a long road trip, this, that, and the other, and you want to save the guy. But he hasn't had a ton of appearances. He's not overworked by any stretch of the imagination. And you got to make up some ground here. It's a 4-run game. I don't know. I mean, I get it. You're not putting in your closer in a 6-run game, a 7-run game, et cetera. But a 4-run game?
Well, that was his answer because he thought, Joe said 1 for 9 through 9. It was 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position when you factor in the automated runner at second in the 10th inning. They should have been up more, but they did add on. Chapman's home run made it 5-2. They added another run. It's a 4-run lead. So Bob's answer there, and I love Bob Melvin. When when he was the A's manager, we kind of glanced at him and thought, "Oh, he's really good." And he's the one guy that, Bob Guerin couldn't manage Billy's team, and Billy fought with Art Howe. Maka pushed back. It just didn't work. Bob is like, he's the one guy that can manage Billy Bean's baseball team. He does enough of the analytics. But he runs a bullpen. Billy gives him a bullpen. He pushes back. He's smart. Man, that guy's damn near perfect. Then you watch him every day. His answer right there, well, I'm not going to say it was defensive, but he said we had a 6-2 lead with 2 runners on. Well, you could have given the ball to the closer with a 6-2 lead with nobody on base, where he starts the inning clean. And of all the guys that conspired last night, Luke Jackson, if Luke Jackson does his job last night, they win the game.
Yeah.
There is no doubt. At Marco's ball, that would have been a hell of a double play to turn. I don't think that was the double play. It would have been getting out, but you still got to get one more out. If Luke Jackson just does his job last night, now his job was the 9th inning, but still, we've seen Luke be dominant. And these are men, not machines, as Tony would say. He didn't do his job. So, but did Bob put it? I guarantee you, when he left the game, he regrets not going right to Camilo Duvall.
Right.
Because Luke did not do a good job, and it set Camilo up to be compromised and not be his best. If he has to do it over again tonight, he's going right to his closer to win the game.
But again, I just think that bullpen-wise, at this point of the season, it is no longer early. And I know Luke Jackson was out. They've had some issues. They had to bring some guys up. I understand that. But it's time to define roles. It's time to define, again, look, Walker pitched in the 7th. It was a big situation. I understand that. But is Luke Jackson your backup closer? Is Luke Jackson your 8th inning guy? I don't think so. He hasn't pitched to that level, has he?
No,
So
I think the fact
what's what.
No, I mean Bob uses the term plus guys, which is when we're plus or even, when we're tied or have the lead, these guys pitch. So Ryan Walker's your number one right-handed guy to get to Camilo Duvall. You've obviously got Tyler Rogers who can do that. Luke is in the mix, but he was gone for a while. I think by using Ryan Walker last night earlier, that was the critical juncture in the game. He thought the game, I'm not going to say it was over, but he felt good. I think the roles are defined. I think they have plenty of guys they can turn to. Now, they're not all available. You can't pitch them 3 days in a row. Some guys need more time off. But I think you're trying to reintegrate Luke Jackson in. It was not a save situation. It was a plus, but a low leverage. You're up 4 runs, needing 3 outs to win the game. And those were the first 2 dominoes that fell that had you, just lose the whole thing. But I think it was the leadoff walk. And I didn't like the mindset. When he fell behind 3-1, do not throw a chase slider. I mean, you got
to challenge a guy. You're up 4 runs.
Put the ball in the strike zone. Don't walk in there. Yeah. He could hit the ball in the river. It doesn't matter. Just do not let him get on base. You're up 4 runs. Do not throw a chase slider in that situation.
All right, let's get to Logan Webb. Of course, he started this game. He was asked if the loss felt worse because they're on that win streak.
Not really, to be honest. There was probably games we should, the fact that it was the first time we only won 3 games in a row, we won 4. We had a game tonight we should have won. It's not like we don't expect ourselves to win. I think we expected to win the game tonight, and we obviously, unfortunately happened, but it doesn't make it feel any better just because we won 4 in a row before that. It should have been 5 in a row, hopefully, and just had to keep going.
It was dog ass is what it was. That's what you just should have said. All that stuff you just said, blah, blah, dog ass. Just like you did last week.
Well, and he also called himself out for being late to break off the mound on McCutcheon's ball. But I honestly, and he should have broken on time. He should have been off. He made a mistake.
Yeah.
And he said the spin of the ball. But what he's really saying is there's no way in hell I thought that, Wilmer Flores wouldn't be back on the bag and that the first baseman would actually play first base. That's another. He went so far off the bag there. He takes himself completely out of the game. He's a chalk outline. And when Tyro got the ball now, Logan's got it covered. I mean, it's things like that. Wilmer's played the game long enough. I know he's not a great defender, but he's not bad, especially at first. How does a guy play that long and just not had the instincts that I'm off the line to start with McCutcheon? He's a right-handed hitter. And if I got to go that far off the line, it's not my ball. I can't expect the pitcher to – even if I field it, is Logan going to get over there? So those are the things. But they're losing too many of Logan Webb's starts this year, John. The last game out against the Dodgers, he's the one that started the whole winning streak, but they lost the start before when he started against the Reds, the Philadelphia start, the Boston start. He won 3 in a row. They lost some of these games. His first 2 of the year, they just, they don't win when he's on the mound. The guy they win with is Kyle Harrison, right. 7 in a row. And the other guy, Blake Snell, and he's going to start all over again tonight, but Blake Snell started 3 times this year. Not only did they go 0 for 3, they were non-competitive in each of the 3. So it's time for Blake Snell to arrive tonight. And the Giants did make the official move. He's back on the roster now.
And look, it comes down to that. Who should be your top 2 starters, the guys who finished 1 and 2 in the Cy Young? You don't win when they pitch. That's a major issue. That's usually when you're 1 and 2, that's when you win games. And then you get worried after that in your staff if they can get these 2 on track to win games. But this was also the case last year where Logan finishes second in the Cy Young, but they weren't winning enough games when he pitched.
They were like 3 games under when he started.
All right, let's get to the 49ers and camp. Some of the guys, everybody always likes to talk about who's not there. Nick Bosa is there, which was cool. And you saw Debo and a lot of these guys. Trent's not going to be there as an older guy. But Kyle Shanahan was asked if Christian McCaffrey's absence is contract related.
I'm not sure if that is the case on any of those guys. I'm not throwing them all in who's here for that reason, who's not. But it is all voluntary, so we'll see when it becomes mandatory.
All right, so interesting. Christian McCaffrey. Now, look, he's kind of like Bosa. He stays in shape. He's a veteran guy. Does he need to be there? Not necessarily, but again, Nick's there. Now, a lot of that is you got a new DC, you got a new system, you got a bunch of guys on the defensive line there new. You shuffled a lot of guys out. You're shuffling guys in, so Kyle called him and asked him to be there. But, and then, look, I'm not making a big deal of this. I don't think this is going to matter much, but it does when it comes down to a contract because you're already dealing with Ayuk. So is Christian McCaffrey kind of doing this because he?
No, and again, Kyle, he put them all in that hopper where some guys are not here because of the business side. Jawan Jennings, but you really don't know. These guys are not required to be here. Ayuk, I'm surprised, honestly, Debo's here, but I think he's starting to set a tone in light of all the rumors, and he wants to just be around it. Last year, McCaffrey was there, I think, too much, but that's McCaffrey. But he wanted to learn the system. You know, they traded for it in the middle of the year, so he just wanted to learn. He needed to learn the outside zone. He hadn't done that a lot. He was a power runner with David Shaw at Stanford in the NFL. He did a little outside zone his final year in Carolina when McAdoo was there, but he wanted to learn the steps. You know, and he picked it up right away. A little bit of an acclimation when he was first here, but he did learn it. So I think he's got it now, so it's no big deal. The other thing is, isn't Christian McCaffrey getting married? I don't think it's this weekend, Memorial Day weekend, but I think it's the weekend after, the first weekend in June. So I think he may be a little busy, you know, preparing for his wedding. I don't know if that's exactly the reason why, but, you know, he knows. And then after that, there is going to be a mandatory minicamp. So if he does get married that June the 1st weekend, I wonder what he's going to do with his honeymoon, because that is mandatory, where they can fine him. Now, they could you know, do something with that.
He's excused.
But I think when that next week when the minicamp, but it's hard not. I mean, you know, especially with holdouts, the league used to let you slide on that, and just, you know, the team would pick it up and they wouldn't fine you. With the new CBA, is a little bit. They're a little stricter. I got to see exactly when he's getting married. But I don't think he's not getting married this weekend, Memorial Day weekend, but it could be the weekend after that. And then that would be an issue in his availability. Assuming he's going on a honeymoon for the mandatory minicamp that first week in June.
I was looking at his deal. He's got it was a $464 that he signed originally. He's got 2 more years at $14 apiece. The contract itself averages $16, so he's got 2 more years on it, and he's still the highest paid running back average per year based on his contract of over $16. So I don't know if it's contract related. He's 28 years old. It's that magical number. If he does want to get a contract extension, he's probably got to do it before he turns 30, because that's kind of the magical number with him. But again, he's still the highest paid running back in the league for now.
Yeah, Saquon got close, but he didn't get up there. And they paid a few other running backs, Josh Jacobs, you know, going to Green Bay. But it's not. I think Kyle just put it into the hopper, and there may be some clarification with that. It's not contract related. And part of the reason the Niners traded for him, because they had to give up those picks, a second, a third, and a fourth, and a future fifth. Carolina just restructured his whole contract, which made him very affordable when they traded for it in the middle of the, what year was that, 22 year? So, but they knew that it would go back up. So I don't think it's a contract situation at all. I think he's about to become Mr. CMC.
Very nice. So that's that situation. Brandon Ayuk is obviously still away, and I feel like I have to remind people that, you know, you don't want to sign as late as Nick did last year on September 6th, but Debo's was August 1st. Kittle's was late July. Fred Warner's was July 21st. That's just how the 49ers do business. And I know everybody's going to get nervous and all these kind of things, but there's no real leverage to to trade Brandon Ayuk. You had the draft. That if it was going to happen, that was the time. It's going to get done. It's just going to take a minute. Like, I keep seeing these stories. They're far apart. Well, today is the 22nd of May, and as far as I know, they don't have a game until what, September 9th? So it's 4 months. We say this all the time. Deadline spur action. That's when he's going to get signed. You just hope it's not September that he gets signed.
Yeah, but they do have the highest paid running back in football. They did redo Juszczyk's contract, but, you know, when it was signed, the original one and the second one, he's the highest paid fullback in football. George got passed by a couple of guys, but George is very high as far as overall tight ends. The left tackle makes a lot of money. Debo makes a lot of money. Fred Warner makes a lot of money. Nick Bosa is the highest paid defensive player, period, in the history of the NFL. It's hard. You're going to have to redo Ayuk, obviously, and then you're looking at the quarterback position. You got to do 2 massive contracts, and there are wide receivers out there that have gotten restructured and extended this offseason. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the Slim Reaper in Philadelphia. They got big dollars. There are other wide receivers that are going to get bigger dollars. What is Justin Jefferson going to do? You know, so you're in that waiting game. And then with Brock, there's a lot of quarterbacks that have been redone. Obviously, Jared Goff being most recent. You know, I'm waiting on Miami, and they're going to redo Tua Tagovailoa's deal. I wouldn't go near that one. And then Dak and what they're going to do with his situation. Matthew Stafford wants a redo of his contract. A year ago at this time, there were all kinds of rumors that they wanted to trade Matthew Stafford because Stafford refused to restructure his contract. Yeah. They wound up not doing that, and they had a good year. He wants a new deal. So it's not just your own guys. Their agents are looking out there. I mean, will Ayuk play a waiting game with Justin Jefferson?
He's not in
see
that
when
realm,
he
though.
does, but his
That's
agent
different.
may want to. That's the game you're in right now, and they're seeing the other wide receivers get signed, and then with Brock, there's going to be huge contracts. You've already got the highest paid at so many positions. You're about to redo a wide receiver and a quarterback. Those are big dollar contracts, so these take time to do. You just have to be patient, and let's just hope that Ayuk does not miss any training camp time, but they did last year with Bosa, got right up against the start of the year, and these things do happen.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is if they're far apart, it has to do with because a lot of these contracts are the same. We've talked about this a lot in the parameters of it. The one that's different, where he could say that it's a comp, even though the numbers, Amon-Ra St. Brown has better numbers, is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Because according to the reports, the number he got was bigger than what Devontae Smith got and all these other ones that were kind of in line with each other, even Debo's deal and DK Metcalf and all these guys. And those deals were kind of in a similar fashion in a similar amount of years. If he's saying, I'm Amon-Ra St. Brown, or if he's saying I'm Justin Jefferson, that's a problem because he's certainly not just Justin Jefferson. And Amon-Ra St. Brown has better numbers. I mean, it's just, look, and probably his agent is saying, but if he was in a different offense without all these other weapons, he could get those numbers. And he could, but he doesn't because he's in San Francisco. So that's probably the battle that's going back and forth. And as you said, it's just hopefully it doesn't do what Nick did because Nick admitted that coming in so late like that did affect his season. And it does.
The 49ers did not view Aaron Donald as a comp. They thought,
right, that's what Justin Jefferson is, though, to me.
But they wound up paying Nick more than Aaron Donald. They did not want him to go beyond Aaron Donald. They offered him a very good contract, but they thought he's a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. There have been 2 other jokers to ever do that in history, JJ and LT. So it's just a different realm. The way the power of negotiation and the player's not here, and Labor Day has passed, and we're flying to Pittsburgh this week, and he's not here. What are we going to do? We need Nick Bosa. You wind up giving him a contract you did not anticipate giving him. That is negotiation. Nick had a lot of leverage. Ayuk has leverage here. How long will Ryan Williams use the leverage to get his guy signed? But these other contracts these wide receivers are getting, we may not view him as an exact comp. The agent certainly will use that to get the most he can for his player.
That's where I think it's interesting, and maybe this doesn't mean anything, but when you draft Ricky Pearsall, I wonder if that does give you a little leverage back. So let's say Pearsall looks great. Do the 49ers say, well, you're not playing as hardball as that? And that's the difference between Brock's got to get paid. There aren't enough quarterbacks to go around. Randy Mueller, the former Seahawks GM, just wrote a piece today in The Athletic that said, has the wide receiver market reached its breaking point? Because if you look at this situation, the only team that had 2 wide receivers making $20+ million were the Chargers. Both those guys are gone. Philadelphia added to it this offseason. They redid A.J. Brown's deal, and they got Devontae Smith's deal done. And basically the question comes out, do you pay receivers at this level? Do you pay them this much? Because every single year, how many first-round wide receivers did we get this year? Like 10? I mean, it was just unbelievable.
Not quite that many, but a lot.
But I'm not discrediting Brandon Ayuk and what he's accomplished. He's great. But where you get a quarterback and you have to hold on to him, that's the problem with Dak Prescott or Tua. That's great. You don't want to pay him. What else are you going to do? There aren't enough to go around. Meanwhile, wide receivers flood into the NFL like water every single year. And at some point you say, look, I'm not paying you that much. The position isn't worth that. And that's what they're going to do with Debo, because after this year, Debo's probably gone, right?
I wouldn't say that. There's always you can restructure in the NFL. Let's just see. He's a valuable piece of a chess game that Kyle's playing. And Brandon Ayuk is the perfect X-wide receiver on this team, not just his ability to beat man coverage, but his ability to block. But he knows that. He knows the year that he had. I mean, the catch he made against Green Bay on 3rd and 5. He doesn't come up with that catch. What do? You punt the ball there? On 3rd and 5, on that in cut with the nickelback on him, Nixon, who'd they throw the ball to? When they took a shot deep down the field, they went to Ayuk on the B.A. ricochet. And then he scored the touchdown. I mean, he's the guy. They know that. Kyle does not want to get rid of his X-wide receiver. Ricky Pearsall's a good player. He's a rookie. You have no idea what he is, but he's not an X the way Ayuk is. He doesn't block like that. So they'll get it done, but the agents are smart, like Nick Bosa's deal. That was a deal. Parag wins a lot of these deals. That deal last year, they dragged that way longer than you wanted to, and you wind up paying them way more money than you thought. They didn't think they'd have to give more than Aaron Donald. He's a great player, but you haven't won 3 NFL Defensive Players of the Year. Where's the comp there? And all of a sudden, he is the highest paid defensive player in history. He got more than the great 99.
All right, we'll play. We owe you one more. It's Nick Bosa. It's pretty funny when he was asked about the Super Bowl, something he certainly does not want to talk about again. We'll get into that conversation. Plus, we got something fun at the bottom of the hour. Denzel Perryman, the linebacker for the Chargers, saying that Jim Harbaugh sounds like Will Ferrell. So a little comparison to that at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
New 49ers edge rusher Leonard Floyd. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, talked about why he signed with the Niners this offseason. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. We got one more cut for you. We want to play from Nick Bosa. But just so people know, so we got a short show tomorrow. The baseball starts at 9:30. We were just talking about that. Paul Skeens is going to pitch tomorrow. So
should be clear weather in Western PA until later in the afternoon. So I don't think we have a issue of a rain delay.
I mean, maybe we get on 12:30, 1 o'clock, something like that. But you're going to be down at OTAs tomorrow. So before I play this final Nick Bosa cut, which he had a little bit of fun, but what's going on tomorrow? What are we looking
today, so they were back on the field. Phase 3 is where the coaches, it's more like a real practice. And they're not hitting each other, and it's very little 11 on 11, but it's really more of a regular practice. They did that Monday this week. They did it Tuesday this week. By the CBA rules, you could have 2 on and then 1 off. So today, they go back to phase 2 rules. So everything was meetings today. They weren't on the field at all. Right now, the offensive and defensive coaches are informally meeting with the media. That's why Kawakami was driving down there. The Niners are making Brandon Staley available. We play you the audio, but it's not a podium deal. It's more of a very informal.
I would have liked to have heard him, yeah.
I'm sure some people will post the audio, Lombardi or others, and Brandon Staley's a sharp guy. There's no doubt. I mean, the guy was a head coach in a DC before, and he's got a little bit of a different role. But anyway, they're doing that today. Tomorrow, they go back to OTA number 3 of phase 3. So it's an actual, like they did Monday and Tuesday. And so they'll be in meetings all morning and then activation at 12:20. And they're on the field tomorrow for a stretch at 12:30. And then they have a full-blown practice at 1:45. So I'll be able to watch that tomorrow and then report back on what we saw on Friday. And then next week we do the state of the franchise.
Very good. All right, let's get to it. So here's Nick. Certainly does not want to talk about the Super Bowl. Has a little bit of fun with it. Here's Nick from yesterday, Nick Bosa.
Yeah, I feel really good. I think it's been one of my better off seasons of just kind of, it was a long year, so I took it nice and slow to get back into it. I'm not as young as I once was, so I'm taking a little slower, but everything's great. I'm feeling as good as I've felt. I'm excited to actually get some practice in. Last year was kind of tough getting thrown in week 1 after a walkthrough, so that was another reason I'm excited to be here, is just to get practicing a little bit. In-season practice is one thing, but actually being able to work your stuff and not have a game coming up is good. With the Super Bowl, unfortunately, I know how to bounce back from tough losses, so it was rough for a little bit, but now it's just annoying when people bring it up.
Captain Annoying, Tim Kawakami with that question.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't talk about it. So anyway, that was pretty good in Nick's behalf.
So he's had some heartbreakers. He's lost 2 Super Bowls to the same quarterback. Once up 10 with 7:13 to play, and he gets held on the 3rd and 15, the 2-3 chip jet wasp. Fisher grabs him, no call, and they lose that game. And then this year, right in overtime in the Super Bowl, the championship game losses. Has any Bay Area athlete, John, maybe Lincecum when he arrived? I mean, but Timmy They won in 10, but he won the Cy in 8 and 9, but they didn't make the playoffs. Even Steph Curry was on some bad teams. I mean, when Mays came here, it was different. Even Joe, they lost. They didn't win right away with Joe Montana. Has any Bay Area athlete won as readily immediately upon being drafted by their team in the Bay Area as Nick Bosa? I mean, 2019 team, and that was off the Garoppolo ACL. What did they go, 6 and 10 the year before or something like that? Maybe worse. What were they in 2018 because they had the second overall pick in the draft?
Right.
What were they that year? I think they were 6 and 10. How'd they get the second pick?
They had to be worse than that.
They had to have been. The year that Garoppolo got hurt?
Yeah, they had to be worse.
No, they were 6 and 10 when Jimmy first got here the year before.
Yeah.
Anyway, what were they that year? But they 13 and 3. His first 8 games, they win them all. They go 8-0, bro, all the way to the Super Bowl. The second year, he gets hurt. They the first game they lost. They wound up winning the second game. What's Nick Bosa's one-loss record in the NFL? I mean, he's 1-1 that year. Take the other losses off his ledger.
The 20 take losses off that he didn't play, like you said, because he got hurt.
Well, the 68 games he's played in the NFL. What's the Niners' record? I'll tell you right now, was 13 and 3, 1-1. The year they came back and made the playoffs, what they wind up 10 and 7 that year.
Yeah.
And then the year they went to the championship game in Philadelphia, what were they that year? 12 and 5, somewhere in there. I got to look it up. Then last year, 12 and 5. I mean, what's Nick Bosa's record in the NFL in these 68 games he's played?
0-2 in Super Bowls.
Okay, you're being harsh. In the regular season, is anybody in the Bay Area immediately upon being drafted to a Bay Area team won as readily as Nick Bosa?
Oh, and you're talking about like a guy who, a prominent player, because obviously guys have been
Name
drafted
me any player.
Well, no, I just mean that there's been guys drafted onto like those really good Niner teams, like Dennis Brown.
Dennis Brown.
And it was like,
okay, yeah, right.
But I know what you mean.
Let's include him.
I do.
I mean, it's 68 games in the NFL. What's Nick Bosa? We have a one-loss record for Brock Purdy at 17 and 4. We don't have that for a quarterback. What's Nick's record in the regular season?
Well, it's fair to say that Nick Bosa, and usually you just see those quarterbacks, he changed the franchise. Because if Arizona takes Nick 1 and leaves Kyler, the Niners aren't taking Kyler. They're taking probably Josh Allen, the edge rusher from Jacksonville, or they're taking Quinnen Williams, the defensive tackle of the Jets. That's who they would have taken. But, right, with the second pick, they'd have taken Quinnen Williams.
Yeah, but, I mean, he was gone.
But my point is, in saying all those kind of things, is he changed the franchise, and how often can you say that? Like Lawrence Taylor did when he was taken second overall by the Giants back in '81. Like those kind of players, it's usually a quarterback.
I mean, so
gets taken and he changes your franchise.
In the year before Nick got here, they were 4 and 12,
right?
And 6 and 10 the year before with Kyle. It's simple. It's Kyle's record. So Nick was 13 and 3 as a rookie. He was 1 and 1 the second year, but he got hurt, and the team went 6 and 10 overall. Then they went 10 and 7, 13 and 4, and 12 and 5. So 14, 24, 37, 40, 49. He has 49 wins in his career in the regular season only, and 14, 24, hold on, 3, 4, 11, 15, 20.
Syracuse.
He's 49 and 20 in the NFL is his one-loss record. Well, I have him in 68 games, so we're off a little bit. He went 1 and 1 his second year. So 3, 4, 11, 15, 20 losses. So anyway, how many players in the history of the Bay Area have flipped a franchise as immediately as Nick Bosa's done?
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible, especially like I said, you hear of quarterbacks doing that. That's a 71% win percentage, by the way. But you hear quarterbacks do that all. Okay, a quarterback comes in, that's when everything started. But when Nick Bosa came in, that's when everything flipped.
But even Peyton Manning came in. He went 3 and 13 his rookie year. Andrew Luck came in right away. They kept getting better and better. But Andrew went 11 and 5 every year, and they lost a wild card. They won a wild card. They won a divisional. They lost the championship. They got better every year. There were a couple of years. Ronnie Lott, the text line. You got to look at Ronnie Lott's because that team was not good, obviously. And as a rookie, Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks were Ronnie Lott. So Ronnie Lott would be the guy that is completely flipped up. But outside of Ronnie Lott, I mean, we got to look at that. Just the moment Nick Bosa arrived, this team has done nothing but win. The difference is Ronnie Lott won a Super Bowl as a rookie right away, and Ronnie was in the conversation like LT. As far as defensive player of the year right away, that they were in the same rookie class.
Absolutely.
Ronnie Lott and LT. But just, look at Bosa and Ronnie Lott. You'd have to look at it more. As far as immediately flipping the fortunes of a franchise, who has done that in Bay Area history?
Yeah, absolutely. Pop and Lunch sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. All right, we got a little Harbaugh v. Will Ferrell. Plus, one thing you and I always love to get into, so we'll do this before the top of the hour. The sports Emmys were announced, and we like to go through those to see who's deserving.
Did Will Ferrell win one?
No.
Is Ron Burgundy up for one?
But I will say,
did Jim Harbaugh win one?
He should have won a sports Emmy for that thing he did at spring training a number of years ago where he played for every team in a day in Arizona. That was pretty cool. Remember he caught for the Giants?
I do remember.
That was cool. Just did all of it.
I think he was the worst one of all of the Tom Brady roast. By the way, he was not good.
No,
Tom Brady flipped New England pretty well, didn't he?
Yeah, it took him a minute.
How about Buster Posey? Another one on the text line.
That was good.
What's Buster Posey's one-loss record?
Yeah, that changed. Yeah,
and unlike Nick, Buster and Ronnie won immediately.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt. Hey, Buster's a good one. All right, keep them coming. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get that to you, do a little sports Emmys for you, and then at the top of the hour, I believe it is a Solo Tolbert again today. I enjoyed Solo Tolbert on the way home. He was telling a story about his toes and his feet, and that's always the worst when you don't know you have a cut like in your foot and you're walking around your house,
bleeding,
blood all over your house. Yeah, especially in the carpet. He was telling a story about that, I enjoyed it. All right, we'll get into all that next only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
My first impression of Harbaugh, I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but like he reminds me of Will Ferrell. Like, I don't know if it's the way that he talks, like, you know, his analogies and everything, but like they really remind me of Will Ferrell. I don't know, it's just funny to me. Like, it's funny, but I know like he means well, like everything's come, you know, from the heart. I feel like you gotta have a sense of humor to understand, you know, like some of his lines and gimmicks.
That's Chargers linebacker Denzel Perryman saying that.
Are we going to put them side by side in the audio chamber? I haven't thought about that. Will Ferrell and Harbs?
Yeah, I didn't
so
think
if we
that.
do the Jim Harbaugh story, we're going to have Will Ferrell play Jim?
Living in the,
you know who's not going to like that is Pete Carroll.
Living on the Van
Will
Damme.
Ferrell is a USC guy and a big
he
Pete
does
Carroll
not like
guy.
Harbs.
I don't know what the relationship. I haven't thought
point.
about that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Have you sensed that Harbaugh's gone burgundy?
Well, I would ask Denzel Perryman as a follow up to that are you talking about as the person or as a certain character? Like a character of Will Ferrell's reminds
Well, which
you?
one would it be? Ricky Bobby? Talladega Nights? Which one would it be?
I mean, would it be Ron Burgundy?
Burgundy?
You know, Scotch. Not
I
really.
wonder, I mean, his coach has become a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Oh.
What's the movie in which he runs naked?
I love Scotch.
Yeah, Scotchy. What's the one where he runs naked? Old School?
Old School. That's the
Something
original.
like that. Like,
Love
I
You
don't see
Blue.
Harbs. I don't see
that's
Harbs.
way back there. Yeah, I don't know.
Jackie Moon? Is he
Which one
Jackie? I don't think he's
love Jackie Moon with a headband. Wrestling the bear.
Florida Tropics. I don't know that he's that.
Talladega Nights was genius.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Blades
I want
of
to hear
Glory.
this. So we got Harbaugh and Will Ferrell.
Blades of
I hadn't thought
Glory.
about that together.
Yeah, that one.
If you were going to do a Jim Harbaugh story, you would cast Ferrell to play it. But would he want the role because he's such a USC Trojan?
Yeah, that's a good point. Pete Carroll would not be happy at all.
I don't know.
Here's a little sampling. Let's play a little sampling of a little Harbs and a little Will Ferrell.
He's going forward! He's going forward! He went forward!
Let's get ready to play, huh? I don't want to see any laziness there, okay? If we win this, we're in the finals. If we get a big lead, we got to pummel these guys. We got to pummel them at all costs. Dominate and hammer them. I want you to play dirty if you have to, but don't get caught.
I got to say,
if I'm Denzel Perryman and I'm half asleep in the back of a meeting room, my head coach is Will Ferrell. It's Frank the Tank.
That kind of does sound
I
like him.
You know, when he first said it, I thought, yeah, but now, I mean, totally.
I did. All right,
Wow.
do you have another one? You have another one? All right, let's hear it.
Gatorade break! Get some Gatorade! Or water! Whatever you like. Slam some hands, some butts. That means it's time we're done. Must be slapping hands. We must be finished.
Just chop block him in the back of the knee. That'll work well.
It's his doppelganger.
I never thought of it.
Is Ferrell doing Harbaugh or is Harbaugh doing Ferrell? That's the question.
I never thought of it, but the more we
This
play,
is absolutely.
I think the more.
Put a pair of khakis on Will Ferrell and you got Harbs.
Those dark sunglasses he
He's
wears
got to
now.
go. Who's got it better than us? And then then it's over.
We do. Somebody's got to get to Will Ferrell and
Denzel
say,
Perryman, you have nailed this.
And please say who's got it better than us.
So you know what he's got to do now is invite Will Ferrell to a Charger practice.
Oh, he'll be down there. Even though Pete Carroll will not be happy, he will be there.
Maybe invite Pete Carroll as well as a defensive consultant.
There you go.
He's out of work right now.
All right, do we have
That was
another?
good.
Do we have another?
That was so good.
Let's see this. Okay, let's keep going. I think we got another.
Sir Andrew said, I'm a little hurt but not slain. I'll lay down and bleed a while, and then I'll rise to fight again.
You're supposed to back me up and go get me juice boxes when I tell you. Now go get me a juice box.
You know who you're talking to?
I'm talking to the juice box guy.
You're crazy.
I'm not crazy. I'm just thirsty.
Why don't you go to hell?
No, you go to hell. While you're there, why don't you grab me a juice box?
I'm no juice box boy, I'll tell you that.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. You're like your old man.
I'm not like my old man.
If it weren't for these kids, I would whip your butt.
I can take a punch.
I honestly can't tell which is which. Was that Harbaugh yelling at Trent Baalke and calling him juice box boy?
I think that's exactly what it was.
I honestly can't tell. It is so exact. Denzel Perriman, you nailed it. Harbaugh's dead. How can he coach this
box boy?
How can he coach this team now? He's doing a Will Ferrell.
I'm not going to get you a juice box, Harbs. Now, if he's got a bad knee,
so good.
we can talk.
Wow, that is genius. When I first heard it, I thought there may be something there. But now, I mean, he could be alert in the front row, and Perriman's the middle backer.
And
He's
you have a blindfold on.
He's staying there. Wait a minute. My head coach is Ricky Booby.
Oh. All right.
Wow, that is so good.
Or do we have another? Oh, we have another. All right, one more. The last
counselor, rest your case. That's
let's
it.
See.
You're a legend. You're a legend.
No, you're the legend.
You're a legend.
No, you're the legend.
A legend.
Believe me, you're the legend.
Yeah, Coach, over here. Now, another legend. Wow. No. Coming at me left and right here with the legends.
I love scotch. I love scotch. Scotchy, scotch. Here it goes down.
You knew we had to get that one.
My belly.
Is Harbaugh a doers guy? What? Honestly,
we have to ask him.
Now, where's the influence? Is Will Ferrell doing Harbaugh, or is Harbaugh doing Will Ferrell, or is it both? Because there's a meeting in the middle. Somebody, I think Will Ferrell may be doing Harbaugh.
He might be,
or Harbaugh's doing Will Ferrell.
I just know that he did some of this when he was here, but man, when he went to Michigan, he went off the deep end, and he's total Will Ferrell now.
Oh, we got a great text from the 707. Will Ferrell on SNL to do Harbaugh.
That would be amazing.
Is Harbaugh big enough that people would know who he is?
I mean, they're in L.A. now, so
wow.
He's in L.A.
He can nail it. How
they
good
start
would that
winning
be?
a little bit, and then you kind of pick up on the Harbisms.
That is so good. I hadn't thought about that at all, but when I first heard it, I thought, wait a minute, there's something there. And then Danny and Walter putting it together.
Nice job, boys.
Same guy.
Nice job.
What's going on there? Do you think Harbaugh's doing Will Ferrell? We've exposed Harbaugh.
Exactly. And I think you're exactly right. The NFL Network's got to pick up on this. They got to.
Well, they don't have any shows anymore, so they went out of business.
My God, no more total access
is off the air.
I didn't know that. Mike Yam.
Good Morning Football's gone.
Yeah. Mike Yam put that out the other day. This is our last production meeting. I'm like, what? Total access? That's like your anchor show.
The NFL's not making enough money. The NFL Network is not profitable. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you can talk NFL 12 months a year.
And I love the old games, but you can't play old games all day long.
Right.
What are they going to do in training camp? Are you have training camp live anymore? Are they doing that? They got rid of Siciliano. They got rid of anybody.
That part's the sad. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what they're doing. So anyway, there you go. Hopefully,
that was better than I expected.
Or ESPN or somebody. They got to get Will Ferrell down there to a Chargers practice right now. Like do it during OTAs when you're having fun. Hang around.
Or do it during training camp.
Have Will Ferrell be Harbs. That'd be amazing. And put on those dark sunglasses he has on. They wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. Put a wig on him. I think
so good.
Is he taller than Harbs? No, they might be the same size.
Will Ferrell's a big boy.
Yeah. So anyway, there you go. Will Ferrell Harbs.
I hadn't thought about that, but now I will never see Harbaugh the same way again.
When he goes on those weird
tangents. He's just copying Will Ferrell.
Exactly. That's all he's doing.
He's burgundy.
Yeah. He's just a Michigan version of him. He sings the fight song, so does Will Ferrell.
You got a USC version and a Michigan version.
Same thing.
Wow.
All right, we'll come back before the top of the hour. You get Solo Tolbert at the top of the hour before Giants baseball at 2:40. They got to bounce back from that big loss. One thing we like talking about, they got the sports Emmys. It was a little awkward with Greg Olson, who actually won as best analyst, but he's the number 2 analyst now. He was very cordial. I would not have been.
Was Tom Brady nominated?
No, he was not. But we have the others, whether you agree or disagree. We will give that to you next, and then Tolbert, top of the hour on the Sports Center.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
New 49ers edge rusher Leonard Floyd. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, talked about why he signed with the Niners this offseason. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR social. Yes, Sean Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? What? And some are not even based in the entire state of California. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, yep, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. That's what we want. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. The weather is beautiful today in the city, so you know this. Motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us, so please be extra careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident you're in amazing hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That is the Dolan Law Firm, and they've secured, this is where the da-na-na gets in. Well, that was kind of more of a Sports Center ESPN thing. That. $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay, that's right, zero, zilch, nothing upfront. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. Dolan Law Firm.
Bosa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, having fun is the name of the game. Hey, son! You trying to make an ass of me? Get on the bag! Who's got it better than us? Nobody! Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now!
I want Harbaugh on the cowbell.
Yeah.
He starts bringing a cowbell to Charger practice, then it's a...
Yeah.
I think Harbaugh's doing Will Ferrell.
Gene Frankel. I think if Harbaugh did a Gene Frankel in the cowbell skit.
Or the cheerleaders, skit.
And then Will Ferrell did a Who's Got It Better Than Us, we could really tell.
Harbaugh shows up to Charger practice as the Charger cheerleaders.
That'd be amazing.
That is so good. Denzel Perriman, you're a genius.
That was good. All right, sports Emmys, just real quick, because we love talking about this. Outstanding live series. That's right. They got this one right.
We got it.
Monday Night Football with Peyton and Eli. Outstanding live series.
New category. What else is in that category?
Yeah, that's
Stay in your basements and do Monday Night Football.
Let me see. I want to get to some of the players here. Outstanding hosted series, edited. That is Bryant Gumbel.
An HBO show?
Yeah.
That's
I like
been
that
around
show,
forever.
but man, I don't know.
That's a great show. How many
It's a good
Emmys has he
show.
won for that?
About 1 million, probably.
Inside Sports, what's it called?
Yeah, or no, Real Sports.
Real Sports.
Yeah, that one was a really good. I want to get to Outstanding Studio Show Weekly College Game Day. I watch that. It's good.
Which one,
By the way,
basketball
it
or football?
beat, college football. It beat Inside the NBA on TNT.
Hmm.
How about that? That's not an easy one. Fox NFL Sunday, Inside the NBA, NFL Today.
Who won play-by-play?
Let's see. Where is
it? Iron Eagle again?
I want to get to
Or his son?
Man,
Noah's doing the French Open now.
I think Noah won for Up and Comer is what I want to say. I'm looking at, let's see. Oh, here we go. Outstanding Personality Studio Host, Malika Andrews, Kevin Burkhardt, Reese Davis, Scott Van Pelt, Ernie Johnson wins.
So Burkhardt won it for Fox. That was the nominees?
Yeah, that was the nominees. Ernie Johnson won it.
Yeah.
So between Malika, Kevin Burkhardt, Reese Davis, Scott Van Pelt, Ernie Johnson. Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one.
Was Burkhardt nominated for play-by-play? I mean, that's the Fox baseball.
Okay, here is your outstanding play-by-play. I totally disagree with this, even though the person who won we really like and have on the show all the time. Mike Tirico, Kevin Harlan, Ian Eagle, Joe Buck, Mike Breen. Well, that's a stacked list. That's tough.
Who won?
Mike Breen.
Okay. Bang.
That's a hard list.
Bang.
That is a hard list. Boy,
Mike's
that's
deserving.
tough.
Mike's deserving.
So Mike wins for play-by-play.
How about analyst, John?
Studio analyst, which everybody wants to be. Mina Kimes, Kirk Herbstreit, Ryan Clark, Nate Burleson, Charles Barkley wins it.
Yeah.
Outstanding personality in the studio. Now, this is the one that's really interesting. Outstanding personality event analyst. So your analysts, Tom Verducci, John Smoltz, Bill Raftery, Onions, Chris Collinsworth, Troy Aikman, Greg Olson. Greg Olson wins, and he's been demoted to the number 2 spot on Fox.
And his speech was very interesting.
I mean, hell, that's a hell of a list, too, and Greg Olson wins it and gets demoted.
And it's like winning the MVP and then entering free agency. But he's got one more year in the contract, and that'll be a free agent.
He's
I mean,
a lot of money.
We were just thinking about it. You know, when Aikman and Buck jumped from Fox to ESPN to that opening in the Fox booth, and they elevated Olson and they bumped his salary up to $10 million a year, you would think his agent would have put something in there that said if he gets a change in roles, he would have the right to null and void the contract and move on, not just go back to what he was. But he had never done it before. Who would have possibly imagined that he would be so good doing NFL football? And I think he's the best. And he beat out Troy Aikman. He beat out Chris Collinsworth. Raftery. There were quite credible people. Verducci, I thought, was an interesting nominee. But as far as football, I think he's the best. But who would have thought he'd become the best analyst in television football? And these guys now are all jumping up, and Aikman started it. They're making, Tony Romo. Was he nominated?
No.
Tony was the first one to make the obscene money for an analyst, jumping up to $15, $16 million. He's making $1 million a game or whatever. And then Aikman jumps, he gets it. Who would have thought, they thought Olsen is making a couple of million. Now they're going to $10 million, you take over the 5. Well, hell, I'll do that. And okay, if we wanted to, if you're not good at it, we'll put you back. But he was great at it. It's just they offered Tom Brady a 10-year deal at $137.5 million to do it. How much is he making? It's ridiculous, the whole thing. And now Olsen has to go back to the number 2 team. He's going to be great again with our friend Joe Davis. And then he's going to enter free agency. So where will Greg Olsen ultimately go?
That's a great question.
Amazon Prime eventually to take Herb Street?
Yeah.
Was he nominated last night?
No. Of course he hasn't.
He's good on college football,
He's
isn't he?
great on college football. He's just not a pro guy. What's interesting is Aikman's the number 1 guy, obviously ESPN, ABC. Collinsworth is for NBC, and Olsen was for Fox, and he beats the number 1 guys out. And then they're cutting
Tony
his pay.
Romo at CBS. But, I mean, he's the number 1
you're
guy.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, those guys...
Here's another interesting thought about this outstanding personality event analyst. There's no NBA guys. And it's what we were talking about before. Like, who's the best one?
No game analyst?
Yeah, there's no game analyst from the NBA. I mean, Raftery
Jeff Van Gundy wasn't nominated?
I mean, think about it. Verducci's a baseball guy. Smoltz is a baseball guy. Raftery's a college
Who's
basketball
the best NBA analyst doing games right now?
Probably Reggie.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, who else is there?
I think it's Stan Van Gundy.
Oh, he's good.
Stan's solid, but he doesn't have the notoriety.
Right.
Which leads to when Steve Kerr is done, if the
God, how much is he gonna get paid?
The Raj Mathai interview, he's going to do 2 more with the Warriors, then is he going to go back into TV? And how much will Steve Kerr demand?
He's going to get, I mean, he would get $20 million.
He's going to make more being a broadcaster than being a coach.
Right now, it's like if I'm Steve Kerr and I go back and I'm being honest, talking to a TV exec honestly, I'm the best one. Like I'm
and there's streaming money, NBC
now,
and NBC may hire him to a futures contract.
Amazon's getting into the NBA.
Right.
And they have obscene money. He's gonna
make more money being a broadcaster than he did as a coach.
Right.
Although Tom Brady's going to make more 10 years broadcasting than he did 22 years playing. Is that insane?
That is insane. So anyway,
why are they paying all these broadcasters so much money, John?
And finally. I remember in L.A.
So
and
silly.
McAfee had a tank top on, and you went, "What is that?"
How much does he make?
Obscene.
Obscene.
And they're in trouble.
Yeah.
And then here's our guy Noah Eagle, outstanding personality emerging on air. Now get this: Mookie Betts was nominated for his work with TBS
in
and
the
Fox
playoffs?
in the playoffs.
What?
Carly Lloyd of Fox, Taylor Rooks, TNT. And Jay Wright, who did all the college basketball stuff. He's very good. But the winner was
coach at Villanova. Jay Wright's good.
Noah Eagle. Ended up winning. Outstanding personality emerging on air.
So they just said he's going to do the French Open on NBC. He's the Dick Enberg. And that Brazil Eagles-Packers game, when NBC goes Thursday night, Chiefs and Ravens, Sunday night, Lions and Rams, and Tirico has those 2 games. Yeah, that's...
Why couldn't the Niners have gotten the Brazil game, man? The Brazil game is the game.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. My passport's not in order, so it's a good thing. But also, Noah Eagle does the number 1 Big Ten game.
Yeah.
On college football. So will they send him to Brazil for that game? Probably. And then with the NBA, Noah Eagle, his first job off the campus at Syracuse was the radio voice of the Clippers. He did that job for like an hour. Will he get hired by NBC to do this new NBA package?
He's already with them, so that's a good point. All right. Good time had by all. Thanks to Danny and Walter, especially for that great piece they put together, Harbs v. Will Ferrell. They do sound the same.
That was so good.
It was well done. Well done. Thanks to Tim Kawakami from The Athletic. Remember the TK Show and read all this great stuff. Make sure you follow him so he can block you. And then Joe Rizzo, of course, our friend, reliving last night's
game. Is he going to get the Bo Mel interview tonight, or has he been taken off of that?
I guarantee you, Bo Mel goes, if you see Joe Rizzo, he is not to enter my office. Not at all.
Was Camilo Duvall detained for the bottom of the 9th? Was he not available till 2 runners were on?
Classic. All right, Tolbert's coming up right now. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Tolbert coming up short show so that the Giants and the Pirates of the Giants try to bounce back, and then we will see you after the show, after the game tomorrow. So 2 games will be played until we talk to you again. That is what's coming up. Tolbert's next on the Sports Leader.
He went forward! Let's get ready to play, huh? I don't want to see any laziness there, okay?
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Short show for you today as we try to figure out what that was on multiple levels. What that was, baseball and basketball. That was quite something, quite spectacular. Not very special. Before we get started on our short show, just a bit of news that I wanted to pass along to everybody. Those of you that are listening, watching, streaming, probably you wouldn't have any idea what's going on with me. So I just wanted to pass along some news, do a little housekeeping for you guys before we get started with the show. So effective as of 10:16 last night. So it's already happened. Couldn't let you know when it happened, but I wanted to let you guys know. Effective 10:16 last night, I will no longer be a one grandkid grandparent.
Great job, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Great job, brother.
Kai Matthew Tolbert, proud parents Walker and Elisa.
Great job, brother.
9 pounds, 1 ounce. He's fighting out of the heavyweight division.
My God.
Like, exactly. Elisa's, those that have, I mean, not many have met Elisa, but if you met Elisa, she's not big. She's not small, but, you know, she's like not like a frame that's like going to be like 9 pounds, 1 ounce, no big deal. Like, exactly. That's a big boy. That is a big boy. And, like, I know every grandparent says this, but he's good looking. That's the one thing so far my kids, they pumped out some pretty good-looking babies. Not that they've done that. Haley would be the only one that actually, my kid, that would do that, but they're a part of the process, let's put it that way. But, yeah, Kai is super, super cute. Look, it wasn't just me. I noticed that some of the other newborns, the girls, were, like, kind of looking at him. They had to get that Vaseline crap out of their eyes a little bit, and as soon as they could do that, they could, like, look over at him and go, all right, come look me up in 18 years. So don't take my word for it. You can go to the nursery there and ask around. They know who Kai Tolbert is. So, yeah, that was very, 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 very cool. So, yes, I am a proud grandpa who, if you don't mind, not that I need this to do this, but I just figured if anybody's out there just chilling at home, go ahead. Celebrate with me. Celebrate the newest addition to the Tolbert.
Great job, brother.
Thank you. All right, now let's get to the crap that I watched last night on TV. From a celebration to a what was that? We'll get to the basketball in a minute. let's just start off with the Giants. I saw a stat rolling across my screen last night. The first time in, I think it was 589 games, the Pirates came from a 4+ run deficit, or 4-run or more deficit to win the game in the 9th inning. 2008. It'd been 16 years since something like that happened. And that, oh, God. I mean, right? I'm sure that's what they were all saying. Like, They were that close to 5 in a row. You win the first one on the road trip. You're feeling good about yourself. And, like I don't know about you. And I'm probably, this might not be fair. So I'm just going to put that out there right away. Because I always try to be fair to the athletes, because I know how hard this is. I do. And some of you out there want me to criticize more, want me to crack down more, want me to ask the tougher questions more, like all that. And I get it. You're fans. And I feel the same way sometimes too. But I do have the unique insight of knowing how hard this game is, how hard those games are, how hard all pro games are. They're just hard. Now, there are some things that you just gotta do because you're a pro athlete. I'm sorry, you can't just use this is hard. Well, yeah, you're good. It's hard for everybody at that level. There's like a certain level of expectation when you're a professional athlete that you can do stuff, right? Or you wouldn't be a professional athlete. So, like, I get the frustration. They're frustrated with themselves. The one thing I will tell you is you don't care more than they do. 98% of the time. There are probably some guys out there that just like, whatever, I'm getting paid, this is cool. But these guys care deeply about what they do. They do. And they're going to bring it, I sound like Dave Fleming there for a minute. They care deeply. They do. They do. I love when Dave does that.
Okay.
I don't think it does. It doesn't. I've kind of seen enough of Luke Jackson. I gotta be honest. I don't know if that's completely fair or not. Again, I'm admitting I don't know that it's completely fair, but I'm sorry. The 5.56 ERA is one thing, because ERAs don't mean as much to me when you're a reliever. But the 1.68 WHIP, now that means something to me. That means something to me. When you come in with a 4-run lead in the 9th inning and you walk somebody, that means something to me. Like, I don't care what you do. You give up hits. Like, if you go out there and give it up, you give it up. Then it's on the manager. Get him out. Doesn't have it. But when you come in there and walk guys because you're just going to be stubborn and try to clip the bottom of the zone with that slider, you throw it over the middle of the plate. I mean, just right there. Center cut it. Bullseye. Go ahead. I'm not walking you. That's just, sorry, not going to happen. And I'm not going to get behind guys. I'm going to work from ahead, and I'm going to make you hit your way on. And I'm not going to I'm not going to put you in a hitter's count. I'm just not going to do it. And with him, it's been a struggle. And this bullpen has been a little bit of a struggle, to be honest. They're having a hard time getting to Duvall. Duvall has not been great. Like, he's been a little scary, too. Like, he gets in there, and he makes you earn it. His whip is 1.45, by the way. Not premium. So, I mean, as much as I love Duvall, and I'm glad he's their closer, that's cool. I mean, great. I wouldn't. It's not like I'm saying, hey, get somebody else in there. But the 1.45 whip is like, hey, could we just come in here and maybe get a 1, 2, 3 occasionally? Be nice. Be nice. So, yeah, Luke Jackson just isn't hitting me right now. And Luciano, all I can say with that is when you're young, that stuff's going to happen. So if you want the youngsters, like I do, you got to be willing to, like, wear one of those occasionally. You just do. He just tried to make a play that wasn't there. It was not only an in-between hop, it was right at his belt line. So he's like, not sure. Glove this way, glove that way. Glove this way, okay, let me dart die this way. Clank. And then didn't get it. At that point, before the pitch is ever thrown, the one thing that has to run through your mind, get an out. Get a out. 2, that'd be great. God, I would love 2. 2 would be phenomenal. Just get 1. Did that 1. That's it. But, you're young and you're trying to make a play and you just, go. I didn't put myself in a great position to get a great hop. And then the glove was kind of wonky a little bit, that like in between. It's that right at the belt line. It's like too high for your glove to be palm up, fingers down. And then it feels like it's not high enough to turn your glove around the other way. It's just right in that spot where you don't have a great way to put it. And you're like, go clank. Oh. And that hurt, man. I mean, again, that hurt. Because they were building some real momentum. They were. That would have been 5 in a row. And they faced their 2 best pitchers. This is critical tonight. I just feel like this one's critical. You're getting to the point where it's not make or break. There's no consequences that come with winning and losing right now. But there are points in a season where you look at and think to yourself, man, this could go. And if they won yesterday, I thought, okay, get some real momentum. You could win the series tomorrow. You win today, and then maybe Skeens beats you. Maybe he doesn't, but maybe you win tonight, and that's 6 in a row. You've already taken the first series on the road trip. Okay, here we go. Now we're really chugging. Instead, it was done. His momentum gone. I don't know what that was, by the way. But you got to find a way to regain it tonight. And though it can't be easy. Basketball's tough. And sometimes you have a day off, and you got to sit with it. That sucks. But at least you have a day to kind of recuperate mentally. This one's like, hey, back at you, go get them. And that one's still like in the back of your throat. You're still tasting that one. So tonight, I just feel like tonight's kind of an important one. Not only to get him back going, but Snell's pitching tonight. And that's important for Snell to throw strikes, get through 5 without giving up 5 runs on 5 hits and 2 walks. So I don't want to say this is like a massive game, but I don't know. It just seems a little bit bigger based on what happened last night. You had a little more margin for error if you win. If you win last night, okay. Worst you could be is 1-1. You lose tonight. Now you've lost the first series. That's why that one was so. That just hurt. That just sucked, is what it did. It's like, oh, this is nice. This is good. I was in the middle of watching the Pacers collapse, or getting ready to. We headed to the hospital at that point, so I had to come back and watch that one at like 1:30 in the morning. I knew what had happened, but I wanted to get home and watch the fourth quarter and overtime because I wanted to see exactly how it unfolded. Oh, that was a beauty. It's tough enough to beat the Celtics 4 times. Now you got to beat them 5 times because you already beat them once. You just didn't get credit for it. All right, coming out, we'll continue on. We'll get into the basketball game. If you want to we can take a phone call real quick if you want. I don't know if we're gonna have enough time, but talk about the baseball game. That one just hurt, man. That hurt. So we'll talk about the basketball game. That hurt as well. If you're a Pacer fan, which I'm not, although it'd have been fun to see them win. They are fun to watch play. So I wanted to see them win that game. They didn't. So we'll talk about that, and then we'll continue getting you ready for the Giants and the Pirates. Cheers, everybody, on the Sports Leader. Done.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
Oh, yeah, it's me again, everybody. Leonard Floyd joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said a big reason on why he joined the 49ers? Well, they play grown man football. Listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Eat shit, Derek.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. a punk ass, it's time for Mr. T.
Throwing in the corner. Brown fakes, fires up the three. Bang! Bang! Jaylen Brown knocks down the three to tie the game. Tatum, sidestep, three-pointer, puts it up. Bang! Celtics survive in overtime and take game one of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Got a double bang last night out of my guy Mike Breen as the Celtics take game one in overtime. 120, 128. And stop it, okay? Stop it with the breastfeeding jokes, okay? This is not it's down too low, okay? It's in the rib cage. Stop. Pretty funny though, I gotta say. That one was if you think the Giants were upset last night, and they were, how about the Pacers? That was in the playoffs. Game one. Coming off a rugged 7-game series against the Knicks. Probably still tired. Celtics with the rest at home and should have beat them. It was right there. All you have to do is not turn the ball over. Be able to inbound the ball, make a free throw. That's your game plan at that point. That's your game plan. Now, they could have had a chance to salt it away, up 3 with about 38 seconds left. They would have had to give the Celtics the ball back if they missed the shot. And Halliburton just dribbles it up and kicks it off his foot. Just poop. And Nesmith tries to save it, dives and tries to get it before it goes out of bounds, but he's out of bounds when he gets the ball. Celtics get the ball. 3 cracks at it. Clank, clank, clank. Indiana gets the rebound, gets fouled, side out of bounds. Okay, side out of bounds with 10 seconds left. Get it in. Make 1 free throw. Just 1 free throw. Boston's out of timeouts at that point, so they can no more advancing the ball to half court. So it's going to eat up a lot of clock, even if they even make a bucket. Simple, right? Simple. Well, getting the ball in bounds isn't quite as simple as it seems sometimes. When you do things incorrectly, I think we went over this with the Sixers and the Knicks. What not to do on inbounds. Now, that was underneath. This was sideline. You had tons of room to get this ball inbounds. And what did they do? Throw it away. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, throw it away. So how did they screw this up? The angles they take. Halliburton runs. I'm going to try to explain it to you visually, mentally give you a visual. They inbounded sideline, and they were around half court, free throw line, between free throw line, top of the key, right in there. So in the middle of half court and baseline. Halliburton's on the right. Siakam's on the left toward midcourt. So instead of Halliburton coming toward the ball, he goes toward the corner to try to get open. Easy to cut off. Whoop, cut it off. So Jaylen Brown's guarding Halliburton. Or not Halliburton. He's guarding Siakam. So Siakam starts running from half court toward top of the key and free throw line. But instead of cutting it toward the sideline, where you at some point you cut off Jaylen Brown's angle and you cut it right toward the sideline and give him your left arm to throw to, open up some space, he keeps running toward the baseline at an angle. Well, that just gives Jaylen Brown all kinds of time to catch up and get his hand in there and deflect the pass. And you're on the move, and it's like hitting a moving target. It's like trying to hit a receiver going over the middle. And he throws it too far out in front of Siakam. Jaylen Brown either got his hand on the ball and deflected it off Siakam, or Siakam just never got a good hand on it. So I don't know why I closed my eyes while I was talking to you guys. Okay, picture this. I'm trying to picture it in my head as I'm talking to you guys, and then I just realized my eyes are closed. And that's why they throw it away. So now your goal is to try and not give up a three, right? You foul. If you believe in that. Some coaches don't. So Carlisle may not believe in fouling when up 3. I do. But it's not as easy as just, hey, go do it. because you don't want to foul a guy when he's shooting. The worst thing that can happen is when the Knicks played the Pacers, like back in the 90s, Larry Johnson went up for a three-point shot, got fouled, and made the bucket. They were down 3. They went up 1. It was like 4-point play. Cheap foul, by the way, but still, you get the point. You don't want to catch a guy with a live dribble. And Jaylen Brown in the corner had the live dribble. But anyway, so they run the same play on each side of the court. You have Horford on one side and Tatum on that side, and then Brown and White on the other side. And a cool play design. It was a nice play design where White starts on the box, he backs out, Brown's in the corner, comes toward him like he's going to set a pick for White, and then White sets a pick for Brown, and he curls around him and goes to the corner. They played it perfectly on the other side with Horford and Tatum, where Nembhard got on top of the screen. He didn't trail the screen. He got on top of the screen because you're up 3. There's no sense of being on the bottom of that screen. Who cares if they go to the bucket? You don't care. At that point, it's like, whatever. You want to cut to the bucket? Be my guest. I'll escort you if you want me to. I will roll out the red carpet, and I will escort you right to the bucket. But I can't let you get on top of me. So what happened was McConnell, I thought, messed this up. Because instead of jumping on top of that screen, he was down below. So then White sets the screen on Brown. Siakam gets caught on it just a second. And Brown gets open in the corner. So they give him the ball in the corner. Siakam's a little late. And by the time he gets there, there was one chance maybe to stick your hand in there and foul. But you don't want the rip through and the up and 3 free throws. And then, again, the worst thing is you foul and he makes a bucket and goes to the line. That's the worst of all worlds. Jaylen Brown hits an incredibly tough shot. Incredibly tough shot. But if you're playing it correctly, he doesn't even get that look. Like, you shouldn't be giving up those looks, is my point. Those of you that remember the Thunder Warriors game earlier this year, where they hit a 3 at the end of the game, Holmgren came off a screen, and Wiggins was a half step late on that screen. And then by the time Wiggins got there, Holmgren went up with the shot, banged it, tie game, they lose in overtime. Well, Wiggins should have been on top of that to begin with. Like, it's again, you have to ask yourself, what am I willing to give up? I'm willing to give up a 2. In fact, be my guest. Now, if you're only up 2, well, then you can't give up a 2. So if they hit a 3 and beat you, that can happen in certain situations because now you got to protect against a 2. Here, I don't have to protect against a 2. The 2, to me, doesn't even exist.
That can't happen.
Thank you, Tim. It doesn't. Like, I'm going to play on the top side. I don't need to be on the bottom side. What's the reason of being on the bottom side of a screen? Well, I'm waiting. There is no reason to be on the bottom side of the screen. And they got caught. Go back if you have that recorded and watch that play. Because it's the same play on either side of the court. Again, 2 guys, Horford, Tatum, Brown, White. Same play they ran. Cool play design. But one side played it right, one side didn't play it right. And what happens? You get a 3, gets tied up, bang, and you lose in overtime. And that's why I said it's tough enough to beat this team 4 times. Now you got to beat them 5 times because you should have won that game. Because Indiana's one of the few teams that can match the Celtics shot maker for shot maker. Because Indiana's hitting shots right now. They are just on fire. I mean, everybody is hitting shots right now. So they can keep up with them. And you hear Jaylen Brown say it at the end of the game, these guys play fast. And we just got to be able to keep up. We got to keep pace with them. You always, if you're going to play that way, you got to play that way the way they play that way. You got to play that way for 48. They got up 12 early. Indiana reeled them back in. Got up 13 in the second half. Indiana reeled them back in. Second half, I thought the Celtics kind of slowed it down a little bit and took their foot off the accelerator. Indiana's never going to take their foot off the accelerator. They're always going to go. They're always going to push it. So if you think you're just going to, okay, we got a 13-point lead, let's start running some clock, or let's start running the offense a little bit, no. Because at some point they're going to hit a few shots, and all of a sudden it's going to be a 5-point game. You're going to be like, oh, bleep, they're right back in it. You got to get up 25 against those guys. because they will keep coming. They will keep firing. They will keep shooting. Now, the question I have is, can they keep shooting like they've shot the last 2 games? They didn't shoot like they shot in Game 7 against the Knicks. That was historic. But they were well over 50% last night. And if they shoot like that, you're going to have a hard time fending them off. Like, they're always going to give themselves a chance to beat you. And it's just, you know why I love watching them play more than anything? They're kind of a new team, which is cool. But I love the fact that there's a team out there that spits in the eye of the Iran, number 1. I love the Iron Sheik. That spits in the eye of the conventional wisdom, I want to say. You can't run during the playoffs. The playoffs become a slow game. It's a grind. You got to slow it down. You got to grind. And I've always said, why? Why do you have to? Why? Because everybody says it? Like self-fulfilling prophecy type stuff? Like, well, why are you guys slowing down? I don't know. Everybody says we have to. Why? Well, I don't know. They just say it, so we do it. I've never understood that. Like, if you run, why not just keep running? Now, they're game planning for you and only you, so it's a little bit difficult. It's easier to slow a game down than it is speed a game up. But you don't just got to succumb to that and say, okay, it's slow game. Let's just play playoff basketball. No, they go. They're accelerator down. Let's go. Let's move it and let's run, and let's force the pressure onto them every single second of the game. Let's make them feel it, and I do love that. I love that about them. So hopefully they can get another game. I suspect Boston will get game 2, but they had a chance. They had the chance right there. All right, coming up, we continue on. We will be getting you ready for the Giants and the Pirates in about 10 here in the Sports Leader.
We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us about unfiled tax returns.
It's extremely common. You would be amazed. It cuts through all walks of life, but also amazingly, a lot of people think they're the only one. They think they're all alone. So many people say, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And the answer is yes. Literally thousands and thousands. And the number one reason people don't file returns is because they didn't have the money to pay it, so they didn't file the return. Then year 2 rolls around, and somebody says, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1, and they still don't have the money? No problem. If you don't have the money, we'll cut you a deal, and we want to cut you a sweet deal. Number 2 reason is you don't have your records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. We'll file all the returns you need. Remember, we're going to make that deal because you don't have the money. And then when we're all done, this is it over. A lot of times it's an easy fix, and it'll be like you never did it. You can get on with your life and not have to worry about a thing. The only thing you do have to do is pick up your phone and give us a call.
There you have it. The man loves taxes. Call Steve Moskowitz at 188-TAX-STEAL or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
All right, before we get on out of here, maybe something we can talk about tomorrow. Sounds like they may be looking into a chip in the football or laser-guided. I don't know how they're going to do it, but a better way. How about this? A better way of doing the first down thing. Okay, that seems to me that's been a long time coming, has it not? Has anybody ever thought that made a ton of sense if they have a better way to do it? The spotting of the football. Like, does anybody believe that where the football ends up is exactly where the football is spotted? It's brutal, and it could only be like 3 or 4 inches, but that 3 or 4 inches could be a first down or not a first down.
Brutal.
They just the guy's like, oh, over here, throw it to him underhand, like toss it to him. Here you go. All right, and then he puts it down. And then you got to wonder, which ref they're going to go with. Oh, is he going to give him the right foot or the left foot spot? Like, that's where we're at with the left foot, right foot spot. Oh, my gosh. Like, just a chip in the foot. I had a golf ball that had a chip in it, like, years ago. They came up with this technology. I lost them. Kind of sucked, be honest. Like, how do you lose a golf ball with a chip on it? That's how bad I am. But we'll get into that tomorrow, too. All right, we're going to get you ready for the Giants and the Pirates, see if they can get back on the horse. Thank you to Derek. Thank you to Tim. Appreciate it. Great job. You guys are always best in short blasts. So let's get you ready for the baseball game. Shall we? Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down.